Michel Foucault. Discipline and Punish. Michel Foucault was born in Poitiers, France, in 1926. He lectured in universities throughout the world, served as the director at the Institut Français in Hamburg, Germany, and at the Institut de Philosophie at the Faculté de Lettres in the University of Clermont-Ferrand, France, and wrote frequently for French newspapers and reviews. At the time of his death in 1984, he held a chair at France's most prestigious institution, the Collège de France. Contents. Cover. About the author. Title page. Copyright. List of plates. Translator's note. Part 1 Torture. 1 The body of the condemned. 2 The spectacle of the scaffold. Part 2 Punishment. 1 Generalized punishment. 2 The gentle way in punishment. Part 3 Discipline. 1 Docile bodies. The art of distributions. The control of activity. The organization of genes. The composition of forces. 2 The means of correct training. Hierarchical observation. Normalizing judgment. The examination. 3 Panopticism. Part 4 Prison. 1 Complete and austere institutions. 2 Illegalities and delinquency. 3 The carceral. Notes. Bibliography. List of plates. 1 Medal commemorating Louis XIV's first military review in 1668. 2 Handwriting model. 3 Plan of the Panopticon by J. Bentham, 1843. 4 Plan for a penitentiary by N. Haro Romain, 1840. 5 The Maison Centrale at Rennes in 1877. 6 Interior of the penitentiary at Stateville, United States, 20th century. 7 Bedtime at the Reformatory of Mettray. 8 Lecture on the evils of alcoholism in the auditorium of Fresnes prison. 9 Steam machine for the celeriferous correction of young boys and girls. 10 L'orthopédie ou l'art de prévenir et de corriger dans les enfants les déformités du corps by N. André, 1749. Translator's note. Any closer translation of the French title of this book, Surveiller et punir, has proved unsatisfactory on various counts. To begin with, Foucault uses the infinitive, which, as here, may have the effect of an impersonal imperative. Such a nuance is denied us in English. More seriously, the verb surveiller has no adequate English equivalent. Our noun surveillance has an altogether too restricted and technical use. Jeremy Bentham used the term inspect, which Foucault translates as surveiller, but the range of connotations does not correspond. Supervise is perhaps closest of all, but again the word has different associations. Observe is rather too neutral, though Foucault is aware of the aggression involved in any one-sided observation. In the end, Foucault himself suggested discipline and punish, which relates closely to the book's structure. Another problem was posed by the French word supplice, which heads the first part of the book. For the sake of brevity, I have entitled this first part torture, but no single English word will cover the full range of the French. Here supplice refers specifically to the public torture and execution of criminals that provided one of the most popular spectacles of 18th century France. By extension, the word can also refer to any prolonged torture, mental as well as physical. Depending on the context, I have translated the word by torture, public execution or scaffold. The author also refers to another form of torture, la question, the extraction of confessions by interrogation and the systematic application of pain. Here I have followed the accepted translation, judicial torture. References to other works are usually given not in footnotes but in an abbreviated form in the text itself. These references, in brackets, consist of the author's name and a page number. Dates of publication are used to distinguish more than one work by an author, and Roman numerals refer to volume numbers. Full references are to be found in the bibliography. Part 1. Torture. 1. The body of the condemned. On March 2, 1757, Damiens the regicide was condemned to make the amende honorable before the main door of the Church of Paris, where he was to be taken and conveyed in a cart, wearing nothing but a shirt, holding a torch of burning wax weighing 2 pounds, then, in the said cart, to the place de grève, where, on a scaffold that will be erected there, the flesh will be torn from his breasts, arms, thighs, and calves with red-hot pincers, his right hand, holding the knife with which he committed the said parricide, burnt with sulphur, and, on those places where the flesh will be torn away, poured molten lead, boiling oil, burning resin, wax, and sulphur melted together, and then his body drawn and quartered by 4 horses, and his limbs and body consumed by fire, reduced to ashes, and his ashes thrown to the winds. Finally, he was quartered, recounts the Gazette d'Amsterdam of April 1, 1757. This last operation was very long, because the horses used were not accustomed to drawing, consequently, instead of 4, 6 were needed, and when that did not suffice, they were forced, in order to cut off the wretch's thighs, to sever the sinews and hack at the joints. It is said that, though he was always a great swearer, no blasphemy escaped his lips, but the excessive pain made him utter horrible cries, and he often repeated, "My God, have pity on me. Jesus, help me." The spectators were all edified by the solicitude of the parish priest of St. Paul's, who despite his great age did not spare himself in offering consolation to the patient. Boughton, an officer of the watch, left us his account. The sulphur was lit, but the flame was so poor that only the top skin of the hand was burnt, and that only slightly. Then the executioner, his sleeves rolled up, took the steel pincers, which had been especially made for the occasion, and which were about 1.5 feet long, and pulled first at the calf of the right leg, then at the thigh, and from there at the 2 fleshy parts of the right arm, then at the breasts. Though a strong, sturdy fellow, this executioner found it so difficult to tear away the pieces of flesh that he set about the same spot 2 or 3 times, twisting the pincers as he did so, and what he took away formed at each part a wound about the size of a 6-pound crown piece. After these tearings with the pincers, Damiens, who cried out profusely, though without swearing, raised his head and looked at himself. The same executioner dipped an iron spoon in the pot containing the boiling potion, which he poured liberally over each wound. Then the ropes that were to be harnessed to the horses were attached with cords to the patient's body. The horses were then harnessed and placed alongside the arms and legs, one at each limb. Monsieur Le Breton, the clerk of the court, went up to the patient several times and asked him if he had anything to say. He said he had not. At each torment, he cried out, as the damned in hell are supposed to cry out, "Pardon, my God! Pardon, Lord!" Despite all this pain, he raised his head from time to time and looked at himself boldly. The cords had been tied so tightly by the men who pulled the ends that they caused him indescribable pain. Monsieur Le Breton went up to him again and asked him if he had anything to say. He said no. Several confessors went up to him and spoke to him at length. He willingly kissed the crucifix that was held out to him. He opened his lips and repeated, "Pardon, Lord." The horses tugged hard, each pulling straight on a limb, each horse held by an executioner. After a quarter of an hour, the same ceremony was repeated, and finally, after several attempts, the direction of the horses had to be changed. Thus, those at the arms were made to pull towards the head, those at the thighs towards the arms, which broke the arms at the joints. This was repeated several times without success. He raised his head and looked at himself. 2 more horses had to be added to those harnessed to the thighs, which made 6 horses in all. Without success. Finally, the executioner, Samson, said to Monsieur Le Breton that there was no way or hope of succeeding, and told him to ask their lordships if they wished him to have the prisoner cut into pieces. Monsieur Le Breton, who had come down from the town, ordered that renewed efforts be made, and this was done, but the horses gave up and one of those harnessed to the thighs fell to the ground. The confessors returned and spoke to him again. He said to them, "Kiss me, gentlemen." The parish priest of St. Paul's did not dare to, so Monsieur de Marzilly slipped under the rope holding the left arm and kissed him on the forehead. The executioners gathered round and Damiens told them not to swear, to carry out their task, and that he did not think ill of them. He begged them to pray to God for him, and asked the parish priest of St. Paul's to pray for him at the first Mass. After 2 or 3 attempts, the executioner Samson and he who had used the pincers each drew out a knife from his pocket and cut the body at the thighs instead of severing the legs at the joints. The 4 horses gave a tug and carried off the 2 thighs after them, namely, that of the right side first, the other following. Then the same was done to the arms, the shoulders, the armpits, and the 4 limbs. The flesh had to be cut almost to the bone. The horses pulling hard carried off the right arm first and the other afterwards. When the 4 limbs had been pulled away, the confessors came to speak to him, but his executioner told them that he was dead, though the truth was that I saw the man move, his lower jaw moving from side to side as if he were talking. One of the executioners even said shortly afterwards that when they had lifted the trunk to throw it on the stake, he was still alive. The 4 limbs were untied from the ropes and thrown on the stake set up in the enclosure in line with the scaffold. Then the trunk and the rest were covered with logs and faggots, and fire was put to the straw mixed with this wood. In accordance with the decree, the whole was reduced to ashes. The last piece to be found in the embers was still burning at 10:30 in the evening. The pieces of flesh and the trunk had taken about 4 hours to burn. The officers, of whom I was one, as also was my son, and a detachment of archers remained in the square until nearly 11 o'clock. There were those who made something of the fact that a dog had lain the day before on the grass where the fire had been chased away several times, and had always returned. But it is not difficult to understand that an animal found this place warmer than elsewhere. 80 years later, Leon Faucher drew up his rules for the house of young prisoners in Paris. Art. 17. The prisoners' day will begin at 6 in the morning in winter and at 5 in summer. They will work for 9 hours a day throughout the year. 2 hours a day will be devoted to instruction. Work and the day will end at 9 o'clock in winter and at 8 in summer. Art. 18. Rising. At the first drum roll, the prisoners must rise and dress in silence, as the supervisor opens the cell doors. At the second drum roll, they must be dressed and make their beds. At the third, they must line up and proceed to the chapel for morning prayer. There is a 5-minute interval between each drum roll. Art. 19. The prayers are conducted by the chaplain and followed by a moral or religious reading. This exercise must not last more than half an hour. Art. 20. Work. At 5:45 in the summer, 6:45 in winter, the prisoners go down into the courtyard where they must wash their hands and faces, and receive their first ration of bread. Immediately afterwards, they form into work teams and go off to work, which must begin at 6 in summer and 7 in winter. Art. 21. Meal. At 10 o'clock the prisoners leave their work and go to the refectory. They wash their hands in their courtyards and assemble in divisions. After the dinner, there is recreation until 20 minutes to 11. Art. 22. School. At 20 minutes to 11, at the drum roll, the prisoners form into ranks, and proceed in divisions to the school. The class lasts 2 hours and consists alternately of reading, writing, drawing and arithmetic. Art. 23. At 20 minutes to 1, the prisoners leave the school in divisions and return to their courtyards for recreation. At 5 minutes to 1, at the drum roll, they form into work teams. Art. 24. At 1 o'clock they must be back in the workshops. They work until 4 o'clock. Art. 25. At 4 o'clock the prisoners leave their workshops and go into the courtyards where they wash their hands and form into divisions for the refectory. Art. 26. Supper and the recreation that follows it last until 5 o'clock, the prisoners then return to the workshops. Art. 27. At 7 o'clock in the summer, at 8 in winter, work stops, bread is distributed for the last time in the workshops. For a quarter of an hour one of the prisoners or supervisors reads a passage from some instructive or uplifting work. This is followed by evening prayer. Art. 28. At 7:30 in summer, 8:30 in winter, the prisoners must be back in their cells after the washing of hands and the inspection of clothes in the courtyard. At the first drum roll, they must undress, and at the second get into bed. The cell doors are closed and the supervisors go the rounds in the corridors, to ensure order and silence. We have, then, a public execution and a timetable. They do not punish the same crimes or the same type of delinquent. But they each define a certain penal style. Less than a century separates them. It was a time when, in Europe and in the United States, the entire economy of punishment was redistributed. It was a time of great scandals for traditional justice, a time of innumerable projects for reform. It saw a new theory of law and crime, a new moral or political justification of the right to punish. Old laws were abolished, old customs died out. Modern codes were planned or drawn up. Russia, 1769, Prussia, 1780, Pennsylvania and Tuscany, 1786, Austria, 1788, France, 1791, Year 4, 1808 and 1810. It was a new age for penal justice. Among so many changes, I shall consider one, the disappearance of torture as a public spectacle. Today we are rather inclined to ignore it. Perhaps, in its time, it gave rise to too much inflated rhetoric. Perhaps it has been attributed too readily and too emphatically to a process of humanization, thus dispensing with the need for further analysis. And, in any case, how important is such a change, when compared with the great institutional transformations, the formulation of explicit, general codes and unified rules of procedure, with the almost universal adoption of the jury system, the definition of the essentially corrective character of the penalty and the tendency, which has become increasingly marked since the 19th century, to adapt punishment to the individual offender? Punishment of a less immediately physical kind, a certain discretion in the art of inflicting pain, a combination of more subtle, more subdued sufferings, deprived of their visible display, should not all this be treated as a special case, an incidental effect of deeper changes? And yet the fact remains that a few decades saw the disappearance of the tortured, dismembered, amputated body, symbolically branded on face or shoulder, exposed alive or dead to public view. The body as the major target of penal repression disappeared. By the end of the 18th and the beginning of the 19th century, the gloomy festival of punishment was dying out, though here and there it flickered momentarily into life. In this transformation, two processes were at work. They did not have quite the same chronology or the same raison d'être. The first was the disappearance of punishment as a spectacle. The ceremonial of punishment tended to decline, it survived only as a new legal or administrative practice. The amende honorable was first abolished in France in 1791, then again in 1830 after a brief revival. The pillory was abolished in France in 1789 and in England in 1837. The use of prisoners in public works, cleaning city streets or repairing the highways, was practiced in Austria, Switzerland, and certain of the United States, such as Pennsylvania. These convicts, distinguished by their infamous dress and shaven heads, were brought before the public. The sport of the idle and the vicious, they often become incensed, and naturally took violent revenge upon the aggressors. To prevent them from returning injuries which might be inflicted on them, they were encumbered with iron collars and chains to which bombshells were attached, to be dragged along while they performed their degrading service, under the eyes of keepers armed with swords, blunderbusses and other weapons of destruction. This practice was abolished practically everywhere at the end of the 18th or the beginning of the 19th century. The public exhibition of prisoners was maintained in France in 1831, Despite violent criticism, a disgusting scene, said Real, it was finally abolished in April 1848. While the chain gang, which had dragged convicts across the whole of France, as far as Brest and Toulon, was replaced in 1837 by inconspicuous black-painted cell carts. Punishment had gradually ceased to be a spectacle. And whatever theatrical elements it still retained were now downgraded, as if the functions of the penal ceremony were gradually ceasing to be understood, as if this rite that concluded the crime was suspected of being in some undesirable way linked with it. It was as if the punishment was thought to equal, if not to exceed, in savagery the crime itself, to accustom the spectators to a ferocity from which one wished to divert them, to show them the frequency of crime, to make the executioner resemble a criminal, judges murderers, to reverse roles at the last moment, to make the tortured criminal an object of pity or admiration. As early as 1764, Beccaria remarked, "The murder that is depicted as a horrible crime is repeated in cold blood, remorselessly. The public execution is now seen as a hearth in which violence bursts again into flame." Punishment, then, will tend to become the most hidden part of the penal process. This has several consequences: it leaves the domain of more or less everyday perception and enters that of abstract consciousness. Its effectiveness is seen as resulting from its inevitability, not from its visible intensity. It is the certainty of being punished and not the horrifying spectacle of public punishment that must discourage crime. The exemplary mechanics of punishment changes its mechanisms. As a result, justice no longer takes public responsibility for the violence that is bound up with its practice. If it too strikes, if it too kills, it is not as a glorification of its strength, but as an element of itself that it is obliged to tolerate, that it finds difficult to account for. The apportioning of blame is redistributed. In punishment as spectacle a confused horror spread from the scaffold, it enveloped both executioner and condemned, and, although it was always ready to invert the shame inflicted on the victim into pity or glory, it often turned the legal violence of the executioner into shame. Now the scandal and the light are to be distributed differently. It is the conviction itself that marks the offender with the unequivocally negative sign. The publicity has shifted to the trial, and to the sentence. The execution itself is like an additional shame that justice is ashamed to impose on the condemned man, so it keeps its distance from the act, tending always to entrust it to others, under the seal of secrecy. It is ugly to be punishable, but there is no glory in punishing. Hence that double system of protection that justice has set up between itself and the punishment it imposes. Those who carry out the penalty tend to become an autonomous sector. Justice is relieved of responsibility for it by a bureaucratic concealment of the penalty itself. It is typical that in France the administration of the prisons should for so long have been the responsibility of the Ministry of the Interior, while responsibility for the bagnies, for penal servitude in the convict ships and penal settlements, lay with the Ministry of the Navy or the Ministry of the Colonies. And beyond this distribution of roles operates a theoretical disavowal. Do not imagine that the sentences that we judges pass are activated by a desire to punish. They are intended to correct, reclaim, cure. A technique of improvement represses, in the penalty, the strict expiation of evildoing, and relieves the magistrates of the demeaning task of punishing. In modern justice and on the part of those who dispense it there is a shame in punishing, which does not always preclude zeal. This sense of shame is constantly growing. The psychologists and the minor civil servants of moral orthopedics proliferate on the wounded leaves. The disappearance of public executions marks therefore the decline of the spectacle, but it also marks a slackening of the hold on the body. In 1787, in an address to the Society for Promoting Political Inquiries, Benjamin Rush remarked, "I can only hope that the time is not far away when gallows, pillory, scaffold, flogging and will, in the history of punishment, be regarded as the marks of the barbarity of centuries and of countries and as proofs of the feeble influence of reason and religion over the human mind." Indeed, 60 years later, Van Menen, opening the Second Penitentiary Congress, in Brussels, recalled the time of his childhood as of a past age. "I have seen the ground strewn with wheels, gibbets, gallows, pillories, I have seen hideously stretched skeletons on wheels. Branding had been abolished in England and in France. In 1820, England no longer dared to apply the full punishment reserved for traitors. Only flogging still remained in a number of penal systems. But, generally speaking, punitive practices had become more reticent. One no longer touched the body, or at least as little as possible, and then only to reach something other than the body itself. It might be objected that imprisonment, confinement, forced labor, penal servitude, prohibition from entering certain areas, deportation, which have occupied so important a place in modern penal systems, are physical penalties. Unlike fines, for example, they directly affect the body. But the punishment-body relation is not the same as it was in the torture during public executions. The body now serves as an instrument or intermediary. If one intervenes upon it to imprison it, or to make it work, it is in order to deprive the individual of a liberty that is regarded both as a right and as property. The body, according to this penally, is caught up in a system of constraints and privations, obligations and prohibitions. Physical pain, the pain of the body itself, is no longer the constituent element of the penalty. From being an art of unbearable sensations, punishment has become an economy of suspended rights. If it is still necessary for the law to reach and manipulate the body of the convict, it will be at a distance, in the proper way, according to strict rules, and with a much higher aim. As a result of this new restraint, a whole army of technicians took over from the executioner, the immediate anatomist of pain, warders, doctors, chaplains, psychiatrists, psychologists, educationalists. By their very presence near the prisoner, they sing the praises that the law needs, they reassure it that the body and pain are not the ultimate objects of its punitive action. Today a doctor must watch over those condemned to death, right up to the last moment, thus juxtaposing himself as the agent of welfare, as the alleviator of pain, with the official whose task it is to end life. This is worth thinking about. When the moment of execution approaches, the patients are injected with tranquilizers. A utopia of judicial reticence: take away life, but prevent the patient from feeling it, deprive the prisoner of all rights, but do not inflict pain, impose penalties free of all pain. Recourse to psychopharmacology and to various physiological disconnectors, even if it is temporary, is a logical consequence of this non-corporal penalty. The modern rituals of execution attest to this double process, the disappearance of the spectacle and the elimination of pain. The same movement has affected the various European legal systems, each at its own rate: the same death for all. The execution no longer bears the specific mark of the crime or the social status of the criminal, a death that lasts only a moment. No torture must be added to it in advance, no further actions performed upon the corpse, an execution that affects life rather than the body. There are no longer any of those long processes in which death was both retarded by calculated interruptions and multiplied by a series of successive attacks. There are no longer any of those combinations of tortures that were organized for the killing of regicides, or of the kind advocated, at the beginning of the 18th century, by the anonymous author of Hanging Not Punishment Enough, by which the condemned man would be broken on the wheel, then flogged until he fainted, then hung up with chains, then finally left to die slowly of hunger. There are no longer any of those executions in which the condemned man was dragged along on a hurdle, in which his belly was opened up, his entrails quickly ripped out, so that he had time to see them, with his own eyes, being thrown on the fire, in which he was finally decapitated and his body quartered. 1. The reduction of these 1,000 deaths to strict capital punishment defines a whole new morality concerning the act of punishing. As early as 1760, a hanging machine had been tried out in England. It made use of a support, which opened under the feet of the condemned man, thus avoiding slow deaths and the altercations that occurred between victim and executioner. It was improved and finally adopted in 1783, the same year in which the traditional procession from Newgate to Tyburn was abolished, and in which the opportunity offered by the rebuilding of the prison, after the Gordon riots, was used to set up the scaffolds in Newgate itself. The celebrated Article 3 of the French Code of 1791, every man condemned to death will have his head cut off, bears this triple signification: an equal death for all, one death per condemned man, obtained by a single blow, without recourse to those long and consequently cruel methods of execution, such as the gallows, denounced by Le Pelletier. Lastly, punishment for the condemned man alone, since decapitation, the capital punishment of the nobility, was the least shaming for the criminal's family. The guillotine, first used in March 1792, was the perfect vehicle for these principles. Death was reduced to a visible, but instantaneous event. Contact between the law, or those who carry it out, and the body of the criminal, is reduced to a split second. There is no physical confrontation, the executioner need be no more than a meticulous watchmaker. Experience and reason demonstrate that the method used in the past to cut off the head of a criminal exposed him to a torture more frightful than the loss of life alone, which is the express intention of the law. The execution should therefore be carried out in a single moment and with a single blow. Examples show how difficult it is to achieve this. For the method to work perfectly, it must necessarily depend on invariable mechanical means whose force and effect may also be determined. It is an easy enough matter to have such an unfailing machine built. Decapitation will be performed in a moment according to the intention of the new law. If this apparatus seems necessary, it will cause no sensation and will be scarcely noticed. The guillotine takes life almost without touching the body, just as prison deprives of liberty or a fine reduces wealth. It is intended to apply the law not so much to a real body capable of feeling pain as to a juridical subject, the possessor, among other rights, of the right to exist. It had to have the abstraction of the law itself. No doubt something of the old public execution was, for a time, superimposed in France on the sobriety of the new method. Parricides, and the regicides who were regarded as such, were led to the scaffold wearing a black veil. There, until 1832, one of their hands was cut off. Thereafter, nothing remained but the ornamental crape. Thus it was in the case of Fiesque, the would-be assassin of Louis Philippe. In November 1836, he will be taken to the place of execution wearing a shirt, barefoot, his head covered with a black veil. He will be exhibited upon a scaffold while an usher reads the sentence to the people, and he will be immediately executed. We should remember Damiens, and note that the last addition to penal death was a mourning veil. The condemned man was no longer to be seen. Only the reading of the sentence on the scaffold announced the crime, and that crime must be faceless. The last vestige of the great public execution was its annulment, a drapery to hide a body. Benoit, triply infamous, was the first of the parricides not to have a hand cut off. As the sentence was being read, he stood on the scaffold supported by the executioners. It was a horrible sight, wrapped in a large white shroud, his face covered with black crape. The parricide escaped the gaze of the silent crowd, and beneath these mysterious and gloomy clothes, life was manifested only by frightful cries, which soon expired under the knife. At the beginning of the 19th century, then, the great spectacle of physical punishment disappeared, the tortured body was avoided, the theatrical representation of pain was excluded from punishment. The age of sobriety in punishment had begun. By 1830–48, public executions, preceded by torture, had almost entirely disappeared. Of course, this generalization requires some qualification. To begin with, the changes did not come about at once or as part of a single process. There were delays. Paradoxically, England was one of the countries most loath to see the disappearance of the public execution, perhaps because of the role of model that the institution of the jury, public hearings, and respect of habeas corpus had given to her criminal law, above all, no doubt, because she did not wish to diminish the rigor of her penal laws during the great social disturbances of the years 1780 to 1820. For a long time Romilly, Mackintosh, and Fowell Buxton failed in their attempts to attenuate the multiplicity and severity of the penalties laid down by English law, that horrible butchery, as Rossi described it. Its severity had even increased. In 1760, Blackstone had listed 160 capital crimes in English legislation, while by 1819 there were 223. One should also take into account the advances and retreats that the process as a whole underwent between 1760 and 1840, the rapidity of reform in certain countries such as Austria, Russia, the United States, France under the Constituent Assembly, then the retreat at the time of the counter-revolutions in Europe and the great social fear of the years 1820 to 48, more or less temporary changes introduced by emergency courts or laws, the gap between the laws and the real practice of the courts. All these factors account for the irregularity of the transformation that occurred at the turn of the century. It should be added that, although most of the changes had been achieved by 1840, although the mechanisms of punishment had by then assumed their new way of functioning, the process was far from complete. The reduction in the use of torture was a tendency that was rooted in the great transformation of the years 1760 to 1840, but it did not end there. It can be said that the practice of the public execution haunted our penal system for a long time and still haunts it today. In France, the guillotine, that machine for the production of rapid and discreet deaths, represented a new ethic of legal death. But the revolution had immediately endowed it with a great theatrical ritual. For years it provided a spectacle. It had to be removed to the Barrière Saint-Jacques, the open cart was replaced by a closed carriage, the condemned man was hustled from the vehicle straight to the scaffold, hasty executions were organized at unexpected times. In the end, the guillotine had to be placed inside prison walls and made inaccessible to the public, by blocking the streets leading to the prison in which the scaffold was hidden, and in which the execution would take place in secret. Witnesses who described the scene could even be prosecuted, thereby ensuring that the execution should cease to be a spectacle and remain a strange secret between the law and those it condemns. One has only to point out so many precautions to realize that capital punishment remains fundamentally, even today, a spectacle that must actually be forbidden. Similarly, the hold on the body did not entirely disappear in the mid-19th century. Punishment had no doubt ceased to be centered on torture as a technique of pain, it assumed as its principal object loss of wealth or rights. But a punishment like forced labor or even imprisonment, mere loss of liberty, has never functioned without a certain additional element of punishment that certainly concerns the body itself: rationing of food, sexual deprivation, corporal punishment, solitary confinement. Are these the unintentional, but inevitable, consequence of imprisonment? In fact, in its most explicit practices, imprisonment has always involved a certain degree of physical pain. The criticism that was often leveled at the penitentiary system in the early 19th century suggests a postulate that was never explicitly denied: it is just that a condemned man should suffer physically more than other men. It is difficult to dissociate punishment from additional physical pain. What would a non-corporal punishment be? There remains, therefore, a trace of torture in the modern mechanisms of criminal justice, a trace that has not been entirely overcome, but which is enveloped, increasingly, by the non-corporal nature of the penal system. The reduction in penal severity in the last 200 years is a phenomenon with which legal historians are well acquainted. But, for a long time, it has been regarded in an overall way as a quantitative phenomenon: less cruelty, less pain, more kindness, more respect, more humanity. In fact, these changes are accompanied by a displacement in the very object of the punitive operation. Is there a diminution of intensity? Perhaps. There is certainly a change of objective. If the penalty in its most severe forms no longer addresses itself to the body, on what does it lay hold? The answer of the theoreticians, those who, about 1760, opened up a new period that is not yet at an end, is simple, almost obvious. It seems to be contained in the question itself: since it is no longer the body, it must be the soul. The expiation that once rained down upon the body must be replaced by a punishment that acts in depth on the heart, the thoughts, the will, the inclinations. Mably formulated the principle once and for all: punishment, if I may so put it, should strike the soul rather than the body. It was an important moment. The old partners of the spectacle of punishment, the body and the blood, gave way. A new character came on the scene, masked. It was the end of a certain kind of tragedy. Comedy began, with shadow play, faceless voices, impalpable entities. The apparatus of punitive justice must now bite into this bodiless reality. Is this any more than a mere theoretical assertion, contradicted by penal practice? Such a conclusion would be over-hasty. It is true that, today, to punish is not simply a matter of converting a soul, but Mably's principle has not remained a pious wish. Its effects can be felt throughout modern penally. To begin with, there is a substitution of objects. By this I do not mean that one has suddenly set about punishing other crimes. No doubt the definition of offenses, the hierarchy of their seriousness, the margins of indulgence, what was tolerated in fact and what was legally permitted, all this has considerably changed over the last 200 years. Many crimes have ceased to be so because they were bound up with a certain exercise of religious authority or a particular type of economic activity. Blasphemy has lost its status as a crime, smuggling and domestic larceny some of their seriousness. But these displacements are perhaps not the most important fact. The division between the permitted and the forbidden has preserved a certain constancy from one century to another. On the other hand, crime, the object with which penal practice is concerned, has profoundly altered, the quality, the nature, in a sense the substance of which the punishable element is made, rather than its formal definition. Under cover of the relative stability of the law, a mass of subtle and rapid changes has occurred. Certainly the crimes and offenses on which judgment is passed are juridical objects defined by the code, but judgment is also passed on the passions, instincts, anomalies, infirmities, maladjustments, effects of environment or heredity. Acts of aggression are punished, so also, through them, is aggressivity, rape, but at the same time perversions, murders, but also drives and desires. But, it will be objected, judgment is not actually being passed on them. If they are referred to at all, it is to explain the actions in question, and to determine to what extent the subject's will was involved in the crime. This is no answer. For it is these shadows lurking behind the case itself that are judged and punished. They are judged indirectly as attenuating circumstances that introduce into the verdict not only circumstantial evidence, but something quite different, which is not juridically codifiable, the knowledge of the criminal, one's estimation of him, what is known about the relations between him, his past and his crime, and what might be expected of him in the future. They are also judged by the interplay of all those notions that have circulated between medicine and jurisprudence since the 19th century and which, behind the pretext of explaining an action, are ways of defining an individual. They are punished by means of a punishment that has the function of making the offender not only desirous, but also capable, of living within the law and of providing for his own needs. They are punished by the internal economy of a penalty which, while intended to punish the crime, may be altered according to changes in the prisoner's behavior, and they are punished by the security measures that accompany the penalty, and which are intended not to punish the offense, but to supervise the individual, to neutralize his dangerous state of mind, to alter his criminal tendencies, and to continue even when this change has been achieved. The criminal's soul is not referred to in the trial merely to explain his crime and as a factor in the juridical apportioning of responsibility. If it is brought before the court, with such pomp and circumstance, such concern to understand and such scientific application, it is because it too, as well as the crime itself, is to be judged and to share in the punishment. Throughout the penal ritual, from the preliminary investigation to the sentence and the final effects of the penalty, a domain has been penetrated by objects that not only duplicate, but also dissociate the juridically defined and coded objects. Psychiatric expertise, but also in a more general way criminal anthropology and the repetitive discourse of criminology, find one of their precise functions here, by solemnly inscribing offenses in the field of objects susceptible of scientific knowledge, they provide the mechanisms of legal punishment with a justifiable hold not only on offenses, but on individuals, not only on what they do, but also on what they are, will be, may be. The additional factor of the offender's soul, which the legal system has laid hold of, is only apparently explanatory and limitative, and is in fact expansionist. During the 150 or 200 years that Europe has been setting up its new penal systems, the judges have gradually, by means of a process that goes back very far indeed, taken to judging something other than crimes, namely, the soul of the criminal. And, by that very fact, they have begun to do something other than pass judgment. Or, to be more precise, within the very judicial modality of judgment, other types of assessment have slipped in, profoundly altering its rules of elaboration. Ever since the Middle Ages slowly and painfully built up the great procedure of investigation, to judge was to establish the truth of a crime, it was to determine its author and to apply a legal punishment. Knowledge of the offense, knowledge of the offender, knowledge of the law, these three conditions made it possible to ground a judgment in truth. But now a quite different question of truth is inscribed in the course of the penal judgment. The question is no longer simply, has the act been established and is it punishable? But also, what is this act, what is this act of violence or this murder? To what level or to what field of reality does it belong? Is it a fantasy, a psychotic reaction, a delusional episode, a perverse action? It is no longer simply, who committed it? But, how can we assign the causal process that produced it? Where did it originate in the author himself? Instinct, unconscious, environment, heredity. It is no longer simply, what law punishes this offense? But, what would be the most appropriate measures to take? How do we see the future development of the offender? What would be the best way of rehabilitating him? A whole set of assessing, diagnostic, prognostic, normative judgments concerning the criminal have become lodged in the framework of penal judgment. Another truth has penetrated the truth that was required by the legal machinery, a truth which, entangled with the first, has turned the assertion of guilt into a strange scientifico-juridical complex. A significant fact is the way in which the question of madness has evolved in penal practice. According to the 1810 Code, madness was dealt with only in terms of Article 64. Now this article states that there is neither crime nor offense if the offender was of unsound mind at the time of the act. The possibility of ascertaining madness was, therefore, a quite separate matter from the definition of an act as a crime. The gravity of the act was not altered by the fact that its author was insane, nor the punishment reduced as a consequence, the crime itself disappeared. It was impossible, therefore, to declare that someone was both guilty and mad. Once the diagnosis of madness had been accepted, it could not be included in the judgment, it interrupted the procedure and loosened the hold of the law on the author of the act. Not only the examination of the criminal suspected of insanity, but the very effects of this examination had to be external and anterior to the sentence. But, very soon, the courts of the 19th century began to misunderstand the meaning of Article 64. Despite several decisions of the Supreme Court of Appeal confirming that insanity could not result either in a light penalty, or even in an acquittal, but required that the case be dismissed, the ordinary courts continued to bring the question of insanity to bear on their verdicts. They accepted that one could be both guilty and mad, less guilty the madder one was, guilty certainly, but someone to be put away and treated rather than punished, not only a guilty man, but also dangerous, since quite obviously sick, etc. From the point of view of the penal code, the result was a mass of juridical absurdities. But this was the starting point of an evolution that jurisprudence and legislation itself was to precipitate in the course of the next 150 years. Already the reform of 1832, introducing attenuating circumstances, made it possible to modify the sentence according to the supposed degrees of an illness or the forms of a semi-insanity. And the practice of calling on psychiatric expertise, which is widespread in the assize courts and sometimes extended to courts of summary jurisdiction, means that the sentence, even if it is always formulated in terms of legal punishment, implies, more or less obscurely, judgments of normality, attributions of causality, assessments of possible changes, anticipations as to the offender's future. It would be wrong to say that all these operations give substance to a judgment from the outside; they are directly integrated in the process of forming the sentence. Instead of insanity eliminating the crime according to the original meaning of Article 64, every crime and even every offense now carries within it, as a legitimate suspicion, but also as a right that may be claimed, the hypothesis of insanity, in any case of anomaly. And the sentence that condemns or acquits is not simply a judgment of guilt, a legal decision that lays down punishment; it bears within it an assessment of normality and a technical prescription for a possible normalization. Today the judge, magistrate or juror, certainly does more than judge. And he is not alone in judging. Throughout the penal procedure and the implementation of the sentence there swarms a whole series of subsidiary authorities. Small-scale legal systems and parallel judges have multiplied around the principal judgment: psychiatric or psychological experts, magistrates concerned with the implementation of sentences, educationalists, members of the prison service, all fragment the legal power to punish. It might be objected that none of them really shares the right to judge, that some, after sentence is passed, have no other right than to implement the punishment laid down by the court, and, above all, that others, the experts, intervene before the sentence not to pass judgment, but to assist the judges in their decision. But as soon as the penalties and the security measures defined by the court are not absolutely determined, from the moment they may be modified along the way, from the moment one leaves to others than the judges of the offense the task of deciding whether the condemned man deserves to be placed in semi-liberty or conditional liberty, whether they may bring his penal tutelage to an end, one is handing over to them mechanisms of legal punishment to be used at their discretion, subsidiary judges. They may be, but they are judges all the same. The whole machinery that has been developing for years around the implementation of sentences, and their adjustment to individuals, creates a proliferation of the authorities of judicial decision-making and extends its powers of decision well beyond the sentence. The psychiatric experts, for their part, may well refrain from judging. Let us examine the three questions to which, since the 1958 ruling, they have to address themselves. Does the convicted person represent a danger to society? Is he susceptible to penal punishment? Is he curable or readjustable? These questions have nothing to do with Article 64, nor with the possible insanity of the convicted person at the moment of the act. They do not concern responsibility. They concern nothing but the administration of the penalty, its necessity, its usefulness, its possible effectiveness. They make it possible to show, in an almost transparent vocabulary, whether the mental hospital would be a more suitable place of confinement than the prison, whether this confinement should be short or long, whether medical treatment or security measures are called for. What, then, is the role of the psychiatrist in penal matters? He is not an expert in responsibility, but an advisor on punishment. It is up to him to say whether the subject is dangerous, in what way one should be protected from him, how one should intervene to alter him, whether it would be better to try to force him into submission or to treat him. At the very beginning of its history, psychiatric expertise was called upon to formulate true propositions as to the part that the liberty of the offender had played in the act he had committed. It is now called upon to suggest a prescription for what might be called his medico-judicial treatment. To sum up, ever since the new penal system, that defined by the great codes of the 18th and 19th centuries, has been in operation, a general process has led judges to judge something other than crimes. They have been led in their sentences to do something other than judge, and the power of judging has been transferred, in part, to other authorities than the judges of the offense. The whole penal operation has taken on extrajuridical elements and personnel. It will be said that there is nothing extraordinary in this, that it is part of the destiny of the law to absorb little by little elements that are alien to it. But what is odd about modern criminal justice is that, although it has taken on so many extra-juridical elements, it has done so not in order to be able to define them juridically and gradually to integrate them into the actual power to punish. On the contrary, it has done so in order to make them function within the penal operation as non-juridical elements, in order to stop this operation being simply a legal punishment, in order to exculpate the judge from being purely and simply he who punishes. Of course, we pass sentence, but this sentence is not in direct relation to the crime. It is quite clear that for us it functions as a way of treating a criminal. We punish, but this is a way of saying that we wish to obtain a cure. Today, criminal justice functions and justifies itself only by this perpetual reference to something other than itself, by this unceasing reinscription in non-juridical systems. Its fate is to be redefined by knowledge. Beneath the increasing leniency of punishment, then, one may map a displacement of its point of application, and through this displacement, a whole field of recent objects, a whole new system of truth and a mass of roles hitherto unknown in the exercise of criminal justice. A corpus of knowledge, techniques, scientific discourses is formed and becomes entangled with the practice of the power to punish. This book is intended as a correlative history of the modern soul and of a new power to judge, a genealogy of the present scientifico-legal complex from which the power to punish derives its bases, justifications, and rules, from which it extends its effects and by which it masks its exorbitant singularity. But from what point can such a history of the modern soul on trial be written? If one confined oneself to the evolution of legislation or of penal procedures, one would run the risk of allowing a change in the collective sensibility, an increase in humanization or the development of the human sciences to emerge as a massive, external, inert, and primary fact. By studying only the general social forms, as Durkheim did, one runs the risk of positing as the principle of greater leniency in punishment processes of individualization that are rather one of the effects of the new tactics of power, among which are to be included the new penal mechanisms. This study obeys four general rules. 1. Do not concentrate the study of the punitive mechanisms on their repressive effects alone, on their punishment aspects alone, but situate them in a whole series of their possible positive effects, even if these seem marginal at first sight. As a consequence, regard punishment as a complex social function. 2. Analyze punitive methods not simply as consequences of legislation or as indicators of social structures, but as techniques possessing their own specificity in the more general field of other ways of exercising power. Regard punishment as a political tactic. 3. Instead of treating the history of penal law and the history of the human sciences as two separate series whose overlapping appears to have had on one or the other, or perhaps on both, a disturbing or useful effect, according to one's point of view, see whether there is not some common matrix or whether they do not both derive from a single process of epistemologico-juridical formation. In short, make the technology of power the very principle both of the humanization of the penal system and of the knowledge of man. 4. Try to discover whether this entry of the soul onto the scene of penal justice, and with it the insertion in legal practice of a whole corpus of scientific knowledge, is not the effect of a transformation of the way in which the body itself is invested by power relations. In short, try to study the metamorphosis of punitive methods on the basis of a political technology of the body in which might be read a common history of power relations and object relations. Thus, by an analysis of penal leniency as a technique of power, one might understand both how man, the soul, the normal or abnormal individual have come to duplicate crime as objects of penal intervention, and in what way a specific mode of subjection was able to give birth to man as an object of knowledge for a discourse with a scientific status. But I am not claiming to be the first to have worked in this direction. Point 2. Rush and Kirchheimer's great work, Punishment and Social Structures, provides a number of essential reference points. We must first rid ourselves of the illusion that penalty is above all a means of reducing crime and that, in this role, according to the social forms, the political systems or beliefs, it may be severe or lenient, tend towards expiation of obtaining redress, towards the pursuit of individuals or the attribution of collective responsibility. We must analyze rather the concrete systems of punishment, study them as social phenomena that cannot be accounted for by the juridical structure of society alone, nor by its fundamental ethical choices. We must situate them in their field of operation, in which the punishment of crime is not the sole element. We must show that punitive measures are not simply negative mechanisms that make it possible to repress, to prevent, to exclude, to eliminate, but that they are linked to a whole series of positive and useful effects which it is their task to support. From this point of view, Rush and Kirchheimer relate the different systems of punishment with the systems of production within which they operate. Thus, in a slave economy, punitive mechanisms serve to provide an additional labor force, and to constitute a body of civil slaves in addition to those provided by war or trading. With feudalism, at a time when money and production were still at an early stage of development, we find a sudden increase in corporal punishments, the body being in most cases the only property accessible. The penitentiary, forced labor, and the prison factory appear with the development of the mercantile economy. But the industrial system requires a free market in labor, and, in the 19th century, the role of forced labor in the mechanisms of punishment diminishes accordingly, and corrective detention takes its place. There are no doubt a number of observations to be made about such a strict correlation. But we can surely accept the general proposition that, in our societies, the systems of punishment are to be situated in a certain political economy of the body, even if they do not make use of violent or bloody punishment, even when they use lenient methods involving confinement or correction. It is always the body that is at issue, the body and its forces, their utility and their docility, their distribution and their submission. It is certainly legitimate to write a history of punishment against the background of moral ideas or legal structures. But can one write such a history against the background of a history of bodies, when such systems of punishment claim to have only the secret souls of criminals as their objective? Historians long ago began to write the history of the body. They have studied the body in the field of historical demography or pathology. They have considered it as the seat of needs and appetites, as the locus of physiological processes and metabolisms, as a target for the attacks of germs or viruses. They have shown to what extent historical processes were involved in what might seem to be the purely biological base of existence, and what place should be given in the history of society to biological events such as the circulation of bacilli, or the extension of the lifespan. But the body is also directly involved in a political field. Power relations have an immediate hold upon it. They invest it, mark it, train it, torture it, force it to carry out tasks, to perform ceremonies, to emit signs. This political investment of the body is bound up, in accordance with complex reciprocal relations, with its economic use. It is largely as a force of production that the body is invested with relations of power and domination, but, on the other hand, its constitution as labor power is possible only if it is caught up in a system of subjection. The body becomes a useful force only if it is both a productive body and a subjected body. This subjection is not only obtained by the instruments of violence or ideology, it can also be direct, physical, pitting force against force, bearing on material elements, and yet without involving violence. It may be calculated, organized, technically thought out. It may be subtle, make use neither of weapons nor of terror, and yet remain of a physical order. That is to say, there may be a knowledge of the body that is not exactly the science of its functioning, and a mastery of its forces that is more than the ability to conquer them. This knowledge and this mastery constitute what might be called the political technology of the body. Of course, this technology is diffuse, rarely formulated in continuous, systematic discourse. It is often made up of bits and pieces. It implements a disparate set of tools or methods. In spite of the coherence of its results, it is generally no more than a multiform instrumentation. Moreover, it cannot be localized in a particular type of institution or state apparatus. For they have recourse to it, they use, select, or impose certain of its methods. But, in its mechanisms and its effects, it is situated at a quite different level. What the apparatuses and institutions operate is, in a sense, a microphysics of power, whose field of validity is situated in a sense between these great functionings and the bodies themselves with their materiality and their forces. Now, the study of this microphysics presupposes that the power exercised on the body is conceived not as a property, but as a strategy, that its effects of domination are attributed not to appropriation, but to dispositions, maneuvers, tactics, techniques, functionings, that one should decipher in it a network of relations, constantly in tension, in activity, rather than a privilege that one might possess, that one should take as its model a perpetual battle rather than a contract, regulating a transaction or the conquest of a territory. In short, this power is exercised rather than possessed. It is not the privilege, acquired or preserved, of the dominant class, but the overall effect of its strategic positions, an effect that is manifested and sometimes extended by the position of those who are dominated. Furthermore, this power is not exercised simply as an obligation or a prohibition on those who do not have it. It invests them, is transmitted by them and through them, it exerts pressure upon them, just as they themselves, in their struggle against it, resist the grip it has on them. This means that these relations go right down into the depths of society, that they are not localized in the relations between the state and its citizens or on the frontier between classes, and that they do not merely reproduce, at the level of individuals, bodies, gestures, and behavior, the general form of the law or government, that, although there is continuity, there is neither analogy nor homology, but a specificity of mechanism and modality. Lastly, they are not univocal, they define innumerable points of confrontation, focuses of instability, each of which has its own risks of conflict, of struggles, and of an at least temporary inversion of the power relations. The overthrow of these micro-powers does not, then, obey the law of all or nothing. It is not acquired once and for all by a new control of the apparatuses nor by a new functioning or a destruction of the institutions. On the other hand, none of its localized episodes may be inscribed in history except by the effects that it induces on the entire network in which it is caught up. Perhaps, too, we should abandon a whole tradition that allows us to imagine that knowledge can exist only where the power relations are suspended, and that knowledge can develop only outside its injunctions, its demands, and its interests. Perhaps we should abandon the belief that power makes mad, and that, by the same token, the renunciation of power is one of the conditions of knowledge. We should admit rather that power produces knowledge, that power and knowledge directly imply one another, that there is no power relation without the correlative constitution of a field of knowledge, nor any knowledge that does not presuppose and constitute at the same time power relations. These power-knowledge relations are to be analyzed, therefore, not on the basis of a subject of knowledge who is or is not free in relation to the power system, but, on the contrary, the subject who knows, the objects to be known and the modalities of knowledge must be regarded as so many effects of these fundamental implications of power knowledge and their historical transformations. In short, it is not the activity of the subject of knowledge that produces a corpus of knowledge, useful or resistant to power, but power knowledge, the processes and struggles that traverse it and of which it is made up, that determines the forms and possible domains of knowledge. To analyze the political investment of the body and the microphysics of power presupposes, therefore, that one abandons, where power is concerned, the violence ideology opposition, the metaphor of property, the model of the contract or of conquest, that, where knowledge is concerned, one abandons the opposition between what is interested and what is disinterested, the model of knowledge and the primacy of the subject. Borrowing a word from Petty and his contemporaries, but giving it a different meaning from the one current in the 17th century, one might imagine a political anatomy. This would not be the study of a state in terms of a body, nor would it be the study of the body and its surroundings in terms of a small state. One would be concerned with the body politic, as a set of material elements and techniques that serve as weapons, relays, communication routes and supports for the power and knowledge relations that invest human bodies and subjugate them by turning them into objects of knowledge. It is a question of situating the techniques of punishment, whether they seize the body in the ritual of public torture and execution or whether they are addressed to the soul, in the history of this body politic, of considering penal practices less as a consequence of legal theories than as a chapter of political anatomy. Kantorowicz gives a remarkable analysis of the king's body, a double body according to the juridical theology of the Middle Ages, since it involves not only the transitory element that is born and dies, but another that remains unchanged by time and is maintained as the physical yet intangible support of the kingdom. Around this duality, which was originally close to the Christological model, are organized an iconography, a political theory of monarchy, legal mechanisms that distinguish between as well as link the person of the king and the demands of the crown, and a whole ritual that reaches its height in the coronation, the funeral and the ceremonies of submission. At the opposite pole one might imagine placing the body of the condemned man. He, too, has his legal status, he gives rise to his own ceremonial, and he calls forth a whole theoretical discourse, not in order to ground the surplus power possessed by the person of the sovereign, but in order to code the lack of power with which those subjected to punishment are marked. In the darkest region of the political field, the condemned man represents the symmetrical, inverted figure of the king. We should analyze what might be called, in homage to Kantorowicz, the least body of the condemned man. If the surplus power possessed by the king gives rise to the duplication of his body, has not the surplus power exercised on the subjected body of the condemned man given rise to another type of duplication? That of a non-corporal, a soul, as Mably called it? The history of this microphysics of the punitive power would then be a genealogy or an element in a genealogy of the modern soul. Rather than seeing the soul as the reactivated remnants of an ideology, one would see it as the present correlative of a certain technology of power over the body. It would be wrong to say that the soul is an illusion, or an ideological effect. On the contrary, it exists, it has a reality, it is produced permanently around, on, within the body by the functioning of a power that is exercised on those punished, and, in a more general way, on those one supervises, trains and corrects, over madmen, children at home and at school, the colonized, over those who are stuck at a machine and supervised for the rest of their lives. This is the historical reality of this soul, which, unlike the soul represented by Christian theology, is not born in sin and subject to punishment, but is born rather out of methods of punishment, supervision, and constraint. This real, non-corporal soul is not a substance, it is the element in which are articulated the effects of a certain type of power and the reference of a certain type of knowledge, the machinery by which the power relations give rise to a possible corpus of knowledge, and knowledge extends and reinforces the effects of this power. On this reality reference, various concepts have been constructed and domains of analysis carved out: psyche, subjectivity, personality, consciousness, etc. On it have been built scientific techniques and discourses, and the moral claims of humanism. But let there be no misunderstanding, it is not that a real man, the object of knowledge, philosophical reflection, or technical intervention, has been substituted for the soul, the illusion of the theologians. The man described for us, whom we are invited to free, is already in himself the effect of a subjection much more profound than himself. A soul inhabits him and brings him to existence, which is itself a factor in the mastery that power exercises over the body. The soul is the effect and instrument of a political anatomy, the soul is the prison of the body. That punishment in general and the prison in particular belong to a political technology of the body is a lesson that I have learnt not so much from history as from the present. In recent years, prison revolts have occurred throughout the world. There was certainly something paradoxical about their aims, their slogans, and the way they took place. They were revolts against an entire state of physical misery that is over a century old, against cold, suffocation, and overcrowding, against decrepit walls, hunger, physical maltreatment. But they were also revolts against model prisons, tranquilizers, isolation, the medical or educational services. Were they revolts whose aims were merely material? Or contradictory revolts, against the obsolete, but also against comfort, against the warders, but also against the psychiatrists? In fact, all these movements, and the innumerable discourses that the prison has given rise to since the early 19th century, have been about the body and material things. What has sustained these discourses, these memories and invectives are indeed those minute material details. One may, if one is so disposed, see them as no more than blind demands or suspect the existence behind them of alien strategies. In fact, they were revolts, at the level of the body, against the very body of the prison. What was at issue was not whether the prison environment was too harsh or too aseptic, too primitive or too efficient, but its very materiality as an instrument and vector of power. It is this whole technology of power over the body that the technology of the soul, that of the educationalists, psychologists, and psychiatrists, fails either to conceal or to compensate, for the simple reason that it is one of its tools. I would like to write the history of this prison, with all the political investments of the body that it gathers together in its closed architecture. Why? Simply because I am interested in the past? No, if one means by that writing a history of the past in terms of the present. Yes, if one means writing the history of the present. Point 3. 2. The spectacle of the scaffold. The Ordinance of 1670 regulated the general forms of penal practice up to the Revolution. It laid down the following hierarchy of penalties: death, judicial torture pending proof, penal servitude, flogging, amende honorable, banishment. A high proportion of physical punishment. Customs, the nature of the crimes, the status of the condemned accounted for still more variations. Capital punishment comprises many kinds of death. Some prisoners may be condemned to be hanged, others to having their hands cut off or their tongues cut out or pierced and then to be hanged, others, for more serious crimes, to be broken alive and to die on the wheel, after having their limbs broken, others to be broken until they die a natural death, others to be strangled and then broken, others to be burnt alive, others to be burnt after first being strangled, others to be drawn by 4 horses, others to have their heads cut off, and others to have their heads broken. And so Latkus adds, almost in passing, that there are also lighter penalties not mentioned by the ordinance: satisfaction to the injured party, warning, reprimand, a short period of imprisonment, prohibition from entering a certain area, and, lastly, pecuniary punishments, fines or confiscation. But we must not be misled. There was a considerable gap between this arsenal of horrors and everyday penal practice. Public torture and execution was by no means the most frequent form of punishment. To us today the proportion of death sentences in the penal practice of the classical age may seem high. At the Châtelet one during the period 1755 to 85, under 10% of the sentences passed involved capital punishment, the wheel, the gallows, or the stake. The Parliament of Flanders passed 39 death sentences, out of a total of 260 sentences, between 1721 and 1730. But it must not be forgotten that the courts found many ways of relaxing the rigors of the penal system, either by refusing to prosecute offences that were too heavily punished or by modifying the definition of the crime. Sometimes too the royal power indicated that some particularly severe ordinance was not to be applied too strictly. In any case, the majority of the sentences involved banishment or fines. In a court such as that of the Châtelet, banishment represented over half the sentences passed between 1755 and 1785. But many of these non-corporal penalties were accompanied by additional penalties that involved a degree of torture: public exhibition, pillory, carcan, flogging, branding. This was the case for all sentences to the galleys or to what was the equivalent for women, reclusion in the hospital. Banishment was often preceded by public exhibition and branding. Fines were sometimes accompanied by flogging. It was not only in the great solemn executions, but also in this additional form of punishment, that torture revealed the significant part it played in penally. Every penalty of a certain seriousness had to involve an element of torture, of supplice. What is a supplice? Corporal punishment, painful to a more or less horrible degree, said Jaucourt in his encyclopedia article, and added, it is an inexplicable phenomenon that the extension of man's imagination creates out of the barbarous and the cruel. Inexplicable, perhaps, but certainly neither irregular nor primitive. Torture is a technique, it is not an extreme expression of lawless rage. To be torture, punishment must obey three principal criteria. First, it must produce a certain degree of pain, which may be measured exactly, or at least calculated, compared, and hierarchized. Death is a torture insofar as it is not simply a withdrawal of the right to live, but is the occasion and the culmination of a calculated gradation of pain, from decapitation, through hanging, the stake, and the wheel, to quartering, which carries pain almost to infinity. Death torture is the art of maintaining life in pain, by subdividing it into 1,000 deaths, by achieving before life ceases the most exquisite agonies. Torture rests on a whole quantitative art of pain. But there is more to it. This production of pain is regulated. Torture correlates the type of corporal effect, the quality, intensity, duration of pain, with the gravity of the crime, the person of the criminal, the rank of his victims. There is a legal code of pain. When it involves torture, punishment does not fall upon the body indiscriminately or equally, it is calculated according to detailed rules, the number of lashes of the whip, the positioning of the branding iron, the duration of the death agony on the stake or the wheel, the type of mutilation to be used. All these various elements multiply the punishments and are combined according to the court and the crime. The poetry of Dante put into laws, was how Rossi described it, a long course in physico-penal knowledge, in any case. Furthermore, torture forms part of a ritual. It is an element in the liturgy of punishment and meets two demands. It must mark the victim, it is intended, either by the scar it leaves on the body, or by the spectacle that accompanies it, to brand the victim with infamy, even if its function is to purge the crime. Torture does not reconcile, it traces around or, rather, on the very body of the condemned man signs that must not be effaced. In any case, men will remember public exhibition, the pillory, torture and pain duly observed. And, from the point of view of the law that imposes it, public torture and execution must be spectacular, it must be seen by all almost as its triumph. The very excess of the violence employed is one of the elements of its glory. The fact that the guilty man should moan and cry out under the blows is not a shameful side effect, it is the very ceremonial of justice being expressed in all its force. Hence no doubt those tortures that take place even after death, corpses burnt, ashes thrown to the winds, bodies dragged on hurdles and exhibited at the roadside. Justice pursues the body beyond all possible pain. The term penal torture does not cover any corporal punishment, it is a differentiated production of pain, an organized ritual for the marking of victims and the expression of the power that punishes, not the expression of a legal system driven to exasperation and, forgetting its principles, losing all restraint. In the excesses of torture, a whole economy of power is invested. The tortured body is first inscribed in the legal ceremonial that must produce, open for all to see, the truth of the crime. In France, as in most European countries, with the notable exception of England, the entire criminal procedure, right up to the sentence, remains secret, that is to say, opaque, not only to the public but also to the accused himself. It took place without him, or at least without his having any knowledge either of the charges or of the evidence. In the order of criminal justice, knowledge was the absolute privilege of the prosecution. The preliminary investigation was carried out as diligently and secretly as may be, as the Edict of 1498 put it. According to the Ordinance of 1670, which confirmed and, on certain points, reinforced the severity of the preceding period, it was impossible for the accused to have access to the documents of the case, impossible to know the identity of his accusers, impossible to know the nature of the evidence before objecting to witnesses, impossible to make use, until the last moments of the trial, of the documents in proof, impossible to have a lawyer, either to ensure the proper conduct of the case, or to take part, on the main issue, in the defense. The magistrate, for his part, had the right to accept anonymous denunciations, to conceal from the accused the nature of the action, to question him with a view to catching him out, to use insinuations. The magistrate constituted, in solitary omnipotence, a truth by which he invested the accused, and the judges received this truth ready-made, in the form of documents and written statements. For them, these factors alone were proof. They met the accused only once in order to question him before passing sentence. The secret and written form of the procedure reflects the principle that in criminal matters the establishment of truth was the absolute right and the exclusive power of the sovereign and his judges. Hérault supposed that this procedure originated in the fear of the uproar, shouting, and cheering that the people usually indulge in, the fear that there would be disorder, violence, and outbursts against the parties, or even against the judges. The king wished to show in this that the sovereign power from which the right to punish derived could in no case belong to the multitude. Before the justice of the sovereign, all voices must be still. Yet, despite the use of secrecy, certain rules had to be obeyed in establishing the truth. Secrecy itself required that a rigorous model of penal truth be defined. A whole tradition dating from the Middle Ages and considerably developed by the great lawyers of the Renaissance laid down what the nature and the use of evidence might be. Even in the 18th century, it was still common to meet distinctions like the following: true, direct, or legitimate proof, and indirect, conjectural, artificial proof, or, again, manifest proof, considerable proof, imperfect or slight, or, again, urgent or necessary proof that did not allow one to doubt the truth of the deed, approximate or semi-full proof, which may be regarded as true as long as the accused does not destroy it with evidence to the contrary. Lastly, distant or adminicule clues, which consisted only of opinion. Now, these distinctions are not simply theoretical subtleties. They have an operational function. First, because each of these kinds of evidence, taken in isolation, may have a particular type of judicial effect. Full proof may lead to any sentence, semi-full proof may lead to any of the pains afflictives, or heavy penalties, except death. Imperfect and slight clues are enough for the suspect to have a writ issued against him, to have the case deferred for further inquiry, or to have a fine imposed on him. Secondly, because they are combined according to precise arithmetical rules, two semi-full proofs may make a complete proof. Adminicules, providing there are several of them and they concur, may be combined to form a semi-proof, but, however many there may be of them, they can never, of themselves, constitute a complete proof. We have, then, a penal arithmetic that is meticulous on many points, but which still leaves a margin for a good deal of argument. In order for a capital sentence to be passed, is a single full proof enough, or must it be accompanied by other slighter clues? Are two approximate proofs always equivalent to a full proof? Should not three be required, or two plus distant clues? Are there elements that may be regarded as clues only for certain crimes, in certain circumstances and in relation to certain persons? It is an arithmetic modulated by casuistry, whose function is to define how a legal proof is to be constructed. On the one hand, this system of legal proofs makes truth in the penal domain the result of a complex art. It obeys rules known only to specialists, and, consequently, it reinforces the principle of secrecy. It is not enough that the judge should have the conviction that any reasonable man may have. Nothing is more incorrect than this way of judging, which, in truth, is no other than a more or less well-founded opinion. But, on the other hand, it is a severe constraint for the magistrate. In the absence of this regularity, every sentence would be reckless, and in a sense it may be said that it is unjust even when, in truth, the accused is guilty. The day will come when the singularity of this judicial truth will appear scandalous, as if the law did not have to obey the rules of common truth. What would be said of a semi-proof in the sciences capable of demonstration? What would a geometrical or algebraic semi-proof amount to? But it should not be forgotten that these formal constraints on legal proof were a mode of regulation internal to absolute power and exclusive of knowledge. Written, secret, subjected, in order to construct its proofs, to rigorous rules, the penal investigation was a machine that might produce the truth in the absence of the accused. And by this very fact, though the law strictly speaking did not require it, this procedure was to tend necessarily to the confession. And for two reasons: first, because the confession constituted so strong a proof that there was scarcely any need to add others, or to enter the difficult and dubious comminatory of clues. The confession, provided it was obtained in the correct manner, almost discharged the prosecution of the obligation to provide further evidence. Secondly, the only way that this procedure might use all its unequivocal authority, and become a real victory over the accused, the only way in which the truth might exert all its power, was for the criminal to accept responsibility for his own crime and himself sign what had been skillfully and obscurely constructed by the preliminary investigation. It is not enough, as Hérault, who did not care for these secret procedures, remarked, that wrongdoers be justly punished. They must if possible judge and condemn themselves. Within the crime reconstituted by writing, the criminal who confessed came to play the role of living truth. The confession, an act of the criminal, responsible and speaking subject, was the complement to the written, secret preliminary investigation. Hence the importance that all this procedure of an inquisitorial type accorded to the confession. Hence, too, the ambiguities of its role. On the one hand, an attempt was made to introduce it into the general arithmetic of evidence. It was stressed that it was no more than one proof among many. It was not the evidentia rei, nor was it the strongest of the proofs. It was not in itself enough to bring conviction. It had to be accompanied by additional, circumstantial evidence, for it is a well-known fact that the accused sometimes declare themselves to be guilty of crimes that they have not committed. The examining magistrate had therefore to carry out additional investigations if he possessed no more than the confession of the accused. But, on the other hand, the confession had priority over any other kind of evidence. To a certain extent, it transcended all other evidence, an element in the calculation of the truth. It was also the act by which the accused accepted the charge and recognized its truth. It transformed an investigation carried out without him into a voluntary affirmation. Through the confession, the accused himself took part in the ritual of producing penal truth. As medieval law put it, the confession renders the thing notorious and manifest. To this first ambiguity was added a second, as a particularly strong proof, requiring for a conviction only a few additional clues, thus reducing to the minimum the work of investigation and the mechanics of demonstration. The confession was therefore highly valued. Every possible coercion would be used to obtain it. But, although it had to be, in the procedure, the living and oral counterpart of the written preliminary investigation, although it had to be its reply, its authentication, as it were, on the part of the accused, it had to be surrounded by guarantees and formalities. It preserved something of a transaction. That is why it had to be spontaneous, why it had to be formulated before the competent court, why it had to be made in full consciousness, why it should not concern impossible things, etc. Through the confession, the accused committed himself to the procedure. He signed the truth of the preliminary investigation. This double ambiguity of the confession explains the two great means used by classical criminal law to obtain it: the oath that the accused was asked to make before his interrogatory, judicial torture. At the end of the 18th century, torture was to be denounced as a survival of the barbarities of another age, the mark of a savagery that was denounced as Gothic. It is true that the practice of torture is of ancient origin. It goes back at least as far as the Inquisition, of course, and probably to the torture of slaves. But it did not figure in classical law as a survival or defect. It occupied a strict place in a complex penal mechanism, in which the procedure of an inquisitorial type was reinforced with elements of the accusatory system, in which the written demonstration required an oral correlative, in which the techniques of proof administered by the magistrates were mingled with the methods of the ordeal to which the accused was challenged, in which he was called upon, if necessary by the most violent persuasion, to play the role of voluntary partner in the procedure, in which it was a question, in short, of producing truth by a mechanism consisting of two elements: that of the investigation carried out in secret by the judicial authority and that of the act ritually performed by the accused. The body of the accused, the speaking and, if necessary, suffering body, assured the interlocking of these two mechanisms. That is why, until the classical system of punishment was re-examined from top to bottom, there were so few radical criticisms of torture. Much more frequent were simple recommendations of prudence. Judicial torture is a dangerous means of arriving at knowledge of the truth, that is why judges must not resort to it without due consideration. Nothing is more equivocal. There are guilty men who have enough firmness to hide a true crime, and innocent victims who are made to confess crimes of which they were not guilty. On this basis one may see the functioning of judicial torture, or interrogation under torture, as a torture of the truth. To begin with, judicial torture was not a way of obtaining the truth at all costs. It was not the unrestrained torture of modern interrogations. It was certainly cruel, but it was not savage. It was a regulated practice, obeying a well-defined procedure, the various stages, their duration, the instruments used, the length of ropes and the heaviness of the weights used, the number of interventions made by the interrogating magistrate. All this was, according to the different local practices, carefully codified. Torture was a strict judicial game. And, as such, it was linked to the old tests or trials, ordeals, judicial duels, judgments of God, that were practiced in accusatory procedures long before the techniques of the Inquisition. Something of the joust survived, between the judge who ordered the judicial torture and the suspect who was tortured. The patient, this is the term used to designate the victim, was subjected to a series of trials, graduated in severity, in which he succeeded if he held out, or failed if he confessed. But the examining magistrate did not employ torture without himself taking certain risks. He had a stake in the game, namely, the evidence that he had already collected, for the rule was that if the accused held out and did not confess, the magistrate was forced to drop the charges. The tortured man had then won. Hence the custom, which had been introduced for the most serious cases, of imposing judicial torture pending proof. In this case the magistrate could continue with his investigation after the torture had failed. The suspect was not declared innocent by his resistance, but at least his victory saved him from being condemned to death. The judge kept all his cards, except the principal one. Omnia citra mortem. Hence the recommendation often made to magistrates, in the case of the most serious crimes, not to subject to judicial torture a suspect against whom the evidence was sufficiently convincing, for, if he managed to resist the torture, the magistrate would no longer have the right to pass the death sentence, which he nevertheless deserved. In such a joust, justice would be the loser. If the evidence was sufficient to condemn such a guilty person to death, one should not leave the conviction to chance and to the outcome of a provisional interrogation that often leads to nothing, for it is in the interest of public safety to make examples of grave, horrible, and capital crimes. Beneath an apparently determined, impatient search for truth, one finds in classical torture the regulated mechanism of an ordeal, a physical challenge that must define the truth. If the patient is guilty, the pains that it imposes are not unjust, but it is also a mark of exculpation if he is innocent. In the practice of torture, pain, confrontation, and truth were bound together. They worked together on the patient's body. The search for truth through judicial torture was certainly a way of obtaining evidence, the most serious of all, the confession of the guilty person, but it was also the battle, and this victory of one adversary over the other, that produced truth according to a ritual. In torture employed to extract a confession, there was an element of the investigation. There also was an element of the duel. It is as if investigation and punishment had become mixed. And this is not the least paradoxical thing about it. Judicial torture was indeed defined as a way of complementing the demonstration when there are not sufficient penalties in the trial. For it was included among the penalties. It was a penalty so grave that, in the hierarchy of punishments, the Ordinance of 1760 placed it immediately after death. How can a penalty be used as a means? One was later to ask. How can one treat as a punishment what ought to be a method of demonstration? The reason is to be found in the way in which criminal justice, in the classical period, operated the production of truth. The different pieces of evidence did not constitute so many neutral elements, until such time as they could be gathered together into a single body of evidence that would bring the final certainty of guilt. Each piece of evidence aroused a particular degree of abomination. Guilt did not begin when all the evidence was gathered together, piece by piece. It was constituted by each of the elements that made it possible to recognize a guilty person. Thus a semi-proof did not leave the suspect innocent until such time as it was completed, it made him semi-guilty. Slight evidence of a serious crime marked someone as slightly criminal. In short, penal demonstration did not obey a dualistic system, true or false, but a principle of continuous gradation. A degree reached in the demonstration already formed a degree of guilt and consequently involved a degree of punishment. The suspect, as such, always deserved a certain punishment. One could not be the object of suspicion and be completely innocent. Suspicion implied an element of demonstration as regards the judge, the mark of a certain degree of guilt as regards the suspect, and a limited form of penalty as regards punishment. A suspect, who remained a suspect, was not for all that declared innocent, but was partially punished. When one reached a certain degree of presumption, one could then legitimately bring into play a practice that had a dual role, to begin the punishment in pursuance of the information already collected and to make use of this first stage of punishment in order to extort the truth that was still missing. In the 18th century, judicial torture functioned in that strange economy in which the ritual that produced the truth went side by side with the ritual that imposed the punishment. The body interrogated in torture constituted the point of application of the punishment and the locus of extortion of the truth. And just as presumption was inseparably an element in the investigation and a fragment of guilt, the regulated pain involved in judicial torture was a means both of punishment and of investigation. Now, curiously enough, this interlocking of the two rituals through the body continued, evidence having been confirmed and sentence passed, in the actual carrying out of the penalty, and the body of the condemned man was once again an essential element in the ceremonial of public punishment. It was the task of the guilty man to bear openly his condemnation and the truth of the crime that he had committed. His body, displayed, exhibited in procession, tortured, served as the public support of a procedure that had hitherto remained in the shade. In him, on him, the sentence had to be legible for all. This immediate, striking manifestation of the truth in the public implementation of penalties assumed, in the 18th century, several aspects. 1. It made the guilty man the herald of his own condemnation. He was given the task, in a sense, of proclaiming it and thus attesting to the truth of what he had been charged with. The procession through the streets, the placard attached to his back, chest, or head as a reminder of the sentence, the halts at various crossroads, the reading of the sentence, the amende honorable performed at the doors of churches, in which the condemned man solemnly acknowledged his crime, barefoot, wearing a shirt, carrying a torch, kneeling, to say and to declare that wickedly, horribly, treacherously, he has committed the most detestable crime, etc., exhibition at a stake where his deeds and the sentence were read out, yet another reading of the sentence at the foot of the scaffold, whether he was to go simply to the pillory or to the stake and the wheel. The condemned man published his crime and the justice that had been meted out to him by bearing them physically on his body. 2. It took up once again the scene of the confession. It duplicated the forced proclamation of the amende honorable with a spontaneous, public acknowledgement. It established the public execution as the moment of truth. These last moments, when the guilty man no longer has anything to lose, are won for the full light of truth. After the passing of the sentence, the court could decide on some new torture to obtain the names of possible accomplices. It was also recognized that at the very moment he mounted the scaffold the condemned man could ask for a respite in order to make new revelations. The public expected this new turn in the course of truth. Many made use of it in order to gain time, as did Michel Barbie, found guilty of armed assault. he stared impudently at the scaffold and said that it had certainly not been set up for him. Since he was innocent, he first asked to return to the chamber, where he beat about the bush for half an hour, still trying to justify himself. Then, when he was sent back to execution, he ascended the scaffold with a purposeful air, but, when he saw himself undressed and tied to the cross before being stretched, he asked to go back to the chamber a second time and there made a full confession of his crimes and even declared that he was guilty of another murder. The function of the public torture and execution was to reveal the truth, and in this respect it continued, in the public eye, the work of the judicial torture conducted in private. It added to the conviction the signature of the convicted man. A successful public execution justified justice, in that it published the truth of the crime in the very body of the man to be executed. An example of the good condemned man was François Billiard, a senior postal official, who murdered his wife in 1772. The executioner wanted to hide his face to spare him the insults of the crowd. "This punishment, which I have merited, has not been inflicted upon me," he said, "so that I should not be seen by the public." He was still wearing mourning dress in honor of his wife. He was wearing new shoes, his hair had been recently curled and powdered, and he had a countenance so modest and so dignified that those present who found themselves observing him more closely said that he must be the most perfect Christian or the greatest of all hypocrites. The placard that he was wearing on his chest had gone askew, and it was noticed that he had straightened it himself, no doubt so that people could read it the more easily. If each of the participants played his role well, the penal ceremony had the effectiveness of a long public confession. 3. It pinned the public torture onto the crime itself. It established from one to the other a series of decipherable relations. It was an exhibition of the corpse of the condemned man at the scene of his crime, or at one of the nearby crossroads. The execution was often carried out at the very place where the crime had been committed, as in the case of the student who, in 1723, had killed several persons and for whom the Presidial Court of Nantes decided to set up a scaffold in front of the inn where he had committed his murders. There was the use of symbolic torture in which the forms of the execution referred to the nature of the crime. The tongues of blasphemers were pierced, the impure were burnt, the right hand of murderers was cut off. Sometimes the condemned man was made to carry the instrument of his crime. Thus Damiens was made to hold in his guilty right hand the famous dagger with which he had committed the crime, hand and dagger being smeared with sulfur and burned together. As Vico remarked, this old jurisprudence was an entire poetics. There were even some cases of an almost theatrical reproduction of the crime in the execution of the guilty man, with the same instruments, the same gestures. Thus justice had the crime reenacted before the eyes of all, publishing it in its truth and at the same time annulling it in the death of the guilty man. Even as late in the 18th century as 1772, one finds sentences like the following: a servant girl at Cambrai, having killed her mistress, was condemned to be taken to the place of her execution in a cart used to collect rubbish at the crossroads. There a gibbet was to be set up at the foot of which will be placed the same chair in which the said Leleu, her mistress, was sitting at the time of the murder, and having seated the criminal there, the executioner of the High Court of Justice will cut off her right hand, throw it in her presence into the fire, and, immediately afterwards, will strike her 4 blows with the cleaver with which she murdered the said Leleu, the first and second being on the head, the third on the left forearm and the fourth on the chest. This done, she will be hung and strangled on the said gibbet until she be dead, and when 2 hours have elapsed her dead body will be removed and the head separated from it at the foot of the said gibbet on the said scaffold. With the same cleaver she used to murder her mistress, and the same head exhibited on a pole 20 feet high outside the gates of the said Cambrai, within reach of the road that leads to Douai, and the rest of the body put in a sack, and buried near the said pole at a depth of 10 feet. 4. Lastly, the slowness of the process of torture and execution, its sudden dramatic moments, the cries and sufferings of the condemned man serve as an ultimate proof at the end of the judicial ritual. Every death agony expresses a certain truth, but, when it takes place on the scaffold, it does so with more intensity, in that it is hastened by pain, with more rigor, because it occurs exactly at the juncture between the judgment of men and the judgment of God, with more ostentation, because it takes place in public. The sufferings of the condemned man are an extension of those of the judicial torture that precedes them. In the judicial torture, however, the game was not yet over and one could still save one's life. Now one will die, without any doubt, and it is one's soul that one must save. The eternal game has already begun. The torture of the execution anticipates the punishments of the beyond, it shows what they are. It is the theater of hell. The cries of the condemned man, his struggles, his blasphemies, already signify his irremediable destiny. But the pains here below may also be counted as penitence and so alleviate the punishments of the beyond. God will not fail to take such a martyrdom into account, providing it is borne with resignation. The cruelty of the earthly punishment will be deducted from the punishment to come, in it is glimpsed the promise of forgiveness. But, it might be said, are not such terrible sufferings a sign that God has abandoned the guilty man to the mercy of his fellow creatures? And, far from securing future absolution, do they not prefigure imminent damnation, so that, if the condemned man dies quickly, without a prolonged agony, is it not proof that God wishes to protect him and to prevent him from falling into despair? There is, therefore, an ambiguity in the suffering that may signify equally well the truth of the crime or the error of the judges, the goodness or the evil of the criminal, the coincidence or the divergence between the judgment of men and that of God. Hence the insatiable curiosity that drove the spectators to the scaffold to witness the spectacle of sufferings truly endured. There one could decipher crime and innocence, the past and the future, the here below and the eternal. It was a moment of truth that all the spectators questioned, each word, each cry, the duration of the agony, the resisting body, the life that clung desperately to it, all this constituted a sign. There was the man who survived 6 hours on the wheel, and did not want the executioner, who consoled and heartened him no doubt as best he could, to leave him for a moment. There was the man who died with true Christian feeling, and who manifested the most sincere repentance, the man who expired on the wheel an hour after being put there. It is said that the spectators of his torture were moved by the outward signs of religion and repentance that he gave, the man who had shown the most marked signs of contrition throughout the journey to the scaffold, but who, when placed alive on the wheel, did not cease to let forth the most horrible cries. Or again the woman who had preserved her calm up to the moment when the sentence was read, but whose wits then began to turn. She was quite mad by the time she was hanged. We have come full circle, from the judicial torture to the execution. The body has produced and reproduced the truth of the crime, or rather it constitutes the element which, through a whole set of rituals and trials, confesses that the crime took place, admits that the accused did indeed commit it, shows that he bore it inscribed in himself and on himself, supports the operation of punishment and manifests its effects in the most striking way. The body, several times tortured, provides the synthesis of the reality of the deeds and the truth of the investigation, of the documents of the case and the statements of the criminal, of the crime and the punishment. It is an essential element, therefore, in a penal liturgy, in which it must serve as the partner of a procedure ordered around the formidable rights of the sovereign, the prosecution and secrecy. The public execution is to be understood not only as a judicial, but also as a political ritual. It belongs, even in minor cases, to the ceremonies by which power is manifested. An offense, according to the law of the classical age, quite apart from the damage it may produce, apart even from the rule that it breaks, offends the rectitude of those who abide by the law. If one commits something that the law forbids, even if there is neither harm nor injury to the individual, it is an offense that demands reparation, because the right of the superior man is violated and because it offends the dignity of his character. Besides its immediate victim, the crime attacks the sovereign, it attacks him personally, since the law represents the will of the sovereign, it attacks him physically, since the force of the law is the force of the prince. For a law to be in force in this kingdom, it must necessarily have emanated directly from the sovereign, or at least been confirmed by the seal of his authority. The intervention of the sovereign is not, therefore, an arbitration between two adversaries, it is much more, even, than an action to enforce respect for the rights of the individual, it is a direct reply to the person who has offended him. There can be no doubt that the exercise of the sovereign power in the punishment of crime is one of the essential parts of the administration of justice. Punishment, therefore, cannot be identified with or even measured by the redress of the injury. In punishment, there must always be a portion that belongs to the prince, and, even when it is combined with the redress laid down, it constitutes the most important element in the penal liquidation of the crime. Now, this portion belonging to the prince is not in itself simple. On the one hand, it requires redress for the injury that has been done to his kingdom, but it also requires that the king take revenge for an affront to his very person. The right to punish, therefore, is an aspect of the sovereign's right to make war on his enemies. To punish belongs to that absolute power of life and death which Roman law calls morum imperium, a right by virtue of which the prince sees that his law is respected by ordering the punishment of crime. But punishment is also a way of exacting retribution that is both personal and public. Since the physico-political force of the sovereign is in a sense present in the law, one sees by the very definition of the law that it tends not only to prohibit, but also to avenge contempt for its authority by the punishment of those who violate its prohibitions. In the execution of the most ordinary penalty, in the most punctilious respect of legal forms, reign the active forces of revenge. The public execution, then, has a juridico-political function. It is a ceremonial by which a momentarily injured sovereignty is reconstituted. It restores that sovereignty by manifesting it at its most spectacular. The public execution, however hasty and everyday, belongs to a whole series of great rituals in which power is eclipsed and restored. Over and above the crime that has placed the sovereign in contempt, it deploys before all eyes an invincible force. Its aim is not so much to re-establish a balance as to bring into play, as its extreme point, the dissymmetry between the subject who has dared to violate the law and the all-powerful sovereign who displays his strength. Although redress of the private injury occasioned by the offense must be proportionate, although the sentence must be equitable, the punishment is carried out in such a way as to give a spectacle not of measure, but of imbalance and excess. In this liturgy of punishment, there must be an emphatic affirmation of power and of its intrinsic superiority. And this superiority is not simply that of right, but that of the physical strength of the sovereign beating down upon the body of his adversary and mastering it. By breaking the law, the offender has touched the very person of the prince, and it is the prince, or at least those to whom he has delegated his force, who seizes upon the body of the condemned man and displays it marked, beaten, broken. The ceremony of punishment, then, is an exercise of terror. When the jurists of the 18th century began their polemic with the reformers, they offered a restrictive, modernist interpretation of the physical cruelty of the penalties imposed by the law. If severe penalties are required, it is because their example must be deeply inscribed in the hearts of men. Yet, in fact, what had hitherto maintained this practice of torture was not an economy of example, in the sense in which it was to be understood at the time of the ideologues, but a policy of terror, to make everyone aware, through the body of the criminal, of the unrestrained presence of the sovereign. The public execution did not re-establish justice, it reactivated power. In the 17th century, and even in the early 18th century, it was not, therefore, with all its theater of terror, a lingering hangover from an earlier age. Its ruthlessness, its spectacle, its physical violence, its unbalanced play of forces, its meticulous ceremonial, its entire apparatus were inscribed in the political functioning of the penal system. This enables us to understand some of the characteristics of the liturgy of torture and execution, above all, the importance of a ritual that was to deploy its pomp in public. Nothing was to be hidden of this triumph of the law. Its episodes were traditionally the same, and yet the sentences never failed to list them, so important were they in the penal mechanism: processions, halts at crossroads and church doors, the public reading of the sentence, kneeling, declarations of repentance for the offense to God and to the king. Sometimes questions of precedence and ceremonial were settled by the court itself. The officers will ride according to the following order, namely, at the head 2 police sergeants, then the patient, after the patient, Bonfort and Le Corps on his left will walk together, followed by the clerk of the court, and in this manner shall go to the market square, at which place the judgment shall be carried out. Now, this meticulous ceremonial was not only legal, but quite explicitly military. The justice of the king was shown to be an armed justice. The sword that punished the guilty was also the sword that destroyed enemies. A whole military machine surrounded the scaffold, cavalry of the watch, archers, guardsmen, soldiers. This was intended, of course, to prevent any escape or show of force. It was also to prevent any outburst of sympathy or anger on the part of the people, any attempt to save the condemned or to have them immediately put to death, but it was also a reminder that every crime constituted as it were a rebellion against the law, and that the criminal was an enemy of the prince. All these reasons, whether a matter of precaution in particular circumstances or a functional element in the performance of the ritual, made the public execution more than an act of justice. It was a manifestation of force, or rather, it was justice as the physical, material, and awesome force of the sovereign deployed there. The ceremony of the public torture and execution displayed for all to see the power relation that gave his force to the law. As a ritual of armed law, in which the prince showed himself, indissociably, both as head of justice and head of war, the public execution had 2 aspects, one of victory, the other of struggle. It brought to a solemn end a war, the outcome of which was decided in advance, between the criminal and the sovereign. It had to manifest the disproportion of power of the sovereign over those whom he had reduced to impotence. The dissymmetry, the irreversible imbalance of forces were an essential element in the public execution. A body effaced, reduced to dust and thrown to the winds, a body destroyed piece by the infinite power of the sovereign constituted not only the ideal, but the real limit of punishment. Take the celebrated torture and execution of Massila, which took place at Avignon and which was one of the first to arouse the indignation of contemporaries. This was an apparently paradoxical ceremony, since it took place almost entirely after death, and since justice did little more than deploy its magnificent theatre, the ritual praise of its force, on a corpse. The condemned man was blindfolded and tied to a stake. All around, on the scaffold, were stakes with iron hooks. The confessor whispered in the patient's ear, and, after he had given him the blessing, the executioner, who had an iron bludgeon of the kind used in slaughter-houses, delivered a blow with all his might on the temple of the wretch, who fell dead. The mortis exactor, who had a large knife, then cut his throat, which spattered him with blood. It was a horrible sight to see. He severed the sinews near the 2 heels, and then opened up the belly, from which he drew the heart, liver, spleen and lungs, which he stuck on an iron hook, and cut and dissected into pieces, which he then stuck on the other hooks as he cut them, as one does with an animal. Look who can at such a sight. In the explicit reference to the butcher's trade, the infinitesimal destruction of the body is linked here with spectacle. Each piece is placed on display. The execution was accompanied by a whole ceremonial of triumph, but it also included, as a dramatic nucleus in its monotonous progress, a scene of confrontation. This was the immediate, direct action of the executioner on the body of the patient. It was a coded action, of course, since custom and, often quite explicitly, the sentence prescribed its principal episodes. Nevertheless, it did preserve something of the battle. The executioner not only implemented the law, he also deployed the force. He was the agent of a violence applied, in order to master it, to the violence of the crime. Materially, physically, he was the adversary of this crime, an adversary who could show pity or ruthlessness. Damhoudere complained, with many of his contemporaries, that the executioners exercised every cruelty with regard to the evil-doing patients, treating them, buffeting and killing them as if they had a beast in their hands. And for a long time the habit did not die out. 3 There was still an element of challenge and of justing in the ceremony of public execution. If the executioner triumphed, if he managed to cut off the head with a single blow, he showed it to the people, put it down on the ground and then waved to the public, who greatly applauded his skill by clapping. Conversely, if he failed, if he did not succeed in killing the patient as required, he was liable to punishment. This was the case of Damiens's executioner, who, being unable to quarter his patient according to the rules, had to cut him up with a knife. As a result, Damiens's hair, which had been promised to him, was confiscated and the money obtained from the sale given to the poor. Some years later, an executioner at Avignon caused excessive pain to 3 bandits, who were nevertheless formidable characters, whom he had to hang. The spectators became angry, they denounced him. In order to punish him and also to protect him from mob violence, he was put into prison. And, behind this punishment of the unskillful executioner, stands a tradition, which is still close to us, according to which the condemned man should be pardoned if the execution happened to fail. It was a custom clearly established in certain countries, in Burgundy, for instance. The people often expected it to be applied, and would sometimes protect a condemned man who had escaped death in this way. In order to abolish both custom and expectation, they had to revive the adage, "The gibbet does not lose its prey," to introduce explicit instructions in capital sentences, such as hanged by the neck until he be dead. And jurists like Serpillion or Blackstone were insisting in the middle of the 18th century that a failure on the part of the executioner did not mean that the condemned man's life was spared. In his commentaries on the laws of England, Blackstone remarks, "It is clear, that if, upon judgment to be hanged by the neck till he is dead, the criminal be not thoroughly killed, but revives, the sheriff must hang him again. For the former hanging was no execution of the sentence, and, if a false tenderness were to be indulged in such cases, a multitude of collusions might ensue." There was something of the ordeal and something of God's judgment that was still indecipherable in the ceremony of execution. In his confrontation with the condemned man, the executioner was a little like the king's champion. Yet he was an unacknowledgeable and unacknowledged champion. The tradition was, it seems, that when the executioner's letters were sealed, they were not placed on the table, but thrown on the ground. The various prohibitions surrounding this very necessary yet unnatural office are well known. The executioner may have been, in a sense, the king's sword, but he shared the infamy of his adversary. The sovereign power that enjoined him to kill, and which through him did kill, was not present in him, it was not identified with his own ruthlessness. And it never appeared with more spectacular effect than when it interrupted the executioner's gesture with a letter of pardon. The short time that usually elapsed between sentence and execution meant that the pardon usually arrived at the very last moment. But the ceremony, by the very slowness of its progress, was no doubt arranged to leave room for this eventuality. The condemned always hoped for a pardon and, in order to drag things out, they would pretend, even at the foot of the scaffold, that they had further revelations to make. When the people wanted a pardon, they called for it aloud and tried to postpone the last moment, looking out for the arrival of the messenger bearing the letter with the green wax seal, and if necessary claiming that he was on his way. The sovereign was present at the execution not only as the power exacting the vengeance of the law, but as the power that could suspend both law and vengeance. He alone must remain master, he alone could wash away the offenses committed on his person. Although it is true that he delegated to the courts the task of exercising his power to dispense justice, he had not transferred it, he retained it in its entirety, and he could suspend the sentence or increase it at will. We must regard the public execution, as it was still ritualized in the 18th century, as a political operation. It was logically inscribed in a system of punishment, in which the sovereign, directly or indirectly, demanded, decided and carried out punishments, in so far as it was he who, through the law, had been injured by the crime. In every offense there was a crimen majestatis, and in the least criminal a potential regicide. And the regicide, in turn, was neither more nor less, than the total, absolute criminal since, instead of attacking, like any offender, a particular decision or wish of the sovereign power, he attacked the very principle and physical person of the prince. The ideal punishment of the regicide had to constitute the summum of all possible tortures. It would be an expression of infinite vengeance. French law, in any case, made provisions for no fixed penalties for this sort of monstrosity. For the execution of Ravaillac the form of the ceremony had to be invented, by combining all the cruelest tortures then practiced in France. For Damiens, an attempt was made to think up still more atrocious tortures. Suggestions were made, but they were considered to be less perfect. So the form of Ravaillac's execution was repeated. And it must be admitted that it was relatively modest if one thinks how in 1584 the assassin of William of Orange was abandoned to what seems like an infinity of vengeance. On the first day, he was taken to the square where he found a cauldron of boiling water, in which was submerged the arm with which he had committed the crime. The next day the arm was cut off, and, since it fell at his feet, he was constantly kicking it up and down the scaffold. On the third day, red-hot pincers were applied to his breasts and the front of his arm. On the fourth day, the pincers were applied similarly on the back of his arm and on his buttocks, and thus, consecutively, this man was tortured for 18 days. On the last day, he was put to the wheel and maillet. After 6 hours, he was still asking for water, which was not given him. Finally the police magistrate was begged to put an end to him by strangling, so that his soul should not despair and be lost. There can be no doubt that the existence of public tortures and executions were connected with something quite other than this internal organization. Rush and Kirchheimer are right to see it as the effect of a system of production in which labor power, and therefore the human body, has neither the utility nor the commercial value that are conferred on them in an economy of an industrial type. Moreover, this contempt for the body is certainly related to a general attitude to death, and, in such an attitude, one can detect not only the values proper to Christianity, but a demographical, in a sense biological, situation, the ravages of disease and hunger, the periodic massacres of the epidemics, the formidable child mortality rate, the precariousness of the bioeconomic balances. All this made death familiar and gave rise to rituals intended to integrate it, to make it acceptable, and to give a meaning to its permanent aggression. But in analyzing why the public executions survived for so long, one must also refer to the historical conjuncture. It must not be forgotten that the ordinance of 1670 that regulated criminal justice almost up to the Revolution had even increased in certain respects the rigor of the old edicts. Poussert, who, among the commissioners entrusted with the task of drawing up the documents, represented the intentions of the king, was responsible for this, despite the views of such magistrates as Lamoignon. The number of uprisings at the very height of the classical age, the rumbling close at hand of civil war, the king's desire to assert his power at the expense of the parliaments go a long way to explain the survival of so severe a penal system. In accounting for a penal system involving so much torture, these are general and in a sense external reasons. They explain not only the possibility and the long survival of physical punishments, but also the weakness and the rather sporadic nature of the opposition to them. Against this general background we must bring out their precise function. If torture was so strongly embedded in legal practice, it was because it revealed truth and showed the operation of power. It assured the articulation of the written on the oral, the secret on the public, the procedure of investigation on the operation of the confession. It made it possible to reproduce the crime on the visible body of the criminal. In the same horror, the crime had to be manifested and annulled. It also made the body of the condemned man the place where the vengeance of the sovereign was applied, the anchoring point for a manifestation of power, an opportunity of affirming the dissymmetry of forces. We shall see later that the truth-power relation remains at the heart of all mechanisms of punishment and that it is still to be found in contemporary penal practice, but in a quite different form and with very different effects. The Enlightenment was soon to condemn public torture and execution as an atrocity, a term that was often used to describe it, but without any critical intention, by jurists themselves. Perhaps the notion of atrocity is one of those that best designates the economy of the public execution in the old penal practice. To begin with, Atrocity is a characteristic of some of the great crimes. It refers to the number of natural or positive, divine, or human laws that they attack, to the scandalous openness or, on the contrary, to the secret cunning with which they have been committed, to the rank and status of those who are their authors and victims, to the disorder that they presuppose or bring with them, to the horror they arouse. In so far as it must bring the crime before everyone's eyes, in all its severity, the punishment must take responsibility for this atrocity. It must bring it to light by confessions, statements, inscriptions that make it public. It must reproduce it in ceremonies that apply it to the body of the guilty person in the form of humiliation and pain. Atrocity is that part of the crime that the punishment turns back as torture in order to display it in the full light of day. It is a figure inherent in the mechanism that produces the visible truth of the crime at the very heart of the punishment itself. The public execution formed part of the procedure that established the reality of what one punished. Furthermore, the atrocity of a crime was also the violence of the challenge flung at the sovereign. It was that which would move him to make a reply whose function was to go further than this atrocity, to master it, to overcome it by an excess that annulled it. The atrocity that haunted the public execution played, therefore, a double role. It was the principle of the communication between the crime and the punishment. It was also the exacerbation of the punishment in relation to the crime. It provided the spectacle with both truth and power. It was the culmination of the ritual of the investigation and the ceremony in which the sovereign triumphed. And it joined both together in the tortured body. The punitive practice of the 19th century was to strive to put as much distance as possible between the serene search for truth and the violence that cannot be entirely effaced from punishment. It set out to mark the heterogeneity that separates the crime that is to be punished and the punishment imposed by the public power. Between truth and punishment, there should no longer be any other relation than one of legitimate consequence. The punishing power should not soil its hands with a crime greater than the one it wished to punish. It should remain innocent of the penalty that it inflicts. Let us hasten to proscribe such tortures. They were worthy only of the crowned monsters who governed the Romans. But, according to the penal practice of the preceding period, the proximity in the public execution of the sovereign and the crime, the mixture that was produced in it of demonstration and punishment, were not the result of a barbarous confusion. What joined them together was the mechanism of atrocity and its necessary concatenations. The atrocity of the expiation organized the ritual destruction of infamy by omnipotence. The fact that the crime and the punishment were related and bound up in the form of atrocity was not the result of some obscurely accepted law of retaliation. It was the effect, in the rites of punishment, of a certain mechanism of power, of a power that not only did not hesitate to exert itself directly on bodies, but was exalted and strengthened by its visible manifestations, of a power that asserted itself as an armed power whose functions of maintaining order were not entirely unconnected with the functions of war, of a power that presented rules and obligations as personal bonds, a breach of which constituted an offense and called for vengeance. Of a power for which disobedience was an act of hostility, the first sign of rebellion, which is not in principle different from civil war, of a power that had to demonstrate not why it enforced its laws, but who were its enemies, and what unleashing of force threatened them, of a power which, in the absence of continual supervision, sought a renewal of its effect in the spectacle of its individual manifestations, of a power that was recharged in the ritual display of its reality as super power. Of all the reasons why punishment that was not in the least ashamed of being atrocious was replaced by punishment that was to claim the honor of being humane, there is one that must be analyzed at once, for it is internal to the public execution itself, at once an element of its functioning and the principle of its perpetual disorder. In the ceremonies of the public execution, the main character was the people, whose real and immediate presence was required for the performance. An execution that was known to be taking place, but which did so in secret, would scarcely have had any meaning. The aim was to make an example, not only by making people aware that the slightest offense was likely to be punished, but by arousing feelings of terror by the spectacle of power letting its anger fall upon the guilty person. In criminal matters, the most difficult point is the imposition of the penalty. it is the aim and the end of the procedure, and its only fruit, by example and terror, when it is well applied to the guilty person. But, in this scene of terror, the role of the people was an ambiguous one. People were summoned as spectators, they were assembled to observe public exhibitions and amends honorables, pillories, gallows and scaffolds were erected in public squares or by the roadside, sometimes the corpses of the executed persons were displayed for several days near the scenes of their crimes. Not only must people know, they must see with their own eyes. Because they must be made to be afraid, but also because they must be the witnesses, the guarantors, of the punishment, and because they must to a certain extent take part in it. The right to be witnesses was one that they possessed and claimed, a hidden execution was a privileged execution, and in such cases it was often suspected that it had not taken place with all its customary severity. There were protests when at the last moment the victim was taken away out of sight. The senior postal official who had been put on public exhibition for killing his wife was later taken away from the crowd. He was put into a hired coach. It was thought that if he had not been well escorted, it would have been difficult to protect him from being ill-treated by the populace, who yelled and jeered at him. When the woman Lescombat was hanged, care was taken to hide her face. She had a kerchief over her neck and head, which made the public murmur and say that it was not Lescombat. The people claimed the right to observe the execution and to see who was being executed. The first time the guillotine was used, the Chronique de Paris reported that people complained that they could not see anything and chanted, "Give us back our gallows." The people also had a right to take part. The condemned man, carried in procession, exhibited, humiliated, with the horror of his crime recalled in innumerable ways, was offered to the insults, sometimes to the attacks of the spectators. The vengeance of the people was called upon to become an unobtrusive part of the vengeance of the sovereign. Not that it was in any way fundamental, or that the king had to express in his own way the people's revenge, it was rather that the people had to bring its assistance to the king when the king undertook to be avenged on his enemies, especially when those enemies were to be found among the people. It was rather like a scaffold service that the people owed the king's vengeance. This service had been specified in the old ordinances. The Edict of 1347 concerning blasphemers stipulated that they would be exhibited at the pillory from the hour of prime, to that of their deaths. And mud and other refuse, though no stone or anything injurious, could be thrown at their faces. The second time, in case of relapse, it is our will that he be put in the pillory on a solemn market day, and that his upper lip be split so that the teeth appear. No doubt, at the classical period, this form of participation in the torture was no more than tolerated, and attempts were made to limit it, because of the barbarities that it gave rise to and the usurpation it involved of the power to punish. But it belonged too closely to the general economy of the public execution for it to be eliminated altogether. Even in the 18th century, there were scenes like the one that accompanied the execution of Montigny in 1737, as the executioner was carrying out the execution. The local fishwives walked in procession, holding aloft an effigy of the condemned man, and then cut off its head. And very often, as they moved slowly in procession through it, criminals had to be protected from the crowd, both as an example and as a target, a possible threat and a prey, promised but also forbidden. In calling on the crowd to manifest its power, the sovereign tolerated for a moment acts of violence, which he accepted as a sign of allegiance, but which were strictly limited by the sovereign's own privileges. Now it was on this point that the people, drawn to the spectacle intended to terrorize it, could express its rejection of the punitive power and sometimes revolt. Preventing an execution that was regarded as unjust, snatching a condemned man from the hands of the executioner, obtaining his pardon by force, possibly pursuing and assaulting the executioners, in any case abusing the judges and causing an uproar against the sentence, all this formed part of the popular practices that invested, traversed, and often overturned the ritual of the public execution. This often happened, of course, in the case of those condemned for rioting. There were the disturbances that followed a famous case of child abduction, when the crowd wanted to prevent the execution of 3 supposed rioters, who were to be hanged at the cemetery of Saint Jean, because there were fewer entrances and processions to guard, for the terrified executioner cut down one of the condemned men, the archers let fly their arrows. It occurred again after the Corn riots of 1775, and again in 1786, when the day laborers marched on Versailles and set about freeing their arrested comrades. But apart from these cases, when the process of agitation had been triggered off previously and for reasons that did not concern some measure of penal justice, one finds many examples when the agitation was provoked directly by a verdict and an execution, small, but innumerable disturbances around the scaffold. In their most elementary forms, these disturbances began with the shouts of encouragement, sometimes the cheering, that accompanied the condemned man to his execution. Throughout the long procession, he was sustained by the compassion of the meek and tender-hearted, and with the applause, admiration, and envy of all the bold and hardened. If the crowd gathered round the scaffold, it was not simply to witness the sufferings of the condemned man or to excite the anger of the executioner, it was also to hear an individual who had nothing more to lose curse the judges, the laws, the government, and religion. The public execution allowed the luxury of these momentary saturnalia, when nothing remained to prohibit or to punish. Under the protection of imminent death, the criminal could say everything and the crowd cheered. If there were annals in which the last words of the tortured and executed were scrupulously recorded, and if one had the courage to read through them, even if one did no more than question the vile populace that gathers around the scaffolds out of cruel curiosity, one would be told that no one who had died on the will did not accuse heaven for the misery that brought him to the crime, reproach his judges for their barbarity, curse the minister of the altars who accompanies them and blaspheme against the God whose organ he is. In these executions, which ought to show only the terrorizing power of the prince, there was a whole aspect of the carnival, in which rules were inverted, authority mocked, and criminals transformed into heroes. The shame was turned round, the courage, like the tears and the cries of the condemned, caused offense only to the law. Fielding notes with regret, to unite the ideas of death and shame is not so easy as may be imagined. I will appeal to any man who hath seen an execution, or a procession to an execution, let him tell me. When he hath beheld a poor wretch, bound in a cart, just on the verge of eternity, all pale and trembling with his approaching fate, whether the idea of shame hath ever intruded on his mind. Much less will the bold daring rogue, who glories in his present condition, inspire the beholder with any such sensation. For the people who are there and observe, there is always, even in the most extreme vengeance of the sovereign, a pretext for revenge. This was especially the case if the conviction was regarded as unjust, or if one saw a man of the people put to death, for a crime that would have merited, for someone better born or richer, a comparatively light penalty. It would seem that certain practices of penal justice were no longer supported in the 18th century, and perhaps for longer, by the lower strata of the population. This would explain why executions could easily lead to the beginnings of social disturbances. Since the poorest, it was a magistrate who made the observation, could not be heard in the courts of law, it was where the law was manifested publicly, where they were called upon to act as witnesses and almost as coadjutors of this law, that they could intervene, physically, enter by force into the punitive mechanism and redistribute its effects, take up in another sense the violence of the punitive rituals. There was agitation against the difference in penalties according to social class. In 1781, the parish priest of Champray had been killed by the lord of the manor, and an attempt was made to declare the murderer insane. The peasants, who were extremely attached to their pastor, were furious and had at first seemed ready to lay violent hands upon their lord and to set fire to the castle. Everyone protested, and rightly, against the indulgence of the minister who deprived justice of the means of punishing so abominable a crime. There was agitation, too, against the excessive sentences passed on certain common offences that were not regarded as serious, or against punishments for certain offences connected with social conditions such as petty larceny. The death penalty for this crime aroused a great deal of discontent, because there were many domestic servants in a single household and it was difficult for them, in such a case, to prove their innocence, and also because they could easily be victims of their employers' spite, and because the indulgence of certain masters who shut their eyes to such behavior made the fate of servants accused, condemned, and hanged even more iniquitous. The execution of such servants often gave rise to protests. There was a small riot in Paris in 1761 in favor of a servant woman who had stolen a piece of cloth from her master. Despite the fact that the woman admitted her guilt, handed back the material and begged for mercy, the master refused to withdraw his complaint. On the day of the execution, the local people prevented the hanging, invaded the merchant's shop and looted it. In the end, the servant was pardoned, but a woman, who attempted, unsuccessfully, to stick a needle into the wicked master, was banished for 3 years. One remembers the great legal affairs of the 18th century, when enlightened opinion intervened in the persons of the philosophes and certain magistrates, Calas, Servan, and the Chevalier de la Barre, for instance. But less attention is given to the popular agitations caused by punitive practice. Indeed, they seldom spread beyond a town, or even a district. Yet they did have a real importance. Sometimes these movements, which originated from below, spread and attracted the attention of more highly placed persons who, taking them up, gave them a new dimension. More usually, those disturbances had maintained around penal justice and its manifestations, which ought to have been exemplary, a state of permanent unrest. How often had it proved necessary, in order to ensure order around the scaffolds, to take steps that were distressing to the people and humiliating for the authorities. It was evident that the great spectacle of punishment ran the risk of being rejected by the very people to whom it was addressed. In fact, the terror of the public execution created centers of illegality. On execution days, work stopped, the taverns were full, the authorities were abused, insults or stones were thrown at the executioner, the guards, and the soldiers. Attempts were made to seize the condemned man, either to save him or to kill him more surely. Fights broke out, and there was no better prey for thieves than the curious throng around the scaffold. But above all, and this was why these disadvantages became a political danger, the people never felt closer to those who paid the penalty than in those rituals intended to show the horror of the crime and the invincibility of power. Never did the people feel more threatened, like them, by a legal violence exercised without moderation or restraint. The solidarity of a whole section of the population with those we would call petty offenders, vagrants, false beggars, the indigent poor, pickpockets, receivers and dealers in stolen goods, was constantly expressed. Resistance to police searches, the pursuit of informers, attacks on the watch or inspectors provide abundant evidence of this. And it was the breaking up of this solidarity that was becoming the aim of penal and police repression. Yet out of the ceremony of the public execution, out of that uncertain festival in which violence was instantaneously reversible, it was this solidarity much more than the sovereign power that was likely to emerge with redoubled strength. The reformers of the 18th and 19th centuries were not to forget that, in the last resort, the executions did not, in fact, frighten the people. One of their first cries was to demand their abolition. To clarify the political problem posed by the intervention of the people in the spectacle of the executions, one need only cite 2 events. The first took place at Avignon at the end of the 17th century. It contained all the principal elements of the theater of horror: the physical confrontation between the executioner and the condemned man, the reversal of the duel, the executioner pursued by the people, the condemned man saved by the ensuing riot, and the violent inversion of the penal machinery. A murderer by the name of Pierre Dufort was to be hanged. Several times he had caught his feet in the steps and had not been able to swing freely. Seeing this, the executioner had pulled his jerkin up over his face and struck him below the knees, on the stomach and on the belly. When the people saw that the executioner was causing him too much pain, and even believing that he was killing him down there with a bayonet, moved by compassion for the patient and fury at the executioner, they threw stones at the scaffold just as the executioner knocked away the 2 ladders and threw the patient down and leaped onto his shoulders and kicked him, while the wife of the said executioner pulled at his feet from under the gallows. In doing so, they made blood come from his mouth. But the hail of stones came thicker, one stone even struck the hanged man on the head, which forced the executioner to dash to the ladder, which he descended so rapidly that halfway down he fell from it, and struck his head on the ground. Then a crowd of people fell upon him. He got to his feet, bayonet in hand, threatening to kill anyone who came near him. After falling several times, he finally got to his feet, only to be beaten by the crowd, rolled in the mud and nearly drowned in the stream, then dragged by the excited and enraged crowd to the university and to the Cordelier cemetery. His servant was also beaten and, with bruises on his head and body, was taken to the hospital where he died some days later. However, some strangers and unknown people mounted the ladder and cut the rope while others caught the hanged man from below after he had been hanging there longer than it took to say a full misraer. The crowd then smashed the gallows and broke the executioner's ladder into pieces. Children carried off the gallows and threw it into the Rhône. The condemned man was then taken to a cemetery so that he should not be recaptured by the law, and from there to the church of Saint Antoine. The archbishop gave him his pardon, had him taken to the hospital and asked that particular care be taken of him. Lastly, adds the writer of the account, we had a new suit, 2 pairs of stockings and shoes made for him. We dressed him in new clothes from head to toe. Our colleagues gave him shirts, breeches, and a wig. The other event took place in Paris, a century later. It was in 1775, shortly after the Corn Riot. Because of the state of extreme tension among the people, the authorities wanted the execution to take place without interruption. Between the scaffold and the public, kept at a safe distance, 2 ranks of soldiers stood on guard, one facing the execution that was about to take place, the other facing the people in case of riot. Contact was broken. It was a public execution, but one in which the element of spectacle was neutralized, or rather reduced to abstract intimidation. Protected by force of arms, on an empty square, justice quietly did its work. If it showed the death that it had dealt, it was from high and far. The 2 gallows, which were 18 feet high, no doubt by way of an example, were not set up until 3 o'clock in the afternoon. From 2 o'clock, the Place de Grève and all the surrounding streets had been filled with detachments of different troops, some on foot, some on horse. The Swiss and the French guards continued to patrol the adjacent streets. No one was allowed onto the Grève during the execution, and all around one could see a double row of soldiers, bayonets at the ready, standing back to back, so that some looked outwards and some into the square. The 2 wretches cried out all the way that they were innocent and continued to protest in like manner as they mounted the ladder. Whatever the part played by feelings of humanity for the condemned in the abandonment of the liturgy of the public executions, there was, in any case, on the part of the state power, a political fear of the effects of these ambiguous rituals. Such an equivocal attitude appeared clearly in what might be called the gallows speeches. The rite of execution was so arranged that the condemned man would himself proclaim his guilt by the amende honorable that he spoke, by the placard that he displayed, and also by the statements that he was no doubt forced to make. Furthermore, at the moment of the execution, it seems that he was given another opportunity to speak, not to proclaim his innocence, but to acknowledge his crime and the justice of his conviction. The chronicles relate a good many speeches of this kind. Were they actually delivered? In a number of cases, certainly. Or were they fictional speeches that were later circulated by way of example and exhortation? This, no doubt, was more often the case. What credit are we to accord, for example, to the account of the death of Marion Le Goff, who had been a famous bandit leader in Brittany in the mid-18th century? She is supposed to have cried out from the scaffold, "Fathers and mothers who hear me now, watch over your children and teach them well. In my childhood I was a liar and good for nothing. I began by stealing a small 6-liard knife. Then I robbed peddlers and cattle dealers. Finally, I led a robber band, and that is why I am here." Tell all this to your children and let it be an example to them. Such a speech is too close, even in its turn of phrase, to the morality traditionally to be found in the broadsheets and pamphlets for it not to be apocryphal. But the existence of the last words of a condemned man genre is in itself significant. The law required that its victim should authenticate in some sense the tortures that he had undergone. The criminal was asked to consecrate his own punishment by proclaiming the blackness of his crimes. He was made to say, as was Jean-Dominique Langlade, 3 times a murderer, listen to my horrible, infamous, and lamentable deed, committed in the city of Avignon, where the memory of me is execrable, for having inhumanly violated the sacred rights of friendship. In one sense, the broadsheet and the death song were the sequel to the trial, or rather they pursued that mechanism by which the public execution transferred the secret, written truth of the procedure to the body, gesture, and speech of the criminal. Justice required these apocrypha in order to be grounded in truth. Its decisions were thus surrounded by all these posthumous proofs. Sometimes, too, accounts of crimes and infamous lives were published, simply as propaganda, before any trial had taken place, in order to force the hand of a court that was suspected of being too tolerant. In order to discredit smugglers, the Compagnie de Firms published bulletins recounting their crimes. In 1768, it distributed broadsheets against a certain Montaigne, the leader of a gang, of whom the writer himself says, some thefts have been ascribed to him the truth of which is somewhat uncertain. Montaigne has been depicted as a wild beast, a second hyena to be hunted down. Given the hotheads of the Auvergne, this idea has caught on. But the effect, like the use, of this literature was equivocal. The condemned man found himself transformed into a hero by the sheer extent of his widely advertised crimes, and sometimes the affirmation of his belated repentance. Against the law, against the rich, the powerful, the magistrates, the constabulary or the watch, against taxes and their collectors, he appeared to have waged a struggle with which one all too easily identified. The proclamation of these crimes blew up to epic proportions the tiny struggle that passed unperceived in everyday life. If the condemned man was shown to be repentant, accepting the verdict, asking both God and man for forgiveness for his crimes, it was as if he had come through some process of purification. He died, in his own way, like a saint. But indomitability was an alternative claim to greatness. By not giving in under torture, he gave proof of a strength that no power had succeeded in bending. On the day of the execution, this will seem scarcely credible, I showed no trace of emotion, as I performed my amende honorable, and when I finally lay down on the cross I showed no fear. Black hero or reconciled criminal, defender of the true right or an indomitable force, the criminal of the broadsheets, pamphlets, almanacs, and adventure stories brought with him, beneath the apparent morality of the example not to be followed, a whole memory of struggles and confrontations. A convicted criminal could become after his death a sort of saint, his memory honored and his grave respected. The criminal has been almost entirely transformed into a positive hero. There were those for whom glory and abomination were not dissociated, but coexisted in a reversible figure. Perhaps we should see this literature of crime, which proliferated around a few exemplary figures neither as a spontaneous form of popular expression, nor as a concerted program of propaganda and moralization from above. It was a locus in which two investments of penal practice met, a sort of battleground around the crime, its punishment, and its memory. If these accounts were allowed to be printed and circulated, it was because they were expected to have the effect of an ideological control. The printing and the distribution of these almanacs, broadsheets, etc. was in principle subject to strict control. But if these true stories of everyday history were received so avidly, if they formed part of the basic reading of the lower classes, it was because people found in them not only memories, but also precedents. The interest of curiosity is also a political interest. Thus these texts may be read as two-sided discourses, in the facts that they relate, in the effects they give to these facts and in the glory they confer on those illustrious criminals, and no doubt in the very words they use. 6. Perhaps we should compare this literature with the disturbances around the scaffold in which, through the tortured body of the criminal, the power that condemned confronted the people that was the witness, the participant, the possible and indirect victim of this execution. In the wake of a ceremony that inadequately channeled the power relations it sought to ritualize, a whole mass of discourses appeared pursuing the same confrontation. The posthumous proclamation of the crimes justified justice, but also glorified the criminal. That was why the reformers of the penal system were soon demanding suppression of these broadsheets. 7 That was why the people showed so lively an interest in what served more or less as the minor, everyday epic of illegalities. That was why the broadsheets lost their importance as the political function of popular illegality altered. And they disappeared as a whole new literature of crime developed, a literature in which crime is glorified, because it is one of the fine arts, because it can be the work only of exceptional natures, because it reveals the monstrousness of the strong and powerful, because villainy is yet another mode of privilege, from the adventure story to De Quincey, or from the Castle of Otranto to Baudelaire. There is a whole aesthetic rewriting of crime, which is also the appropriation of criminality in acceptable forms. In appearance, it is the discovery of the beauty and greatness of crime. In fact, it is the affirmation that greatness too has a right to crime, and that it even becomes the exclusive privilege of those who are really great. The great murders are not for the peddlers of petty crime. While, from Gaboriau onwards, the literature of crime follows this first shift, by his cunning, his tricks, his sharp witness, the criminal represented in this literature has made himself impervious to suspicion, and the struggle between two pure minds, the murderer and the detective, will constitute the essential form of the confrontation. We are far removed indeed from those accounts of the life and misdeeds of the criminal in which he admitted his crimes, and which recounted in detail the tortures of his execution. We have moved from the exposition of the facts or the confession to the slow process of discovery, from the execution to the investigation, from the physical confrontation to the intellectual struggle between criminal and investigator. It was not only the broadsheets that disappeared with the birth of a literature of crime, the glory of the rustic malefactor and his somber transformation into a hero by the process of torture and execution went with them. The man of the people was now too simple to be the protagonist of subtle truths. In this new genre, there were no more popular heroes or great executions. The criminal was wicked, of course, but he was also intelligent, and although he was punished, he did not have to suffer. The literature of crime transposes to another social class the spectacle that had surrounded the criminal. Meanwhile, the newspapers took over the task of recounting the grey, unheroic details of everyday crime and punishment. The split was complete. The people was robbed of its old pride in its crimes. The great murders had become the quiet game of the well-behaved. Part 2. Punishment. 1. Generalized punishment. Let penalties be regulated and proportioned to the offenses. Let the death sentence be passed only on those convicted of murder, and let the tortures that revolt humanity be abolished. Thus, in 1789, the Chancellery summed up the general position of the petitions addressed to the authorities concerning tortures and executions. Protests against the public executions proliferated in the second half of the 18th century, among the philosophers and theoreticians of the law, among lawyers and parliamentaries, in popular petitions and among the legislators of the assemblies. Another form of punishment was needed. The physical confrontation between the sovereign and the condemned man must end. This hand-to-hand fight between the vengeance of the prince and the contained anger of the people, through the mediation of the victim and the executioner, must be concluded. Very soon the public execution became intolerable. On the side of power, where it betrayed tyranny, excess, the thirst for revenge, and the cruel pleasure taken in punishing, it was revolting. On the side of the victim who, though reduced to despair, was still expected to bless heaven and its judges who appeared to have abandoned him, it was shameful. It was, in any case, dangerous, in that it provided a support for a confrontation between the violence of the king and the violence of the people. It was as if the sovereign power did not see, in this emulation of atrocity, a challenge that it itself threw down and which might one day be taken up. Accustomed as it was to seeing blood flow, the people soon learnt that it could be revenged only with blood. In these ceremonies, which were the object of so much adverse investment, one sees the intersection of the excess of armed justice and the anger of the threatened people. Joseph de Maistre was to recognize in this relation one of the fundamental mechanisms of absolute power. The executioner acts as a cog between the prince and the people. The death he deals is like that of the serfs who built St. Petersburg over swamp and pestilence. It is a principle of universality, of the individual will of the despot. It makes a law for all, and of each of those destroyed bodies, a stone for the state. It hardly matters that innocents, too, are struck down. In this same dangerous and ritual violence, the 18th century reformers denounced, on the contrary, that which exceeded, on both sides, the legitimate exercise of power. In this violence, according to them, tyranny confronts rebellion, each calls forth the other. It is a double danger. Instead of taking revenge, criminal justice should simply punish. This need for punishment without torture was first formulated as a cry from the heart or from an outraged nature. In the worst of murderers, there is one thing, at least, to be respected when one punishes, his humanity. The day was to come, in the 19th century, when this man, discovered in the criminal, would become the target of penal intervention, the object that it claimed to correct and transform, the domain of a whole series of criminological sciences and strange penitentiary practices. But, at the time of the Enlightenment, it was not as a theme of positive knowledge that man was opposed to the barbarity of the public executions, but as a legal limit, the legitimate frontier of the power to punish. Not that which must be reached in order to alter him, but that which must be left intact in order to respect him. Noli me tangere. It marks the end of the sovereign's vengeance. The man that the reformers set up against the despotism of the scaffold has also become a man measure, not of things, but of power. There is, therefore, a problem here. How was this man measure opposed to the traditional practice of punishment? How did he become the great moral justification of the reform movement? Why this universal horror of torture and such lyrical insistence that punishment be humane? Or, which amounts to the same thing, how are the two elements, which are everywhere present in demands for a more lenient penal system, measure and humanity, to be articulated upon one another, in a single strategy? These elements are so necessary and yet so uncertain that it is they, as disturbing as ever and still associated in the same dubious relation, that one finds today whenever the problem of an economy of punishment is posed. It is as if the 18th century had opened up the crisis of this economy and, in order to resolve it, proposed the fundamental law that punishment must have humanity as its measure, without any definitive meaning being given to this principle, which nevertheless is regarded as insuperable. We must, therefore, recount the birth and early days of this enigmatic leniency. Homage is paid to the great reformers, Beccaria, Servan, Duputy, Lackertel, Duport, Pastoret, Target, Burgess, the compilers of the Cahiers, or petitions, and the Constituent Assembly, for having imposed this leniency on a legal machinery and on classical theoreticians who, at the end of the 18th century, were still rejecting it with well-formulated arguments. Yet this reform must be situated in a process that historians have recently uncovered through the study of legal archives, the relaxation of penalty in the 18th century, or, to be more precise, the double movement by which, during this period, crimes seemed to lose their violence, while punishments, reciprocally, lost some of their intensity, but at the cost of greater intervention. From the end of the 17th century, in fact, one observes a considerable diminution in murders and, generally speaking, in physical acts of aggression. Offenses against property seem to take over from crimes of violence, theft and swindling. From murder and assault, the diffuse, occasional, but frequent delinquency of the poorest classes was superseded by a limited, but skilled delinquency. The criminals of the 17th century were harassed men, ill-fed, quick to act, quick to anger. Seasonal criminals, those of the 18th, crafty, cunning, sly, calculating criminals on the fringes of society. Lastly, the internal organizations of delinquency altered, the great gangs of malefactors tended to break up, tracked down more efficiently and forced to work in smaller groups, often no more than half a dozen men. In order to pass undetected, they contented themselves with more furtive operations, with a more modest deployment of forces and less risk of bloodshed. The physical destruction or institutional dislocation of large gangs left the field free for an anti-property form of delinquency practiced by individuals or very small groups of robbers and pickpockets, seldom more than 4 in number. A general movement shifted criminality from the attack of bodies to the more or less direct seizure of goods, and from a mass criminality to a marginal criminality, partly the preserve of professionals. It was as if there had been a gradual lowering of level, a diffusion of the tensions that dominate human relations, a better control of violent impulses won, and as if the illegal practices had themselves slackened their hold on the body and turned to other targets. Crime became less violent long before punishment became less severe. But this transformation cannot be separated from several underlying processes. The first of these, as P. Chaunu observes, was a change in the operation of economic pressures, a general rise in the standard of living, a large demographic expansion, an increase in wealth and property and a consequent need for security. Furthermore, throughout the 18th century, one can observe a certain increased severity in the law. In England, out of the 223 capital crimes in force at the beginning of the 19th century, 156 had been introduced during the preceding 100 years. In France, the legislation on vagabondage had been revised in the direction of greater severity on several occasions since the 17th century. A tighter, more meticulous implementation of the law tended to take account of a mass of minor offenses that it once allowed to escape more easily. In the 18th century, the law became slower, heavier, harder on theft, whose relative frequency had increased, and towards which it now assumed the bourgeois appearances of a class justice, to the growth in France above all, and especially in Paris, of a police apparatus that prevented the development of organized, open criminality, shifted it towards more discreet forms. To this set of precautions, one should add the very widespread belief in a constant and dangerous rise in crime. Whereas the historians of today observe a diminution in the great gangs of malefactors, Trozen saw them roaming the French countryside like swarms of locusts. It is these voracious insects who daily lay waste the subsistence of the cultivators. They are, quite literally, enemy troops spreading over the surface of the territory, living as they wish, as in a conquered country, exacting levies under the name of alms. They cost the poorest peasants more than taxes. The richer peasants had to pay anything up to a third of their incomes. Most observers maintained that crime was increasing. They included, of course, those who advocated sterner measures. They also included those who thought that a law that was more restrained in its use of violence would be more effective, less liable to retreat before its own consequences, and they included the magistrates who claimed to be swamped by the number of trials. The misery of the people and the corruption of morals have increased the number of crimes and convicted criminals. In any case, that crime was on the increase was shown by the real practice of the courts. The revolutionary and imperial era could already be sensed in the last years of the Ancien regime. One is struck, in the trials of 1782-9, by the increase in tension. There is a new severity towards the poor, a concerted rejection of evidence, a rise in mutual mistrust, hatred, and fear. In fact, the shift from a criminality of blood to a criminality of fraud forms part of a whole complex mechanism, embracing the development of production, the increase of wealth, a higher juridical and moral value placed on property relations, stricter methods of surveillance, a tighter partitioning of the population, more efficient techniques of locating and obtaining information. The shift in illegal practices is correlative with an extension and a refinement of punitive practices. Was this a general change of attitude, a change that belongs to the domain of the spirit and the subconscious? Perhaps, but more certainly and more immediately it was an effort to adjust the mechanisms of power that frame the everyday lives of individuals, an adaptation and a refinement of the machinery that assumes responsibility for and places under surveillance their everyday behavior, their identity, their activity, their apparently unimportant gestures, another policy for that multiplicity of bodies and forces that constitutes a population. What was emerging no doubt was not so much a new respect for the humanity of the condemned, torture was still frequent in the execution of even minor criminals, as a tendency towards a more finely tuned justice, towards a closer penal mapping of the social body. Following a circular process, the threshold of the passage to violent crimes rises, intolerance to economic offenses increases, controls become more thorough, penal interventions at once more premature and more numerous. If one compares this process with the critical discourse of the reformers, a remarkable strategic coincidence emerges. What they were attacking in traditional justice, before they set out the principles of a new penally, was certainly the excessive nature of the punishments, but an excess that was bound up with an irregularity even more than with an abuse of the power to punish. On March 24, 1790, Thouret opened the debate in the Constituent Assembly on the new organization of the judicial power. In his view, this power had become denatured in France in three ways. By private appropriation, the offices of judge were sold, they were hereditary, they had a commercial value and, for that reason, the justice that was handed out was onerous. By a confusion between two types of power, that which dispenses justice and formulates a sentence by applying the law and that which creates the law itself. Lastly, by the existence of a whole series of privileges that made the implementation of the law inconsistent, there were courts, procedures, litigants, even offenses that were privileged and fell outside common law. This was only one of the many criticisms that had been levied at the legal system for the past 50 years at least, all of which denounced in this denaturation the principle of an irregular justice. Penal justice was irregular first of all by virtue of the multiplicity of courts responsible for assuring it, without ever forming a single and continuous pyramid. Quite apart from the ecclesiastical jurisdictions, we must take into account the discontinuities, overlappings and conflicts between the different legal systems, those of the nobility, which still played an important role in judging petty offenses, those of the king, which were themselves numerous and badly coordinated, those which, de jure or de facto, were administered by governmental authorities or police authorities. To these should also be added the right possessed by the king or his representatives to take decisions on internment or exile quite outside any regular procedure. By their very plethora these innumerable authorities cancelled each other out and were incapable of covering the social body in its entirety. Paradoxically, their overlapping left penal justice with innumerable loopholes. This incompleteness was a result of differences of custom and procedure, despite the Ordonnance Générale of 1670, of internal conflicts of responsibility, of private interests, political or economic, which each authority found itself defending, and, lastly, of the interventions of the royal power, which could prevent, by means of pardons, commuted sentences, the evocation of a case before the royal council or direct pressure exerted on magistrates, the regular, austere course of justice. The criticism of the reformers was directed not so much at the weakness or cruelty of those in authority, as at a bad economy of power. There was too much power in the lower jurisdictions, which could, aided by the ignorance and poverty of those convicted, ignore appeal procedure and carry out arbitrary sentences without adequate supervision. There was too much power on the side of the prosecution, which possessed almost unlimited means of pursuing its investigations, while the accused opposed it virtually unarmed. This led judges to be sometimes over-severe and sometimes, by way of reaction, too lenient. There was too much power in the hands of the judges who were able to content themselves with futile evidence, providing it was legal evidence, and who were allowed too great a freedom in the choice of penalty. There was too much power in the hands of the gens du roi, or royal magistrates, in relation to the accused, but also in relation to other magistrates. Lastly, there was too much power exercised by the king, who could suspend courts of justice, alter their decisions, remove magistrates from office, or exile them, and replace them by judges acting under royal commission. The paralysis of justice was due not so much to a weakening as to a badly regulated distribution of power. to its concentration at a certain number of points and to the conflicts and discontinuities that resulted. This dysfunction of power was related to a central excess, what might be called the monarchical superpower, which identified the right to punish with the personal power of the sovereign. This theoretical identification made the king the fons justitiae, but the practical consequences of this were to be found even in that which appeared to oppose him and to limit his absolutism. It was because the king, in order to raise money, had appropriated the right to sell legal offices, which belonged to him, that he was confronted by magistrates who owned their offices and who were not only intractable, but ignorant, self-interested, and frequently compromised. It was because he was constantly creating new offices that he multiplied the conflicts of power and authority. It was because he exercised too close a power over his gens and conferred on them almost discretionary powers that he intensified the conflicts within the magistrature. It was because he had brought the law into conflict with too many summary acts of justice or with administrative measures, that he paralysed normal justice, rendered it sometimes lenient and inconsistent, but sometimes over hasty and severe. 3. It was not so much, or not only, the privileges of justice, its arbitrariness, its archaic arrogance, its uncontrolled rights that were criticized, but rather the mixture of its weaknesses and excesses, its exaggerations and its loopholes, and above all the very principle of this mixture, the superpower of the monarch. The true objective of the reform movement, even in its most general formulations, was not so much to establish a new right to punish based on more equitable principles, as to set up a new economy of the power to punish, to assure its better distribution, so that it should be neither too concentrated at certain privileged points, nor too divided between opposing authorities, so that it should be distributed in homogeneous circuits capable of operating everywhere, in a continuous way, down to the finest grain of the social body. 4. The reform of criminal law must be read as a strategy for the rearrangement of the power to punish, according to modalities that render it more regular, more effective, more constant, and more detailed in its effects, in short, which increase its effects while diminishing its economic cost and its political cost. The new juridical theory of penalty corresponds in fact to a new political economy of the power to punish. This explains why the reform did not have a single origin. It was not the more enlightened members of the public, nor the philosophes, who regarded themselves as enemies of despotism and friends of mankind. It was not even the social groups opposed to the parliamentaries who instigated the reform. Or rather, it was not they alone. In this same overall project of a new distribution of the power to punish, and of a new distribution of its effects, many different interests came together. The reform was not prepared outside the legal machinery and against all its representatives. It was prepared, for the most part, from within, by a large number of magistrates and on the basis of shared objectives and the power conflicts that divided them. Certainly the reformers did not form a majority of the magistrates, but it was a body of lawyers who outlined its general principles, a power to judge that would not be affected by the immediate exercise of the prince's sovereignty, that would be relieved of any claim to legislate, that would be detached from property relations, and which, having no other functions but to judge, would exercise that power to the full. In short, the power to judge should no longer depend on the innumerable, discontinuous, sometimes contradictory privileges of sovereignty, but on the continuously distributed effects of public power. This general principle defined an overall strategy that covered many different struggles. Those of philosophers like Voltaire and of publicists like Broussat or Marat, but also those of magistrates whose interests were nevertheless very diverse, Le Trozen, a judge at the Presidial Court of Orleans, and Lackertel, the Advocate General at the Parliament, Target, who with the Parliaments was opposed to Maupeou's reform, but also J. N. Moreau, who supported the royal power against the parliamentaries, Servan and Duputy, both magistrates, but in conflict with their colleagues, etc. Throughout the 18th century, inside and outside the legal apparatus, in both everyday penal practice and the criticism of institutions, one sees the emergence of a new strategy for the exercise of the power to punish. And reform, in the strict sense, as it was formulated in the theories of law or as it was outlined in the various projects, was the political or philosophical resumption of this strategy, with its primary objectives, to make of the punishment and repression of illegalities a regular function, coextensive with society, not to punish less, but to punish better, to punish with an attenuated severity perhaps, but in order to punish with more universality and necessity, to insert the power to punish more deeply into the social body. The conjuncture that saw the birth of reform is not, therefore, that of a new sensibility, but that of another policy with regard to illegalities. Roughly speaking, one might say that, under the Ancien regime each of the different social strata had its margin of tolerated illegality, the non-application of the rule, the non-observance of the innumerable edicts or ordinances were a condition of the political and economic functioning of society. This feature may not have been peculiar to the Ancien regime. But illegality was so deeply rooted and so necessary to the life of each social stratum, that it had in a sense its own coherence and economy. Sometimes it took on an absolutely statutory form, as with the privileges accorded certain individuals and groups, which made it not so much an illegality as a regular exemption. Sometimes it took the form of a massive general non-observance, which meant that for decades, sometimes for centuries, ordinances could be published and constantly renewed without ever being implemented. Sometimes it was a matter of laws gradually falling into abeyance, then suddenly being reactivated, sometimes of silent consent on the part of the authorities, neglect, or quite simply the actual impossibility of imposing the law and apprehending offenders. The least favored strata of the population did not have, in principle, any privileges, but they benefited, within the margins of what was imposed on them by law and custom, from a space of tolerance, gained by force or obstinacy, and this space was for them so indispensable a condition of existence that they were often ready to rise up to defend it. The attempts that were made periodically to reduce it, by reviving old laws or by improving the methods of apprehending, provoked popular disturbances, just as attempts to reduce certain privileges disturbed the nobility, the clergy, and the bourgeoisie. This necessary illegality, of which every social stratum bore within itself specific forms, was caught up in a series of paradoxes. In its lower regions, it was identified with criminality, from which it was difficult to distinguish it juridically, if not morally, from fiscal illegality to customs illegality, to smuggling, to looting, to the armed struggle against the government's taxation agents, then against the soldiers themselves and, finally, to rebellion. There was a continuity, in which it was difficult to mark the frontiers, or, again, vagabondage with the pillage, aggravated theft, even murder that went with it. Provided a welcome environment to the unemployed, to workers who had left their employers in irregular circumstances, to domestic servants who had some reason to flee their masters, to ill-treated apprentices, to deserting soldiers, to all those who wished to escape the press gang. So criminality merged into a wider illegality, to which the lower strata were attached as to conditions of existence, and, conversely, this illegality was a perpetual factor in the increase of crime. Hence an ambiguity in popular attitudes. On the one hand, the criminal, especially when he happened to be a smuggler or a peasant who had fled from the exact irons of a master, benefited from a spontaneous wave of sympathy. His acts of violence were seen as descending directly from old struggles. On the other hand, a man who, under cover of an illegality accepted by the population, committed crimes at the expense of this population, the vagrant beggar, for example, who robbed and murdered, easily became the object of a special hate. He had redirected upon the least favored illegality that was integral to their conditions of existence. Thus there grew up around crimes a network of glorification and blame, affective help and fear alternated with regard to this shifting population, which one knew was very near, but from which one felt that crime could emerge. Popular illegality enveloped a whole nucleus of criminality that was both its extreme form and its internal danger. Between this illegality of the depths and those of the other social castes, there was neither an exact convergence nor a profound opposition. Generally speaking, the different illegalities proper to each group maintained relations with one another that involved not only rivalry, competition, and conflicts of interest, but also mutual help and complicity. The peasants' refusal to pay certain state or ecclesiastical rents was not necessarily disapproved of by the landowners. The non-application by artisans of manufacturing regulations was often encouraged by the new entrepreneurs. Smuggling, the story of Mandarin, welcomed by the entire population, received in castles and protected by parliamentaries proves this, was very widely supported. At most, one had seen in the 17th century the different fiscal refusals coalesce in serious revolts among widely separated social strata. In short, the reciprocal interplay of illegalities formed part of the political and economic life of society. Or rather, a number of transformations had operated in the breach that was being widened every day by popular illegality. The bourgeoisie had needed these transformations, and economic growth was due, in part, to them. Tolerance then became encouragement. In the second half of the 18th century, the process tended to be reversed. First, with the general increase in wealth, but also with the sudden demographic expansion, the principal target of popular illegality tended to be not so much rights, as goods. Pilfering and theft tended to replace smuggling and the armed struggle against the tax agents. And, in this respect, the peasants, farmers, and artisans were often its principal victims. Trozen was no doubt exaggerating a real tendency when he described the peasants suffering under the exact ions of vagabonds, even more than they had suffered under feudal demands. Thieves now attacked them like a cloud of maleficent insects, devouring crops and depleting the granaries. It might be said that gradually in the 18th century a crisis of popular illegality had occurred, and neither the movements at the beginning of the Revolution, nor those later movements, in which the struggle against property rights, political and religious protests and the refusal of conscription came together, recombined illegality in its old, welcoming form. Furthermore, although a large part of the bourgeoisie had accepted, without too much trouble, the illegality of rights, it found it difficult to support illegality when it was a question of its own property rights. Nothing could be more typical of this than the problem of peasant delinquency at the end of the 18th century and especially after the Revolution. The transition to an intensive agriculture exercised, over the rights to use common lands, over various tolerated practices, over small accepted illegalities, a more and more restrictive pressure. Furthermore, as it was acquired in part by the bourgeoisie, now free of the feudal burdens that once weighed upon it, landed property became absolute property. All the tolerated rights that the peasantry had acquired or preserved were now rejected by the new owners who regarded them quite simply as theft. The illegality of rights, which often meant the survival of the most deprived, tended, with the new status of property, to become an illegality of property. It then had to be punished. And this illegality, while resented by the bourgeoisie where the ownership of land was concerned, was intolerable in commercial and industrial ownership. The development of the ports, the appearance of great warehouses in which merchandise was stored, the organization of huge workshops also necessitated a severe repression of illegality. The way in which wealth tended to be invested, on a much larger scale than ever before, in commodities and machines presupposed a systematic, armed intolerance of illegality. The phenomenon was obviously very evident where economic development was most intense. Calhoun set out to give proof, supported by figures, of the urgent need to check the innumerable illegal practices that had grown up. According to the estimates of the entrepreneurs and insurance companies, the theft of produce imported from America and warehoused along the banks of the Thames had risen, on average, to £250,000 per annum. In all, approximately £500,000 worth of goods was stolen each year in the port of London itself. To this should be added £700,000 for the town itself. In this situation of permanent pilfering, three phenomena, says Calhoun, should be taken into consideration. First, the complicity and often the active participation of the clerks, overseers, foremen and workers. Whenever a large number of workers are gathered together in one place, there are bound to be a lot of bad characters among them. Second, the existence of a whole organization of illicit commerce, which began in the workshops or docks, then passed on to the receivers, wholesale receivers, specializing in certain kinds of commodity, and retail receivers whose stalls offered a wretched display of old iron, rags and worn clothes, whereas at the back of the shop were hidden naval munitions of great value, copper bolts and nails, pieces of cast iron and precious metals, produce from the West Indies, furniture and all kinds of goods bought from the laborers, then on to dealers and peddlers who distributed the stolen goods far into the countryside. Third, counterfeiting. But what facilitated the work of this huge undertaking, involving both depredation and competition, was a whole set of tolerances. Some amounted almost to acquired right, others were of the nature of a moral acceptance. The pilferers themselves regarded their work as a kind of smuggling, which they did not regard as a serious offense. It proved necessary, therefore, to control these illicit practices and introduce new legislation to cover them. The offenses had to be properly defined and more surely punished. Out of this mass of irregularities, sometimes tolerated and sometimes punished with a severity out of all proportion to the offense, one had to determine what was an intolerable offense, and the offenders had to be apprehended and punished. With the new forms of capital accumulation, new relations of production and the new legal status of property, all the popular practices that belonged, either in a silent, everyday, tolerated form, or in a violent form, to the illegality of rights were reduced by force to an illegality of property. In that movement which transformed a society of juridico-political levies into a society of the appropriation of the means and products of labor, theft tended to become the first of the great loopholes in legality. Or, to put it another way, the economy of illegalities was restructured with the development of capitalist society. The illegality of property was separated from the illegality of rights. This distinction represents a class opposition because, on the one hand, the illegality that was to be most accessible to the lower classes was that of property, the violent transfer of ownership, and because, on the other, the bourgeoisie was to reserve to itself the illegality of rights, the possibility of getting round its own regulations and its own laws, of ensuring for itself an immense sector of economic circulation by a skillful manipulation of gaps in the law, gaps that were foreseen by its silences, or opened up by de facto tolerance. And this great redistribution of illegalities was even to be expressed through a specialization of the legal circuits. For illegalities of property, for theft, there were the ordinary courts and punishments; for the illegalities of rights, fraud, tax evasion, irregular commercial operations, special legal institutions applied with transactions, accommodations, reduced fines, etc. The bourgeoisie reserved to itself the fruitful domain of the illegality of rights. And at the same time as this split was taking place, there emerged the need for a constant policing concerned essentially with this illegality of property. It became necessary to get rid of the old economy of the power to punish, based on the principles of the confused and inadequate multiplicity of authorities, the distribution and concentration of the power correlative with actual inertia and inevitable tolerance, punishments that were spectacular in their manifestations and haphazard in their application. It became necessary to define a strategy and techniques of punishment in which an economy of continuity and permanence would replace that of expenditure and excess. In short, penal reform was born at the point of junction between the struggle against the superpower of the sovereign and that against the infrapower of acquired and tolerated illegalities. And if penal reform was anything more than the temporary result of a purely circumstantial encounter, it was because, between this superpower and this infrapower, a whole network of relations was being formed. By placing on the side of the sovereign the additional burden of a spectacular, unlimited, personal, irregular, and discontinuous power, the form of monarchical sovereignty left the subjects free to practice a constant illegality. This illegality was like the correlative of this type of power. So much so that in attacking the various prerogatives of the sovereign one was also attacking the functioning of the illegalities. The two objectives were in continuity. And, according to particular circumstances or tactics, the reformers laid more stress on one or the other. Le Trozen, the physiocrat who was a judge at the Presidial Court of Orleans, may serve as an example. In 1764, he published a memorandum on vagabondage, that hotbed of thieves and murderers who live in the midst of society without being members of it, who wage a veritable war on all citizens, and who are in the midst of us in that state that one supposes existed before the establishment of civil society. Against them, he demanded the most severe penalties, he wanted the police to be reinforced, the mounted constabulary to hunt them down with the help of the population that suffered from their depredations. He demanded that these useless and dangerous people should be acquired by the state and that they should belong to it as slaves to their masters, and if necessary one should organize collective round-ups in the woods to drive them out, and anyone making a capture should be paid a reward of £10 is given for anyone who kills a wolf. A vagabond is infinitely more dangerous for society. In 1777 in Vue sur la justice criminelle, the same Lettres demanded that the prerogatives of the crown be reduced, that the accused be regarded as innocent until proved guilty, that the judge be a just arbiter between them and society, that laws be fixed, constant, determined in the most precise way, so that subjects know to what they are exposed and that magistrates be nothing more than the organ of the law. For Lettres, as for so many others at that time, the struggle for the delimitation of the power to punish was articulated directly on the need to subject popular illegality to a stricter and more constant control. It is understandable that the criticism of the public execution should have assumed such importance in penal reform, for it was the form in which, in the most visible way, the unlimited power of the sovereign and the ever-active illegality of the people came together. Humanity in the sentences was the rule given to a system of punishment that must fix their limits on both. The man that must be respected in the sentence was the juridical and moral form given to this double delimitation. But, although it is true that reform, as a penal theory and as a strategy of the power to punish, took shape at the point of coincidence of these two objectives, its stability in the future was due to the fact that, for a long time, priority was given to the second. It was because the pressure on popular illegalities had become, at the period of the Revolution, then under the Empire, and finally throughout the 19th century, an essential imperative, that reform was able to pass from the project stage to that of an institution and set of practices. That is to say, although the new criminal legislation appears to be characterized by less severe penalties, a clearer codification, a marked diminution of the arbitrary, a more generally accepted consensus concerning the power to punish, it is sustained in reality by an upheaval in the traditional economy of illegalities and a rigorous application of force to maintain their new adjustment. A penal system must be conceived as a mechanism intended to administer illegalities differentially, not to eliminate them all. Shift the object and change the scale. Define new tactics in order to reach a target that is now more subtle but also more widely spread in the social body. Find new techniques for adjusting punishment to it and for adapting its effects. Lay down new principles for regularizing, refining, universalizing the art of punishing. Homogenize its application. Reduce its economic and political cost by increasing its effectiveness and by multiplying its circuits. In short, constitute a new economy and a new technology of the power to punish. These are no doubt the essential raisons d'etre of penal reform in the 18th century. At the level of principles, this new strategy falls easily into the general theory of the contract. The citizen is presumed to have accepted once and for all, with the laws of society, the very law by which he may be punished. Thus the criminal appears as a juridically paradoxical being. He has broken the pact, he is therefore the enemy of society as a whole, but he participates in the punishment that is practiced upon him. The least crime attacks the whole of society, and the whole of society, including the criminal, is present in the least punishment. Penal punishment is therefore a generalized function, coextensive with the function of the social body and with each of its elements. This gives rise to the problem of the degree of punishment, the economy of the power to punish. In effect, the offense opposes an individual to the entire social body. In order to punish him, society has the right to oppose him in its entirety. It is an unequal struggle, on one side are all the forces, all the power, all the rights. And this is how it should be, since the defense of each individual is involved. Thus a formidable right to punish is established, since the offender becomes the common enemy. Indeed, he is worse than an enemy, for it is from within society that he delivers his blows. He is nothing less than a traitor, a monster. How could society not have an absolute right over him? How could it not demand, quite simply, his elimination? And, although it is true that the principle of punishment must be subscribed to in the pact, must not each citizen, logically, accept the extreme penalty for those of them who attack them as a body? Every malefactor, by attacking the social rights, becomes, by his crimes, a rebel and a traitor to his country. By violating its laws he ceases to be a member of it, he even makes war upon it. In such a case the preservation of the state is inconsistent with his own, and one or the other must perish. In putting the guilty to death we slay not so much the citizen as the enemy. 5. The right to punish has been shifted from the vengeance of the sovereign to the defense of society. But it now finds itself recombined with elements so strong that it becomes almost more to be feared. The malefactor has been saved from a threat that is by its very nature excessive, but he is exposed to a penalty that seems to be without bounds. It is a return to a terrible superpower. It brings with it the need to establish a principle of moderation for the power of punishment. Who does not shudder with horror when reading in history of so many terrible and useless torments, invented and coldly applied by monsters who took upon themselves the name of sage? Or again, the laws summon me to the greatest punishment of crimes. I go with all the fury that it has inspired in me. But what is this? They even go beyond it? God, who has imprinted in our hearts an aversion to pain for ourselves and for our fellow men, are they then those same beings, whom thou hast created so weak and so sensible, who have invented such barbarous, such refined tortures? The principle of moderation in punishment, even when it is a question of punishing the enemy of the social body, is articulated first as a discourse of the heart. Or rather, it leaps forth like a cry from the body, which is revolted at the sight or at the imagination of too much cruelty. The formulation of the principle that penally must remain humane is expressed by the reformers in the first person. It is as if the sensibility of the speaker were being expressed directly, as if the body of the philosopher or theoretician had come, between executioner and victim, to affirm his own law and to impose it finally on the entire economy of punishment. Does this lyricism express an inability to find a rational foundation for a penal arithmetic? Between the contractual principle that expels the criminal from society and the image of the monster vomited by nature, where is one to find a limit, if not in a human nature that is manifested, not in the rigor of the law, not in the ferocity of the delinquent, but in the sensibility of the reasonable man who makes the law and does not commit crime? But this recourse to sensibility does not exactly express a theoretical impossibility. In fact, it bears within it a principle of calculation. The body, the imagination, pain, the heart to be respected are not, in effect, those of the criminal that is to be punished, but those of the men who, having subscribed to the pact, have the right of exercising against him the power of assembly. The pain that must exclude any reduction in punishment is that felt by the judges or spectators with all the hardness of heart that it may bring with it, all the ferocity induced by familiarity, or on the contrary, ill-founded feelings of pity and indulgence. Thank God for those gentle, sensitive souls on whom those horrible executions exert a kind of torture. What has to be arranged and calculated are the return effects of punishment on the punishing authority and the power that it claims to exercise. Here the principle takes root that one should never apply inhumane punishments to a criminal, who, nevertheless, may well be a traitor and a monster. If the law must now treat in a humane way an individual who is outside nature, it is not on account of some profound humanity that the criminal conceals within him, but because of a necessary regulation of the effects of power. It is this economic rationality that must calculate the penalty and prescribe the appropriate techniques. Humanity is the respectable name given to this economy and to its meticulous calculations. Where punishment is concerned, the minimum is ordered by humanity and counseled by policy. 6. So, in order to understand this technopolitics of punishment, let us take the extreme case, the ultimate crime, a deed of such enormity that it violates all the most respected laws. It is produced in circumstances so extraordinary, in such profound secrecy, with such lack of restraint, as if at the very limit of possibility, that it could not be other than unique, in any case the last of its kind. No one could ever imitate it, no one could take it as an example, or even feel scandalized that it should have been committed. It is doomed to disappear without trace. This fable 7 of the ultimate crime is, to the new penally, what original sin was to the old, the pure form in which the reason for punishment appears. Ought such a crime to be punished? According to what calculation? Of what use could its punishment be in the economy of the power to punish? It would be useful to the extent that it could make reparation for the harm done to society. Now, if one sets aside the strictly material damage, which even when it is irreparable as in the case of a murder is of little account in relation to society as a whole, the injury that a crime inflicts upon the social body is the disorder that it introduces into it, the scandal that it gives rise to, the example that it gives, the incitement to repeat it if it is not punished, the possibility of becoming widespread that it bears within it. In order to be useful, punishment must have as its objective the consequences of the crime, that is to say, the series of disorders that it is capable of initiating. The proportion between the penalty and the quality of the offense is determined by the influence that the violation of the pact has on the social order. But this influence of a crime is not necessarily in direct proportion to its horror. A crime that horrifies the conscience is often of less effect than an offense that everyone tolerates and feels quite ready to imitate. There is a scarcity of great crimes. On the other hand, there is the danger that everyday offenses may multiply. So one must not seek a qualitative relation between the crime and its punishment, an equivalence of horror. Can the cries of a wretch in torment bring back from the depths of a past that cannot return an action that has already been committed? One must calculate a penalty in terms not of the crime, but of its possible repetition. One must take into account not the past offense, but the future disorder. Things must be so arranged that the malefactor can have neither any desire to repeat his offense, nor any possibility of having imitators. 8 Punishment, then, will be an art of effects, rather than opposing the enormity of the penalty to the enormity of the crime. One must adjust to one another the two series that follow from the crime, its own effects and those of the penalty. A crime without a dynasty does not call for punishment, any more than, according to another version of the same fable, a society on the verge of dissolution and disappearance would have the right to erect scaffolds. The last crime cannot but remain unpunished. This was an old view. The function of punishment as example was to be found long before the 18th century reform. That punishment looks towards the future, and that at least one of its major functions is to prevent crime had, for centuries, been one of the current justifications of the right to punish. But the difference was that the prevention that was expected as an effect of the punishment and its spectacle, and therefore of its excess, tended now to become the principle of its economy and the measure of its just proportions. One must punish exactly enough to prevent repetition. There is, then, a shift in the mechanics of example. In a penally employing public torture and execution, example was the answer to the crime. It had, by a sort of twin manifestation, to show the crime and at the same time to show the sovereign power that mastered it. In a penally calculated according to its own effects, example must refer back to the crime, but in the most discreet way possible and with the greatest possible economy indicate the intervention of power. Ideally, too, it should prevent any subsequent reappearance of either. The example is no longer a ritual that manifests, it is a sign that serves as an obstacle. Through this technique of punitive signs, which tends to reverse the whole temporal field of penal action, the reformers thought they were giving to the power to punish an economic, effective instrument that could be made general throughout the entire social body, capable of coding all its behavior and consequently of reducing the whole diffuse domain of illegalities. The semio technique with which one tried to arm the power to punish rested on 5 or 6 major rules. The rule of minimum quantity. A crime is committed because it procures certain advantages. If one linked, to the idea of crime, the idea of a slightly greater disadvantage, it would cease to be desirable. For punishment to produce the effect that must be expected of it, it is enough that the harm that it causes exceed the good that the criminal has derived from the crime. A proximity between penalty and crime can, indeed must, be accepted, but no longer in its old form, where the public execution had to be equivalent in intensity to the crime, with an additional factor that marked the surplus power of the sovereign carrying out his legitimate vengeance. It is a quasi-equivalence at the level of interests, a little more interest in avoiding the penalty than in risking the crime. The rule of sufficient ideality. If the motive of a crime is the advantage expected of it, the effectiveness of the penalty is the disadvantage expected of it. This means that the pain at the heart of punishment is not the actual sensation of pain, but the idea of pain, displeasure, inconvenience, the pain of the idea of pain. Punishment has to make use not of the body, but of representation. Or rather, if it does make use of the body, it is not so much as the subject of a pain as the object of a representation. The memory of pain must prevent a repetition of the crime, just as the spectacle, however artificial it may be, of a physical punishment may prevent the contagion of a crime. But it is not pain in itself that will be the instrument of the technique of punishment. Therefore, as long as possible, and except in cases requiring an effective representation, one should avoid recourse to the great panoply of the scaffold. There is an elision of the body as the subject of the punishment, but not necessarily as an element in a spectacle. The rejection of the public execution which, at the threshold of the theory, had found no more than a lyrical expression, was now offered the possibility of a rational articulation. What must be maximized is the representation of the penalty, not its corporal reality. The rule of lateral effects. The penalty must have its most intense effects on those who have not committed the crime. To carry the argument to its limit, if one could be sure that the criminal could not repeat the crime, it would be enough to make others believe that he had been punished. There is a centrifugal intensification of effects, which leads to the paradox that in the calculation of penalties the least important element is still the criminal. Beccaria illustrated this paradox in the punishment that he proposed to replace the death sentence, perpetual slavery. Is this not a physically more cruel punishment than death? Not at all, he says, because the pain of slavery, for the condemned man, is divided into as many portions as he has moments left to live. It is an infinitely divisible penalty, an Eleatic penalty, much less severe than capital punishment, which is only one step away from the public execution. On the other hand, for those who see these slaves, or represent them to themselves, the pains they bear are concentrated into a single idea. All the moments of slavery are contracted into a representation that then becomes more terrifying than the idea of death. It is the economically ideal punishment. It is minimal for him who undergoes it and it is maximal for him who represents it to himself. Among the penalties, and in the way of applying them in proportion to the offenses, one must choose the means that will leave the most lasting impression on the minds of the people, and the least cruel on the body of the criminal. The rule of perfect certainty. With the idea of each crime and the advantages to be expected of it must be associated the idea of a particular punishment with the precise inconveniences that result from it. The link from one to the other must be regarded as necessary and unbreakable. This general element of certainty that must give the system of punishment its effectiveness involves a number of precise measures. The laws that define the crime and lay down the penalties must be perfectly clear, so that each member of society may distinguish criminal actions from virtuous actions. These laws must be published, so that everyone has access to them. What is needed is not oral traditions and customs, but a written legislation which can be the stable monument of the social pact. Printed texts available to all. Only printing can make the public as a whole and not just a few persons depositories of the sacred code of the laws. The monarch must renounce his right of pardon so that the force that is present in the idea of punishment is not attenuated by the hope of intervention. if one allows men to see that the crime may be pardoned and that punishment is not a necessary consequence of it, one nourishes in them the hope of going unpunished. The laws must be inexorable, those who execute them inflexible. 9. Above all, no crime committed must escape the gaze of those whose task it is to dispense justice. Nothing so weakens the machinery of the law than the hope of going unpunished. How could one establish in the minds of the public a strict link between the offense and a penalty if it were affected by a certain coefficient of improbability? Would it not be necessary to make the penalty the more to be feared in its violence as it is less to be feared in its uncertainty? Rather than imitate the old system in this way and be more severe, one must be more vigilant. Point 10. Hence the idea that the machinery of justice must be duplicated by an organ of surveillance that would work side by side with it, and which would make it possible either to prevent crimes, or, if committed, to arrest their authors. Police and justice must work together as two complementary actions of the same process, the police assuring the action of society on each individual, justice the rights of individuals against society. Thus every crime will come to the light of day and be punished in all certainty. But it is also necessary that the legal procedures should not remain secret, that the reasons why a defendant is condemned or acquitted should be known to all, and each individual must be able to recognize the reasons for a penalty. Let the magistrate speak his opinion aloud, let him be obliged to read in his judgment the text of the law that condemns the defendant. Let the procedures that are buried mysteriously in the obscurity of the Records Office be open to all citizens who are concerned at the fate of the condemned. The rule of common truth. Beneath this ordinary seeming principle is hidden an important transformation. The old system of legal proofs, the use of torture, the extraction of confessions, the use of the public execution, the body and spectacle for the reproduction of truth had long isolated penal practice from the common forms of demonstration. Semi-proofs produced semi-truths and semi-guilty persons. Words extracted by pain had greater authenticity. Presumption involved a degree of punishment. The heterogeneity of the system with the ordinary system of proof really constituted a scandal only when the power to punish needed, for its own economy, a climate of irrefutable certainty. How can one link absolutely in the minds of men the idea of crime and the idea of punishment, if the reality of the punishment does not follow, in all cases, the reality of the offense? To establish the offense, in all evidence, and according to the means valid for all, becomes a task of first importance. The verification of the crime must obey the general criteria for all truth. In the arguments it employs, in the proofs it provides, legal judgment must be homogeneous with judgment in general. There is, therefore, an abandonment of legal proof, a rejection of torture, the need for a complete demonstration of the truth, an effacement of all correlation between degrees of suspicion and degrees of punishment. Like a mathematical truth, the truth of the crime will be accepted only when it is completely proven. It follows that, up to the final demonstration of his crime, the defendant must be regarded as innocent, and that, in order to carry out this demonstration, the judge must use not ritual forms, but common instruments, that reason possessed by everyone, which is also that of philosophers and scientists. In theory, I regard the magistrate as a philosopher who sets out to discover an interesting truth. His sagacity will enable him to grasp all the circumstances and all the relations, bring together or separate whatever needs to be brought together or separated in order to arrive at a sane judgment. The investigation, the exercise of common reason, lays aside the old inquisitorial model and adopts the much more subtle model of empirical research. The judge will be like a pilot steering between the rocks. What proofs or what clues will be considered to be sufficient neither I nor anyone else has dared to determine in general, since circumstances are subject to infinite variations. Since proofs and clues must be deduced from these circumstances, the clearest clues and proofs must necessarily vary in proportion. Henceforth, penal practice was to be subject to a common rule of truth, or rather to a complex rule in which heterogeneous elements of scientific demonstration, the evidence of the senses and common sense come together to form the judge's deep-seated conviction. Although penal justice preserves the forms that guarantee its equity, it may now be opened up to all manner of truths, providing they are evident, well-founded, acceptable to all. The legal ritual in itself no longer generates a divided truth. It is resituated in the field of reference of common proofs. With the multiplicity of scientific discourses, a difficult, infinite relation was then forged that penal justice is still unable to control. The master of justice is no longer the master of its truth. The rule of optimal specification. For penal semiotics to cover the whole field of illegalities that one wishes to eliminate, all offenses must be defined, they must be classified and collected into species from which none of them can escape. A code is therefore necessary, and this code must be sufficiently precise for each type of offense to be clearly present in it. The silence of the law must not harbor the hope of impunity. An exhaustive, explicit code is required, defining crimes and fixing penalties. But the same imperative need for a total coincidence between all possible offenses and the effects signs of punishment forces one to go further. The idea of the same punishment does not have the same effect on everyone. The rich do not fear fines nor the notorious infamy. The injury caused by an offense and its value as example differ according to the status of the offender. A crime committed by a noble is more injurious to society than one committed by a man of the people. Lastly, since punishment must prevent a repetition of the offense, it must take into account the profound nature of the criminal himself, the presumable degree of his wickedness, the intrinsic quality of his will. Of two men who have committed the same theft, how much less guilty is he who scarcely had the necessities of life than he who overflowed with excess? Of two perjurers, how much more criminal is he on whom one has striven from his childhood to impress feelings of honor than he who, abandoned to nature, never received the benefit of education? One sees the emergence at the same time of the need for a parallel classification of crimes and punishments, the need for an individualization of sentences, in accordance with the particular characteristics of each criminal. This individualization was to weigh very heavily throughout the history of modern penal law. It is rooted precisely here, in terms of the theory of law and according to the requirements of everyday practice. It is no doubt in radical opposition to the principle of codification, but from the standpoint of the economy of the power to punish, and of the techniques by which one wishes to circulate throughout the social body precisely calibrated signs of punishment, with neither excesses nor loopholes, with neither a useless expenditure of power nor with timidity, it becomes evident that the codification of the offense's punishment system and the modulation of the criminal punishment dyad go side by side, each requiring the other. Individualization appears as the ultimate aim of a precisely adapted code. But this individualization is very different in its nature from the modulations of punishment to be found in the old jurisprudence. The old system, and on this point it followed Christian penitentiary practice, used two series of variables to adjust the punishment, those of circumstances and those of intention, elements, that is to say, that made it possible to qualify the act itself. The modulation of the penalty belonged to casuistry in the broad sense. But what was now beginning to emerge was a modulation that referred to the defendant himself, to his nature, to his way of life and his attitude of mind, to his past, to the quality and not to the intention of his will. One perceives, but as a place as yet unfilled, the locus in which, in penal practice, psychological knowledge will take over the role of casuistic jurisprudence. Of course, at the end of the 18th century, that moment was still far off. The code individualization link was sought in the scientific models of the period. Natural history no doubt offered the most adequate schema, the taxonomy of species according to an uninterrupted gradation. One sought to constitute a Linnaeus of crimes and punishments, so that each particular offense and each punishable individual might come, without the slightest risk of any arbitrary action, within the provisions of a general law. A table must be drawn up of all the genera of crimes to be observed in different countries. According to the enumeration of crimes, a division into species must be carried out. The best rule of this division is, it seems to me, to separate the crimes according to their objects. This division must be such that each species is quite distinct from another, and that each particular crime, considered in all its relations, may be placed between that which must precede it and that which must follow it, in the strictest gradation. Lastly, This table must be such that it may be compared with another table that will be drawn up for penalties, in such a way that they may correspond exactly to one another. In theory, or rather in dream, the double taxonomy of punishments and crimes will solve the problem, but how is one to apply fixed laws to particular individuals? Far removed from this speculative model, forms of anthropological individualization were being constituted at the same period in what was still a very rough and ready way. Let us take first the notion of the repetition of crime. Not that this was unknown to the old criminal laws. Point 11. But it was tending to become a description of the defendant himself capable of altering the sentence passed. According to the legislation of 1791, recidivists were liable in almost all cases to a doubling of the penalty. According to the law of Floreal Year X, they had to be branded with the letter R, and the Penal Code of 1810 inflicted on them either the maximum possible of the normal penalty, or the penalty immediately above it. Now, through the repetition of the crime, what one was aiming at was not the author of an act defined by law, but the delinquent subject himself, a certain will that manifested his intrinsically criminal character. Gradually, as criminality, rather than crime, became the object of penal intervention, the opposition between first offender and recidivist tended to become more important. And on the basis of this opposition, reinforcing it on several points, one sees at the same period the formation of the notion of the crime passional, an involuntary, unpremeditated crime, bound up with extraordinary circumstances, which, while not offering the same excuse as madness, nevertheless prevented it from being regarded as an ordinary crime. As early as 1791, Le Pelletier remarked that the subtle gradation of penalties that he had presented to the Constituent Assembly might dissuade from crime the evildoer who plans a wicked action in cold blood, and who may be restrained by thoughts of the penalty, but, on the other hand, it was powerless against crimes due to violent passions that have no regard to consequences. This, however, was unimportant, since such crimes revealed in their authors no reasoned wickedness. 12. Beneath the humanization of the penalties, what one finds are all those rules that authorize, or rather demand, leniency, as a calculated economy of the power to punish. But they also provoke a shift in the point of application of this power. It is no longer the body, with the ritual play of excessive pains, spectacular brandings in the ritual of the public execution. It is the mind, or rather a play of representations and signs circulating discreetly but necessarily and evidently in the minds of all. It is no longer the body, but the soul, said Mabley. And we see very clearly what he meant by this term, the correlative of a technique of power. Old anatomies of punishment are abandoned. But have we really entered the age of non-corporal punishment? At the point of departure, then, one may place the political project of rooting out illegalities, generalizing the punitive function and delimiting, in order to control it, the power to punish. From this there emerge two lines of objectification of crime and of the criminal. On the one hand, the criminal designated as the enemy of all, whom it is in the interest of all to track down, falls outside the pact, disqualifies himself as a citizen and emerges, bearing within him as it were, a wild fragment of nature. He appears as a villain, a monster, a madman, perhaps, a sick and, before long, abnormal individual. It is as such that, one day, he will belong to a scientific objectification and to the treatment that is correlative to it. On the other hand, the need to measure, from within, the effects of the punitive power prescribes tactics of intervention over all criminals, actual or potential, the organization of a field of prevention, the calculation of interests, the circulation of representations and signs, the constitution of a horizon of certainty and proof, the adjustment of penalties to ever more subtle variables. All this also leads to an objectification of criminals and crimes. In either case, one sees that the power relation that underlies the exercise of punishment begins to be duplicated by an object relation in which are caught up not only the crime as a fact to be established according to common norms, but the criminal as an individual to be known according to specific criteria. One also sees that this object relation is not superimposed, from the outside, on the punitive practice, as would be a prohibition laid on the fury of the public execution by the limits of the sensibility, or as would be a rational or scientific interrogation as to what this man that one is punishing really is. The processes of objectification originate in the very tactics of power and of the arrangement of its exercise. However, the two types of objectification that emerge with the project of penal reform are very different from one another, both in their chronology and in their effects. The objectification of the criminal as outside the law, as natural man, is still only a potentiality, a vanishing trace, in which are entangled the themes of political criticism and the figures of the imagination. One will have to wait a long time before homo criminalis becomes a definite object in the field of knowledge. The other, on the contrary, has had much more rapid and decisive effects in so far as it was linked more directly to the reorganization of the power to punish, codification, definition of offenses, the fixing of a scale of penalties, rules of procedure, definition of the role of magistrates. And also because it made use of the discourse already constituted by the ideologues. This discourse provided, in effect, by means of the theory of interests, representations, and signs, by the series and genses that it reconstituted, a sort of general recipe for the exercise of power over men, the mind as a surface of inscription for power, with semiology as its tool, the submission of bodies through the control of ideas, the analysis of representations as a principle in a politics of bodies that was much more effective than the ritual anatomy of torture and execution. The thought of the ideologues was not only a theory of the individual and society, it developed as a technology of subtle, effective, economic powers, in opposition to the sumptuous expenditure of the power of the sovereign. Let us hear once more what Servan has to say. The ideas of crime and punishment must be strongly linked and follow one another without interruption. When you have thus formed the chain of ideas in the heads of your citizens, you will then be able to pride yourselves on guiding them and being their masters. A stupid despot may constrain his slaves with iron chains, but a true politician binds them even more strongly by the chain of their own ideas. It is at the stable point of reason that he secures the end of the chain. This link is all the stronger in that we do not know of what it is made and we believe it to be our own work. Despair and time eat away the bonds of iron and steel, but they are powerless against the habitual union of ideas. They can only tighten it still more, and on the soft fibers of the brain is founded the unshakable base of the soundest of empires. It is this semiotechnique of punishments, this ideological power which, partly at least, will remain in suspense and will be superseded by a new political anatomy, in which the body, once again, but in a new form, will be the principal character. And this new political anatomy will permit the intersection of the two divergent lines of objectification that are to be seen emerging in the 18th century, that which rejects the criminal from the other side, from the side of a nature against nature, and that which seeks to control delinquency by a calculated economy of punishments. A glance at the new art of punishing clearly reveals the supersession of the punitive semiotechnique by a new politics of the body. 2. The gentle way in punishment. The art of punishing, then, must rest on a whole technology of representation. The undertaking can succeed only if it forms part of a natural mechanics. Like the gravitation of bodies, a secret force compels us ever towards our well-being. This impulsion is effected only by the obstacles that laws oppose to it. All the diverse actions of man are the effects of this interior tendency. To find the suitable punishment for a crime is to find the disadvantage whose idea is such that it robs forever the idea of a crime of any attraction. It is an art of conflicting energies, an art of images linked by association, the forging of stable connections that defy time. It is a matter of establishing the representation of pairs of opposing values, of establishing quantitative differences between the opposing forces, of setting up a complex of obstacle signs that may subject the movement of the forces to a power relation. Let the idea of torture and execution be ever present in the heart of the weak man and dominate the feeling that drives him to crime. These obstacle signs must constitute the new arsenal of penalties, just as the old public executions were organized around a system of retaliatory marks. But in order to function, they must obey several conditions. 1. They must be as unarbitrary as possible. It is true that it is society that defines, in terms of its own interests, what must be regarded as a crime. It is not therefore natural. But, if punishment is to present itself to the mind as soon as one thinks of committing a crime, as immediate a link as possible must be made between the two, a link of resemblance, analogy, proximity. The penalty must be made to conform as closely as possible to the nature of the offense, so that fear of punishment diverts the mind from the road along which the prospect of an advantageous crime was leading it. The ideal punishment would be transparent to the crime that it punishes. Thus, for him who contemplates it, it will be infallibly the sign of the crime that it punishes, and for him who dreams of the crime, the idea of the offense will be enough to arouse the sign of the punishment. This is an advantage for the stability of the link, an advantage for the calculation of the proportions between crime and punishment and the quantitative reading of interests. It also has the advantage that, by assuming the form of a natural sequence, punishment does not appear as the arbitrary effect of a human power. To derive the offense from the punishment is the best means of proportioning punishment to crime. If this is the triumph of justice, it is also the triumph of liberty, for then penalties no longer proceed from the will of the legislator, but from the nature of things. One no longer sees man committing violence on man. In analogical punishment, the power that punishes is hidden. The reformers proposed a whole panoply of penalties that were natural by institution and which represented in their form the content of the crime. Take vermal, for example. Those who abuse public liberty will be deprived of their own, those who abuse the benefits of law and the privileges of public office will be deprived of their civil rights, speculation and usury will be punished by fines, theft will be punished by confiscation, vainglory by humiliation, murder by death, fire-raising by the stake. In the case of the poisoner, the executioner will present him with a goblet the contents of which will be thrown into his face. Thus he will be made to feel the horror of his crime by being offered an image of it. He will then be thrown into a cauldron of boiling water. Mere daydreaming? Perhaps. But the principle of a symbolic communication was clearly formulated by L. E. Pelletier, when in 1791 he presented the new criminal legislation. Exact relations are required between the nature of the offense and the nature of the punishment. He who has used violence in his crime must be subjected to physical pain. He who has been lazy must be sentenced to hard labor. He who has acted despicably will be subjected to infamy. Despite cruelties that are strongly reminiscent of the tortures of the Ancien regime, a quite different mechanism is at work in these analogical penalties. Horror is not opposed to horror in a joust of power. It is no longer the symmetry of vengeance, but the transparency of the sign to that which it signifies. What is required is to establish, in the theater of punishments, a relation that is immediately intelligible to the senses and on which a simple calculation may be based, a sort of reasonable aesthetic of punishment. It is not only in the fine arts that one must follow nature faithfully. Political institutions, at least those that display wisdom and permanence, are founded on nature. The punishment must proceed from the crime, the law must appear to be a necessity of things, and power must act while concealing itself beneath the gentle force of nature. 2. This complex of signs must engage with the mechanics of forces, reduce the desire that makes the crime attractive, increase the interest that makes the penalty be feared, reverse the relation of intensities, so that the representation of the penalty and its disadvantages is more lively than that of the crime and its pleasures. There is a whole mechanics, therefore, of interest, of its movement, of the way that one represents it to oneself and of the liveliness of this representation. The legislator must be a skillful architect who knows how to employ all the forces that may contribute to the solidity of the building and reduce all those that might ruin it. There are several ways of achieving this. Go straight to the source of evil. Smash the mainspring that animates the representation of the crime. Weaken the interest that brought it to birth. Behind the offenses of the vagabond, there is laziness. That is what one must fight against. One will not succeed by locking beggars up in filthy prisons that are more like cesspools. They will have to be forced to work. The best way of punishing them is to employ them. Against a bad passion, a good habit; against a force, another force, but it must be the force of sensibility and passion, not that of armed power. Must one not deduce all penalties from this principle, which is so simple, so appropriate, and already well known, namely, to choose them in that which is most subduing for the passion that led to the crime committed? Set the force that drove the criminal to the crime against itself. Divide interest, use it to make the penalty something to be feared. Let the punishment irritate it and stimulate it more than the crime was able to flatter it. If pride led to the committing of a crime, let it be hurt, let the punishment disgust it. Shameful punishments are effective because they are based on the vanity that was at the root of the crime. Fanatics glory both in their opinions and in the tortures that they endure for them. Let us, therefore, set against fanaticism the proud obstinacy that sustains it, reduce it with ridicule and shame. If one humiliates the proud vanity of fanatics before a great crowd of spectators, one may expect happy effects from this punishment. It would be quite useless, on the other hand, to impose physical pain on them. Reanimate the useful, virtuous interest that has been so weakened by the crime. The feeling of respect for property, for wealth, but also for honor, liberty, life, this the criminal loses when he robs, calumniates, abducts or kills. So he must be taught this feeling once again. And one will begin by teaching it to him for his own benefit. One will show him what it is to lose the freedom to dispose as one wishes of one's own wealth, honor, time, and body, so that he may respect it in others. The penalty that forms stable and easily legible signs must also recompose the economy of interests and the dynamics of passions. 3. Consequently, one must use a temporal modulation. The penalty transforms, modifies, establishes signs, arranges obstacles. What use would it be if it had to be permanent? A penalty that had no end would be contradictory. All the constraints that it imposes on the convict and of which, having become virtuous once more, he would never be able to take advantage, would be little better than torture, and the effort made to reform him would be so much trouble and expense lost by society. If incorrigibles there be, one must be determined to eliminate them. But, for all the others, punishment can function only if it comes to an end. This analysis was accepted by the Constituent Assembly. The Code of 1791 lays down the death penalty for traitors and murderers. All other penalties must have an end. But above all, the role of duration must be integrated into the economy of the penalty. In its very violence, the public execution tended to have the following result: the more serious the crime, the shorter the punishment. Duration certainly intervened in the old system of penalties: days at the pillory, years of banishment, hours spent dying on the wheel. But it was a time of ordeal, not of concerted transformation. Duration must now facilitate the proper action of the punishment. A prolonged succession of painful privations, sparing mankind the horror of torture, has much more effect on the guilty party than a passing moment of pain. It constantly renews in the eyes of the people that witness it the memory of vengeful laws, and revives in all the moments of a salutary terror one time, operator of punishment. But the delicate mechanism of the passions must not be constrained in the same way or with the same insistence when they begin to improve. The punishment should diminish as it produces its effects. It may well be fixed, in the sense that it is determined for all, in the same way, by law, but its internal mechanism must be variable. In the bill put before the Constituent Assembly, Le Pelletier proposed a system of diminishing penalties. A convict condemned to the most serious penalty would be subjected to the cachot only during the first stage of his imprisonment. He would be allowed to work first 2 then 3 days a week. After 2/3 of his sentence had been served, he could pass to the jean. Lastly, when he approached the end of his sentence, he could pass to the normal prison regime. He will be allowed every day to meet other prisoners for work in common. If he prefers, he will be able to work alone. He will pay for his food from what he earns from his work. For the convict, the penalty is a mechanics of signs, interests, and duration. But the guilty person is only one of the targets of punishment. For punishment is directed above all at others, at all the potentially guilty. So these obstacle signs that are gradually engraved in the representation of the condemned man must therefore circulate rapidly and widely, they must be accepted and redistributed by all, they must shape the discourse that each individual has with others and by which crime is forbidden to all by all, the true coin that is substituted in people's minds for the false prophets of crime. For this, everyone must see punishment not only as natural, but in his own interest, everyone must be able to read in it his own advantage. There must be no more spectacular, but useless penalties. There must be no secret penalties either, but punishment must be regarded as a retribution that the guilty man makes to each of his fellow citizens, for the crime that has wronged them all, penalties that are constantly placed before citizens' eyes, and which bring out the public utility of common and particular movements. The ideal would be for the convict to appear as a sort of rentable property, a slave at the service of all. Why would society eliminate a life and a body that it could appropriate? It would be more useful to make him serve the state in a slavery that would be more or less extended according to the nature of his crime. France has all too many impracticable roads that impede trade. Thieves who also obstruct the free circulation of goods could be put to rebuilding the highways. Far more telling than death would be the example of a man who is ever before one's eyes, whom one has deprived of liberty and who is forced to spend the rest of his days repairing the loss that he has caused society. In the old system, the body of the condemned man became the king's property, on which the sovereign left his mark and brought down the effects of his power. Now he will be rather the property of society, the object of a collective and useful appropriation. This explains why the reformers almost always proposed public works as one of the best possible penalties. In this, they were supported by the cahiers de doléances. Let those condemned to penalties short of death be put to the public works of the country for a time proportionate to their crime. Two public works meant two things: the collective interest in the punishment of the condemned man and the visible, verifiable character of the punishment. Thus the convict pays twice, by the labor he provides and by the signs that he produces. At the heart of society, on the public squares or highways, the convict is a focus of profit and signification. Visibly, he is serving everyone, but, at the same time, he lets slip into the minds of all the crime punishment sign, a secondary, purely moral, but much more real utility. 5. Hence a whole learned economy of publicity. In physical torture, the example was based on terror, physical fear, collective horror, images that must be engraved on the memories of the spectators, like the brand on the cheek or shoulder of the condemned man. The example is now based on the lesson, the discourse, the decipherable sign, the representation of public morality. It is no longer the terrifying restoration of sovereignty that will sustain the ceremony of punishment, but the reactivation of the code, the collective reinforcements of the link between the idea of crime and the idea of punishment. In the penalty, rather than seeing the presence of the sovereign, one will read the laws themselves. The laws associated a particular crime with a particular punishment. As soon as the crime is committed, the punishment will follow at once, enacting the discourse of the law and showing that the code, which links ideas, also links realities. The junction, immediate in the text, must be immediate in acts. Consider those first movements in which the news of some horrible act spreads through our towns and countryside. The citizens are like men who see lightning falling about them, everyone is moved by indignation and horror. That is the moment to punish the crime, do not let it slip by, hasten to prove it and judge it. Set up scaffolds, stakes, drag out the guilty man to the public squares, summon the people with great cries, you will then hear them applaud the proclamation of your judgments, as the proclamation of peace and liberty, you will see them run to these terrible spectacles as to the triumph of the laws. Public punishment is the ceremony of immediate recoding. The law is reformed, it takes up its place on the side of the crime that violated it. The criminal, on the other hand, is detached from society, he leaves it. But not in those ambiguous festivals of the ancien regime in which the people inevitably took part, either in the crime or in the execution, but in a ceremony of mourning. The society that has rediscovered its laws has lost the citizen who violated them. Public punishment must manifest this double affliction, that a citizen should have been capable of ignoring the law and that one should have been obliged to separate oneself from a citizen. Associate the scaffold with the most lugubrious and most moving ceremonies, let this terrible day be a day of mourning for the nation, let the general sorrow be painted everywhere in bold letters. Let the magistrate, wearing black, funereal crape, announce the crime and the sad necessity of a legal vengeance to the people. Let the different scenes of this tragedy strike all the senses, stir all gentle, honest affections. The meaning of this mourning must be clear to all, each element of its ritual must speak, repeat the crime, recall the law, show the need for punishment and justify its degree. Posters, placards, signs, symbols must be distributed, so that everyone may learn their significations. The publicity of punishment must not have the physical effect of terror, it must open up a book to be read. Le Pelletier suggested that, once a month, the people should be allowed to visit convicts. In their mournful cells, they will read, written in bold letters above the door, the name of the convict, his crime, and his sentence. And in the simple, military style of the imperial ceremonies, Bigzon was to imagine some years later a whole tableau of penal heraldry. The prisoner condemned to death will be taken to the scaffold in a card hung or painted in black and red. If he is a traitor, he will wear a red coat on which will be inscribed, in front and behind, the word traitor. If he is a parricide, his head will be covered with a black veil and on his shirt will be embroidered daggers or whatever instruments of death he used. If he is a poisoner, his red shirt will be decorated with snakes and other venomous animals. This legible lesson, this ritual recoding, must be repeated as often as possible. The punishments must be a school rather than a festival, an ever-open book rather than a ceremony. The duration that makes the punishment effective for the guilty is also useful for the spectators. They must be able to consult at each moment the permanent lexicon of crime and punishment. A secret punishment is a punishment half-wasted. Children should be allowed to come to the places where the penalty is being carried out, there they will attend their classes in civics. And grown men will periodically relearn the laws. Let us conceive of places of punishment as a garden of the laws that families would visit on Sundays. I propose that, from time to time, after preparing people's minds with a reasoned discourse on the preservation of the social order, on the utility of punishment, men as well as boys should be taken to the mines and to the work camps and contemplate the frightful fate of these outlaws. Such pilgrimages would be more useful than the pilgrimages made by the Turks to Mecca. And Le Pelletier considered that this visibility of punishment was one of the fundamental principles of the new penal code. Often, at certain special times, the presence of the people must bring down shame upon the heads of the guilty, and the presence of the guilty person in the pitiful state to which his crime has reduced him must bring useful instruction to the souls of the people. Long before he was regarded as an object of science, the criminal was imagined as a source of instruction. Once one made charitable visits to prisoners to share in their sufferings, now it was being suggested that children should come and learn how the benefits of the law are applied to crime, a living lesson in the Museum of Order. 6. This will make possible in society an inversion of the traditional discourse of crime. How can one extinguish the dubious glory of the criminal? This was a matter of grave concern to the lawmakers of the 18th century. How can one silence the adventures of the great criminals celebrated in the almanacs, broadsheets and popular tales? If the recoding of punishment is well done, if the ceremony of mourning takes place as it should, the crime can no longer appear as anything but a misfortune and the criminal as an enemy who must be re-educated into social life. Instead of those songs of praise that turn the criminal into a hero, only those obstacle signs that arrest the desire to commit the crime by the calculated fear of punishment will circulate in men's discourse. The positive mechanics will operate to the full in the language of every day, which will constantly reinforce it with new accounts. Discourse will become the vehicle of the law, the constant principle of universal recoding. The poets of the people will at last join those who call themselves the missionaries of eternal reason, they will become moralists. Filled with these terrible images and salutary ideas, each citizen will spread them through his family, and there, by long accounts delivered with as much fervour as they are avidly listened to, his children gathered around him, will open up their young memories to receive, in imperishable lineaments, the notion of crime and punishment, the love of law and country, the respect and trust of the magistrature. Country people, too, will be witnesses of these examples and will sow them around their huts. The taste of virtue will take root in these coarse souls, while the evildoer, dismayed at the public joy, fearful at the sight of so many enemies, may abandon plans whose outcome will be as prompt as it is gloomy. This, then, is how one must imagine the punitive city. At the crossroads, in the gardens, at the side of roads being repaired or bridges built, in workshops open to all, in the depths of mines that may be visited, will be hundreds of tiny theaters of punishment. Each crime will have its law, each criminal his punishment. It will be a visible punishment, a punishment that tells all, that explains, justifies itself, convicts. Placards, different colored caps bearing inscriptions, posters, symbols, texts read or printed, tirelessly repeat the code. Scenery, perspectives, optical effects, trompe-l'oeil sometimes magnify the scene, making it more fearful than it is, but also clearer. From where the public is sitting, it is possible to believe in the existence of certain cruelties which, in fact, do not take place. But the essential point, in all these real or magnified severities, is that they should all, according to a strict economy, teach a lesson, that each punishment should be a fable. And that, in counterpoint with all the direct examples of virtue, one may at each moment encounter, as a living spectacle, the misfortunes of vice. Around each of these moral representations, school children will gather with their masters and adults will learn what lessons to teach their offspring. The great terrifying ritual of the public execution gives way, day after day, street after street, to this serious theater, with its multifarious and persuasive scenes. And popular memory will reproduce in rumor the austere discourse of the law. But perhaps it will be necessary, above these innumerable spectacles and narratives, to place the major sign of punishment for the most terrible of crimes, the keystone of the penal edifice. In any case, Vermel had imagined the scene of absolute punishment that should dominate all the theaters of everyday punishment, the only case in which one had to seek to reach an infinity of punishment, something equivalent in the new penal system to what regicide had been in the old. The man found guilty of this crime would have his eyes put out, he would be put into an iron cage, suspended in the air, above a public square, he would be completely naked, he would be attached to the bars of the cage by an iron belt around his waist, to the end of his days, he would be fed on bread and water. Thus he would be exposed to all the rigors of the seasons, sometimes his head would be covered with snow, sometimes burnt by a scorching sun. It is in this energetic torture, presenting rather the extension of a painful death than that of a painful life, that one would truly recognize a villain deserving of the horror of nature in its entirety, condemned to see no longer the heaven that he has outraged and to live no longer on the earth that he has sullied. Above the punitive city hangs this iron spider, and the criminal who is to be thus crucified by the new law is the parricide. There is a whole new arsenal of picturesque punishments. Avoid inflicting the same punishments, said Mabley. The idea of a uniform penalty, modulated only according to the gravity of the crime, is banished. To be more precise, the use of imprisonment as a general form of punishment is never presented in these projects for specific, visible, and telling penalties. Imprisonment is envisaged, but as one among other penalties, it is the specific punishment for certain offenses, those that infringe the liberty of individuals or those that result from an abuse of liberty. It is also envisaged as a condition to enable certain punishments to be carried out. But it does not cover the whole field of penalty with its duration as the sole principle of variation. Or rather, the idea of penal imprisonment is explicitly criticized by many reformers. Because it is incapable of corresponding to the specificity of crimes. Because it has no effect on the public. Because it is useless, even harmful, to society, it is costly, it maintains convicts in idleness, it multiplies their vices. Because the execution of such a penalty is difficult to supervise and because there is a risk of exposing prisoners to the arbitrary will of their guards. Because the job of depriving a man of his liberty and of supervising him is an exercise of tyranny. You are demanding that there should be monsters among you, and if these odious men existed, the legislator ought perhaps to treat them as murderers. Prison as the universal penalty is incompatible with this whole technique of penalty effect, penalty representation, penalty general function, penalty sign and discourse. It is obscurity, violence, and suspicion. It is a place of darkness in which the citizens' eye cannot count the victims, in which consequently their number is lost as an example. Whereas if, without multiplying crimes, one could multiply the example of punishments, one would succeed at last in rendering them less necessary. Indeed, the obscurity of the prisons becomes a subject of defiance for the citizens, they easily suppose that great injustices are committed there. There is certainly something wrong when the law, which is made for the good of the multitude, instead of arousing its gratitude, continually arouses its discontent. The idea that imprisonment might as it does today cover the whole middle ground of punishment, between death and light penalties, was one that the reformers could not arrive at immediately. The problem is the following: within a short space of time, detention became the essential form of punishment. In the Penal Code of 1810, between death and fines, it occupies, in a number of forms, almost the whole field of possible punishments. What is the system of penally accepted by the new law? It is incarceration in all its forms. Indeed, compare the four principal penalties that remain in the Penal Code. Forced labor is a form of incarceration. The convict-ship is an open-air prison. Detention, reclusion, imprisonment for a minor offense are in a sense merely different names for one and the same punishment. And the empire decided at once to translate this imprisonment, envisaged by the law, into reality, according to a whole penal, administrative, geographical hierarchy, at the lowest degree, associated with each justice of the peace, municipal maisons de police, in each arrondissement, maisons d'arrêt, in each department, a maison de correction, at the summit, several maisons centrales for convicted criminals or correctionals serving sentences of over 1 year, lastly, in a few ports, convict ships. A great prison structure was planned, whose different levels would correspond exactly to the levels of the centralized administration. The scaffold, where the body of the tortured criminal had been exposed to the ritually manifested force of the sovereign, the punitive theater in which the representation of punishment was permanently available to the social body, was replaced by a great enclosed, complex and hierarchized structure that was integrated into the very body of the state apparatus. A quite different materiality, a quite different physics of power, a quite different way of investing men's bodies had emerged. During the Restoration and the July Monarchy, there were, apart from a few exceptional moments, between 40,000 and 43,000 prisoners in French jails. The high wall, no longer the wall that surrounds and protects, no longer the wall that stands for power and wealth, but the meticulously sealed wall, uncrossable in either direction, closed in upon the now mysterious work of punishment, will become, near at hand, sometimes even at the very center of the cities of the 19th century, the monotonous figure, at once material and symbolic, of the power to punish. Already under the consulate, the Minister of the Interior had been appointed to investigate the different places of safety that were already functioning and which could be used in different towns. A few years later, sums had been allocated for the construction, in keeping with the power that they were to represent and serve, of these new castles of the new civil order. The empire used them in fact, for another war. A less extravagant, but more obstinate economy continued to build them throughout the 19th century. In under 20 years, in any case, the principle so clearly formulated in the Constituent Assembly, of specific, appropriate, effective penalties, constituting, in each case, a lesson for all, became the law of detention for every offense of any importance, except those requiring the death penalty. The theater of punishment of which the 18th century dreamed and which would have acted essentially on the minds of the general public was replaced by the great uniform machinery of the prisons, whose network of immense buildings was to extend across France and Europe. But 20 years is perhaps too long a chronology for this conjuring trick. It may be argued that it occurred almost instantaneously. One has only to look at the bill for the criminal code presented in the Constituent Assembly by L.E. Pelletier. The principle stated at the outset is the need for exact relations between the nature of the offense and the nature of the punishment. Physical pain should be inflicted on those who commit crimes of violence, hard labor on the idle, shame on those with degraded souls. But the severe penalties actually proposed are three forms of detention: the cachot, in which the penalty of imprisonment is augmented by various measures; the gene, in which these ancillary measures are attenuated; and lastly imprisonment proper, which is reduced to simple confinement. The diversity, so solemnly promised, is reduced in the end to this grey, uniform penalty. Indeed, at the time, there were deputies who expressed surprise that, instead of establishing a natural relation between offences and penalties, a quite different plan had been adopted, so that if I have betrayed my country, I go to prison; if I have killed my father, I go to prison. Every imaginable offence is punished in the same uniform way. One might as well see a physician who has the same remedy for all ills. This prompt substitution was not confined to France. It was to be found, to a greater or lesser degree, in other countries. When Catherine II, in the years immediately following the Treatise de délits et de peines, gave instructions to the commission entrusted with the task of drawing up a new code of laws, Beccaриa's lesson on the specificity and variety of penalties was not forgotten. It was repeated almost word for word. It is a triumph of civil liberty when the criminal laws derive each penalty from the particular nature of each crime. In this way all arbitrariness ceases. The penalty does not depend on the caprice of the legislator, but on the nature of the thing. It is not man who does violence to man, but the man's own action. A few years later, Beccaria's general principle served as a foundation for the new Tuscan Code and for the new code given by Joseph II to Austria, and yet both legislations made imprisonment, modulated according to its duration and augmented in certain cases by branding or the use of irons, an almost uniform penalty, at least 30 years detention for an attempt on the sovereign's life, for counterfeiting and for murder with robbery, 15 to 30 years for voluntary homicide or armed robbery, 1 month to 5 years for simple theft, etc. 3. But if this colonization of the penalty by the prison is surprising, it is because imprisonment was not, as one might imagine, a punishment that was already securely established in the penal system, just below the death penalty, and which naturally occupied the place left vacant by the disappearance of public torture. In fact, imprisonment, and on this point many countries were in the same situation as France, had only a limited and marginal position in the system of penalties. This is shown by the texts themselves. The Ordinance of 1670 does not include detention among the pains afflictives, or serious penalties. Perpetual or temporary imprisonment was no doubt included among certain local customs and practices. But contemporary writers maintain that it was falling into disuse together with other forms of torture. There were formerly penalties that are no longer practiced in France, such as writing a condemned man's penalty on his face or forehead and perpetual imprisonment, just as one no longer condemns a criminal to be exposed to wild beasts or sent down the mines. In fact, it is certain that imprisonment had survived tenaciously as a punishment for less serious offenses, according to local customs and practices. In this sense, so Latkus spoke of the light penalties that the Ordinance of 1670 had not mentioned: reprimand, admonition, banishment from a certain place, satisfaction to the injured party and a term of imprisonment. In certain regions, especially those that had most preserved their legal peculiarities, the penalty of imprisonment was still widespread, but this had its difficulties, as in the recently annexed province of Roussillon. Yet, despite these divergencies, jurists held firmly to the principle that imprisonment is not to be regarded as a penalty in our civil law. Its role is rather that of holding the person and his body as security, ad continendos homines, non ad puniendos, as the tag has it. In this sense, the imprisonment of a suspect has a role similar to that of a debtor. Through imprisonment, one has security for someone, one does not punish him. 4 This was the general principle. And although imprisonment sometimes served as a penalty, even in important cases, it did so essentially as a substitute. It replaced the galleys for those, women, children, invalids, who could not serve there. The sentence of imprisonment for a term or for life is equivalent to being sent to the galleys. 5 In this equivalence, one can see clearly enough the emergence of a possible connection. But, for this to take place, the prison had to change its juridical status. It was also necessary to overcome a second obstacle, which, for France at least, was a considerable one. Imprisonment was especially disqualified for this role by the fact that it was, in practice, directly bound up with arbitrary royal decision and the excesses of the sovereign power. The maisons de force, the general hospitals, the king's orders or the orders of the police magistrates, letters under the king's private seal obtained by notables or by families, constituted a whole repressive practice, juxtaposed with regular justice and more usually opposed to it. And this extrajudicial imprisonment came to be rejected by both classical jurists and reformers. Prisons are made by princes, said a traditionalist like Serpillion, who sheltered behind the authority of Judge Bohire, although, for reasons of state, princes are sometimes inclined to inflict this penalty. Ordinary justice makes no use of this kind of sentence. Detention was described by the reformers in innumerable statements as a figure and privileged instrument of despotism. What is one to say of those secret prisons conjured up by the fatal spirit of monarchism, reserved in the main either for philosophers, in whose hands nature has placed her torch and who dared to enlighten their century, or for those proud independent souls who lack the cowardice to keep silent on the ills of their country, prisons whose gloomy doors are opened by mysterious letters and swallow up forever its unfortunate victims? What is to be said even of those letters, those masterpieces of ingenious tyranny, which overthrow the privilege of every citizen to be heard before he is judged, and which are 1,000 times more dangerous for men than the invention of Phalaris? 6. No doubt these protests, coming from such diverse sources, are directed not at imprisonment as a legal penalty, but at the illegal use of arbitrary, indeterminate detention. Nevertheless, imprisonment was seen, generally speaking, as branded by the abuses of power. And many cahiers de doléances rejected it as incompatible with good justice. Sometimes in the name of classical juridical principles, prisons were intended by the law not to punish but to secure the persons of the offenders. Sometimes in the name of the effects of imprisonment, which punishes those who have not yet been convicted, which communicates and generalizes the evil that it ought to prevent, and which runs counter to the principle of the individuality of penalties by punishing a whole family, it was said that imprisonment is not a penalty. Humanity rises up against the frightful thought that it is not a punishment to deprive a citizen of his most precious possession, to plunge him ignominiously into the den of crime, to snatch him from everything that is dear to him, to bring him perhaps to ruin and to deprive not only him but his unfortunate family of all means of subsistence. And, on several occasions, the cahiers demanded the abolition of those houses of internment. We believe that the maisons de force must be razed to the ground. 7 And the decree of March 13, 1790 ordered the freeing of all persons detained in castles, religious houses, maisons de force, maisons de police or any other prisons, by orders under the king's private seal or by orders of the agents of the executive power. How then could detention, so evidently bound up with an illegality that was denounced even in the power of the prince, become in so short a time one of the most general forms of legal punishment? The explanation most usually given is the formation, during the classical age, of a number of great models of punitive imprisonment. Their prestige, which was all the greater in that the most recent examples came from England and above all from America, appears to have made it possible to overcome the double obstacle constituted by the age-old rules of law and the despotic functioning of imprisonment. Very soon, it seems, these obstacles were swept away by the punitive marvels thought up by the reformers, and detention became a serious reality. There can be no doubt about the importance of these models. But it is precisely these models that, before providing a solution, themselves pose problems, the problem of their existence and the problem of their diffusion. How were they able to come into being and, above all, how did they become so generally accepted? For it is easy to show that, although they correspond on a number of points with the general principles of penal reform, they fail to do so on an even greater number, sometimes they are even quite incompatible. The oldest of these models, the one that is generally regarded as having more or less inspired all the others, was the Rasphuis of Amsterdam, opened in 1596.8. Originally, it was intended for beggars or young malefactors. Its functioning obeyed three great principles: the duration of the penalties could, at least within certain limits, be determined by the administration itself, according to the prisoner's conduct. Work was obligatory, it was performed in common, and, for the work done, the prisoners received wages. A strict timetable, a system of prohibitions and obligations, continual supervision, exhortations, religious readings, a whole complex of methods to draw towards good and to turn away from evil held the prisoners in its grip from day to day. One may take the Rasphuis of Amsterdam as a basic figure. Historically, it forms the link between the theory, so characteristic of the 16th century, of a pedagogical and spiritual transformation of individuals brought about by continuous exercise, and the penitentiary techniques conceived in the second half of the 18th century. And it provided the three institutions that were then set up with the fundamental principles that each was to develop in its own particular direction. The Maison de Force at Ghent organized penal labor above all around economic imperatives. The reason given was that idleness was the general cause of most crimes. An investigation, no doubt one of the first, carried out among those sentenced under the jurisdiction of Alost, in 1749, showed that malefactors were not artisans or laborers, but idlers given up to begging. 9 Hence the idea of a house that would in a sense provide a universal pedagogy of work for those who had proved to be resistant to it. This had four advantages: it reduced the number of criminal prosecutions, which were costly to the state. This would make it unnecessary to return money paid in taxes to the owners of woods ruined by vagabonds. It would create a mass of new workers, which would help by competition to bring down the cost of labor. Lastly, it would enable the true poor to benefit, to the full, from necessary charity. This useful pedagogy would revive for the lazy individual a liking for work, force him back into a system of interests in which labor would be more advantageous than laziness, form around him a small, miniature, simplified, coercive society in which the maxim, "he who wants to live must work," would be clearly revealed. Work would be compulsory, but so too would be remuneration, which enables the prisoner to improve his lot during and after detention. The man who does not find his subsistence must be made to desire to procure it for himself by work. He is offered it by supervision and discipline. In a sense, he is forced to acquire it. He is then tempted by the bait of gain, corrected in his morals, accustomed to work, his anxiety aroused by the little money he has kept for his release. He has learned a trade that will guarantee a subsistence without danger. This reconstruction of Homo economicus excluded the use of penalties that were too short. This would prevent the acquisition of habits and skills of work, or too long, which would make any apprenticeship useless. The term of 6 months is too short to correct criminals, and to bring them to the spirit of work. On the other hand, a life sentence throws them into despair. They become indifferent to the correction of their morals and to the spirit of work. They become concerned only with plans to escape and to rebel, and since the judgments that were passed on them did not deprive them of life, why should one seek to render it unbearable for them? The duration of the penalty has meaning only in relation to possible correction, and to an economic use of the corrected criminal. To the principle of work, the English models added, as an essential addition to correction, isolation. The outlines had been provided in 1775, by Hanway, who justified it first with negative reasons. Promiscuity in the prison provided bad examples and possibilities of escape in the short term and of blackmail or complicity in the long term. The prison would be too much like a factory if one left the prisoners to work together. The positive reasons followed. Isolation provides a terrible shock which, while protecting the prisoner from bad influences, enables him to go into himself and rediscover in the depths of his conscience the voice of good. Solitary work would then become not only an apprenticeship, but also an exercise in spiritual conversion. It would rearrange not only the complex of interests proper to Homo economicus, but also the imperatives of the moral subject. The cell, that technique of Christian monachism, which had survived only in Catholic countries, becomes in this Protestant society the instrument by which one may reconstitute both Homo economicus and the religious conscience. Between the crime and the return to right and virtue, the prison would constitute the space between two worlds, the place for the individual transformation that would restore to the state the subject it had lost. Hanway called this apparatus for modifying individuals a reformatory. These were the general principles that Howard and Blackstone put into operation in 1779 when the independence of the United States put an end to deportation and when a law was being drawn up to modify the system of penalties. Imprisonment, with the purpose of transforming the soul and conduct, made its entry into the system of civil laws. The preamble of the bill, written by Blackstone and Howard, describes individual imprisonment in terms of its triple function as example to be feared, instrument of conversion and condition for an apprenticeship, subjected to isolated detention, regular work, and the influence of religious instruction. Certain criminals might not only inspire terror in those who would be tempted to imitate them, but also to correct themselves and to acquire the habit of work. Hence the decision to build two penitentiaries, one for men, one for women, in which the isolated prisoners would be put to the most servile labors, most compatible with the ignorance, negligence, and obstinacy of the criminals, walking in a wheel to move a machine, fixing a winch, polishing marble, beating hemp, rasping logwood, cutting up rags, rope making and sewing sacks. In fact, only one penitentiary was built, at Gloucester, and it corresponded only partially to the initial plan, total confinement for the most dangerous criminals, for the others, day work in common and separation at night. Then came the Philadelphia model. This was no doubt the most famous because it was associated in people's minds with the political innovations of the American system and also because it was not, like the others, doomed to immediate failure and abandonment. It was continuously re-examined and transformed right up to the great debates of the 1830s on penitentiary reform. In many respects the Walnut Street Prison, opened in 1790, under the direct influence of the Quakers, was modeled on those of Ghent and Gloucester. 10 There was compulsory work in workshops, the prisoners were kept constantly occupied, the prison was financed by this work, but the prisoners were also rewarded individually as a way of reinserting them morally and materially into the strict world of the economy. By keeping the prisoners constantly employed on productive works, they were able to defray the expenses of the prison, they were not left idle and they were able to save a little money for the time when their captivity would cease. Life was partitioned, therefore, according to an absolutely strict timetable, under constant supervision. Each moment of the day was devoted to a particular type of activity, and brought with it its own obligations and prohibitions. All prisoners rise at daybreak, so that, after making their beds, cleaning and washing themselves and attending to other needs, they generally begin their work at sunrise. From that moment, no one may go into the rooms or other places except to the workshops and places assigned for their work. At nightfall, a bell rings to mark the end of their work. They are given half an hour to arrange their beds, after which they are not allowed to converse aloud or to make the least noise. As at Gloucester, solitary confinement was not total. It was used for certain prisoners who would in former times have incurred the death penalty, and for those inside the prison who deserved special punishment. There, without occupation, without anything to distract him, Waiting in uncertainty for the moment when he would be delivered, the prisoner spent long anxious hours, with nothing but the reflections that are present to the minds of all guilty persons. Lastly, as at Ghent, the length of the imprisonment could vary with the behavior of the prisoner. After consulting the files, the prison inspectors obtained from the authorities, without much difficulty up to the 1820s, pardons for prisoners who had shown good behavior. Furthermore, Walnut Street had a number of characteristics that were specific to it, or which at least developed what was potentially present in the other models. First, the principle of not publicizing the penalty. Though the sentence and the reasons for it should be known to all, the penalty should be carried out in secret. The public was to intervene neither as a witness, nor as a guarantor of punishment. The certainty that, behind the walls, the prisoner was serving his sentence must suffice as an example. There were to be no more of those street spectacles which the law of 1786 has given rise to by imposing on certain prisoners public works to be carried out in towns and on the highways. 11 The punishment and correction that it must operate are processes that unfold between the prisoner and those who supervise him. They are processes that effect a transformation of the individual as a whole, of his body and of his habits by the daily work that he is forced to perform, of his mind and his will by the spiritual attentions that are paid to him. Bibles and other books of religious practice are provided. The clergy of the different obediences to be found in the town and suburbs perform the services once a week, and any other edifying person may have access to the prisoners at any time. But this transformation is entrusted to the administration itself. Solitude and self-examination are not enough, nor are purely religious exhortations. Work on the prisoner's soul must be carried out as often as possible. The prison, though an administrative apparatus, will at the same time be a machine for altering minds. On first entering the prison, the prisoner will be read the regulations. At the same time, the inspectors seek to strengthen in him the moral obligations that he now has. They represent to him the offense that he has committed with regard to them, the evil that has consequently resulted for the society that protected him, and the need to make compensation by his example and his amendment. They then make him promise to do his duty gladly, to behave decently, promising him or allowing him to hope that, before the expiration of the term of the sentence, he will be able to obtain his discharge if he behaves well. From time to time the inspectors make it their duty to converse with the criminals one after the other, concerning their duties as men and as members of society. But no doubt the most important thing was that this control and transformation of behavior were accompanied, both as a condition and as a consequence, by the development of a knowledge of the individuals. When the new prisoner arrived, the Walnut Street administration received a report concerning his crime, the circumstances in which it was committed, a summary of the examinations of the defendant, notes on his behavior before and after sentence, indispensable elements if one wished to decide what steps will have to be taken to destroy his old habits. 12 And throughout his detention he would be observed, his conduct would be noted daily, and the inspectors, 12 local worthies appointed in 1795, who, 2 by 2, visited the prison each week, would be kept informed of events, follow the conduct of each prisoner, and decide which of them deserved a shortening of his term. This ever-growing knowledge of the individuals made it possible to divide them up in the prison not so much according to their crimes as according to the dispositions that they revealed. The prison became a sort of permanent observatory that made it possible to distribute the varieties of vice or weakness. From 1797, the prisoners were divided into 4 classes, the first for those who were explicitly condemned to solitary confinement or who had committed serious offenses in the prison, the second for those who were well known as old offenders, whose depraved morality, dangerous character, irregular dispositions, or disorderly conduct became apparent during the time they were in prison, the third for those whose character and circumstances, before and after conviction, led one to believe that they were not habitual offenders. The fourth and last was a special section, a probationary class for those whose character was still not known, or who, if they were better known, did not deserve to be put in the preceding category. A whole corpus of individualizing knowledge was being organized that took as its field of reference not so much the crime committed, but the potentiality of danger that lies hidden in an individual and which is manifested in his observed everyday conduct. The prison functions in this as an apparatus of knowledge. Between this apparatus of punishment proposed by the Flemish, English, and American models, between these reformatories and all the punishments imagined by the reformers, one may establish the points of convergence and the disparities. Points of convergence. In the first instance, there is a difference in the temporal direction of punishment. The reformatories were mechanisms directed towards the future. They too were intended not to efface a crime, but to prevent its repetition. As to the end, or final cause of human punishments, this is not by way of atonement or expiation for the crime committed, for that must be left to the just determination of the Supreme Being. And in Pennsylvania, Buxton declared, the principles of Montesquieu and Beccaria should now have the force of axioms, that the prevention of crimes is the sole end of punishment. So one punishes not to efface the crime, but to transform a criminal. Punishment must bring with it a certain corrective technique. Here, too, Rush is close to the reforming jurists, were it not, perhaps, for the metaphor he uses when he says, we have invented machines that facilitate labor. How much more one should praise the inventor of the most speedy and effectual methods of restoring the vicious part of mankind to virtue and happiness, and of extirpating a portion of vice from the world. Point 13. Lastly, the English and the American models, like the projects of the legislators and theoreticians, require methods to individualize the penalty, in its duration, its nature, its intensity, the way in which it is carried out. The punishment must be adjusted to the individual character and to the danger that he bears within him for others. The system of penalties must be open to individual variables. In their general outline, the models more or less inspired by the Rasphuis of Amsterdam were not in contradiction with the proposals of the reformers. It might even be thought at first glance that they were merely a development of them, or a sketch, at the level of concrete institutions. Yet the disparity emerges clearly enough when one defines the techniques of this individualizing correction. The difference is to be found in the procedure of access to the individual, the way in which the punishing power gets control over him, the instruments that it uses in order to achieve this transformation. It is in the technology of the penalty, not in its theoretical foundation, in the relation that it establishes with the body and with the soul, and not in the way that it is inserted within the legal system. That was the method of the reformers. Where exactly did the penalty apply its pressure, gain control of the individual? Representations, the representations of his interests, the representation of his advantages and disadvantages, pleasure and displeasure, and, if the punishment happens to seize the body, to apply techniques to it that are little short of torture. It is because it is, for the condemned man and for the spectators, an object of representation. By what instrument did one act on the representations? Other representations, or rather couplings of ideas, these pairings could function only in the element of publicity, punitive scenes that established them or reinforced them in the eyes of all, a discourse that circulated, brought back into currency at each moment the complex of signs. The role of the criminal in punishment was to reintroduce, in the face of crime and the criminal code, the real presence of the signified, that is to say, of the penalty which, according to the terms of the code, must be infallibly associated with the offense. By producing this signified abundantly and visibly, and therefore reactivating the signifying system of the code, the idea of crime functioning as a sign of punishment, it is with this coin that the offender pays his debt to society. Individual correction must, therefore, assure the process of redefining the individual as subject of law, through the reinforcement of the systems of signs and representations that they circulate. The apparatus of corrective penalty acts in a quite different way. The point of application of the penalty is not the representation, but the body, time, everyday gestures and activities, the soul, too, but in so far as it is the seat of habits. The body and the soul, as principles of behavior, form the element that is now proposed for punitive intervention. Rather than on an art of representations, this punitive intervention must rest on a studied manipulation of the individual, I have no more doubt of every crime having its cure in moral and physical influence, so, in order to decide on punishments, one will require some knowledge of the principles of sensation, and of the sympathies which occur in the nervous system. As for the instruments used, these are no longer complexes of representation, reinforced and circulated, but forms of coercion, schemata of constraint, applied and repeated. Exercises, not signs, timetables, compulsory movements, regular activities, solitary meditation, work in common, silence, application, respect, good habits. And, ultimately, what one is trying to restore in this technique of correction is not so much the juridical subject, who is caught up in the fundamental interests of the social pact, but the obedient subject, the individual subjected to habits, rules, orders, and authority that is exercised continually around him and upon him, and which he must allow to function automatically in him. There are two quite distinct ways, therefore, of reacting to the offense. One may restore the juridical subject of the social pact, or shape an obedient subject, according to the general and detailed form of some power. All this would no doubt amount to little more than a speculative difference, for in each case it is a question of forming obedient individuals, if the penalty of coercion did not bring with it certain crucial consequences. The training of behavior by a full timetable, the acquisition of habits, the constraints of the body imply a very special relation between the individual who is punished and the individual who punishes him. It is a relation that not only renders the dimension of the spectacle useless, it excludes it. 14 The agent of punishment must exercise a total power, which no third party can disturb. The individual to be corrected must be entirely enveloped in the power that is being exercised over him. Secrecy is imperative, and so too is autonomy, at least in relation to this technique of punishment. It must have its own functioning, its own rules, its own techniques, its own knowledge, it must fix its own norms, decide its own results. There is a discontinuity, or in any case a specificity, in relation to the legal power that declares guilt and fixes the general limits of punishment. These two consequences, secrecy and autonomy in the exercise of the power to punish, are unacceptable for a theory and a policy of penalty that has two aims in view: to get all citizens to participate in the punishment of the social enemy and to render the exercise of the power to punish entirely adequate and transparent to the laws that publicly define it. Secret punishments and punishments not specified in the legal code, a power to punish exercised in the shadows according to criteria and with instruments that elude control, this was enough to compromise the whole strategy of the reform. After the sentence, a power was constituted that was reminiscent of the power exercised in the old system. The power that applied the penalties now threatened to be as arbitrary, as despotic, as the power that once decided them. In short, the divergence is the following: punitive city or coercive institution. On the one hand, a functioning of penal power, distributed throughout the social space, present everywhere as scene, spectacle, sign, discourse, legible like an open book, operating by a permanent recodification of the mind of the citizens, eliminating crime by those obstacles placed before the idea of crime, acting invisibly and uselessly on the soft fibers of the brain, as Servan put it. A power to punish that ran the whole length of the social network would act at each of its points, and in the end would no longer be perceived as a power of certain individuals over others, but as an immediate reaction of all in relation to the individual. On the other hand, a compact functioning of the power to punish, a meticulous assumption of responsibility for the body and the time of the convict, a regulation of his movements and behavior by a system of authority and knowledge, a concerted orthopedy applied to convicts in order to reclaim them individually, an autonomous administration of this power that is isolated both from the social body and from the judicial power in the strict sense. The emergence of the prison marks the institutionalization of the power to punish, or, to be more precise, will the power to punish be better served by concealing itself beneath a general social function, in the punitive city, or by investing itself in a coercive institution, in the enclosed space of the reformatory? In any case, it can be said that, in the late 18th century, one is confronted by three ways of organizing the power to punish. The first is the one that was still functioning and which was based on the old monarchical law. The other two both refer to a preventive, utilitarian, corrective conception of a right to punish that belongs to society as a whole, but they are very different from one another at the level of the mechanisms they envisage. Broadly speaking, one might say that, in monarchical law, punishment is a ceremonial of sovereignty. It uses the ritual marks of the vengeance that it applies to the body of the condemned man, and it deploys before the eyes of the spectators an effect of terror as intense as it is discontinuous, irregular, and always above its own laws, the physical presence of the sovereign and of his power. The reforming jurists, on the other hand, saw punishment as a procedure for requalifying individuals as subjects. As juridical subjects, it uses not marks, but signs, coded sets of representations, which would be given the most rapid circulation and the most general acceptance possible by citizens witnessing the scene of punishment. Lastly, in the project for a prison institution that was then developing, punishment was seen as a technique for the coercion of individuals. It operated methods of training the body, not signs, by the traces it leaves, in the form of habits, in behavior, and it presupposed the setting up of a specific power for the administration of the penalty. We have, then, the sovereign and his force, the social body and the administrative apparatus, mark, sign, trace, ceremony, representation, exercise, the vanquished enemy, the juridical subject in the process of requalification, the individual subjected to immediate coercion, the tortured body, the soul with its manipulated representations, the body subjected to training. We have here the three series of elements that characterize the three mechanisms that face one another in the second half of the 18th century. They cannot be reduced to theories of law, nor can they be identified with apparatuses or institutions, nor can they be derived from moral choices. They are modalities according to which the power to punish is exercised, three technologies of power. The problem, then, is the following: how is it that, in the end, it was the third that was adopted? How did the coercive, corporal, solitary, secret model of the power to punish replace the representative, scenic, signifying, public, collective model? Why did the physical exercise of punishment replace, with the prison that is its institutional support, the social play of the signs of punishment and the prolix festival that circulated them? Part 3. Discipline. 1. Docile bodies. Let us take the ideal figure of the soldier as it was still seen in the early 17th century. To begin with, the soldier was someone who could be recognized from afar. He bore certain signs, the natural signs of his strength and his courage, the marks, too, of his pride. His body was the blazon of his strength and valor, and although it is true that he had to learn the profession of arms little by little, generally in actual fighting, movements like marching and attitudes like the baring of the head belonged for the most part to a bodily rhetoric of honor. The signs for recognizing those most suited to this profession are a lively, alert manner, an erect head, a taut stomach, broad shoulders, long arms, strong fingers, a small belly, thick thighs, slender legs and dry feet, because a man of such a figure could not fail to be agile and strong. When he becomes a pike bearer, the soldier will have to march in step in order to have as much grace and gravity as possible, for the pike is an honorable weapon, worthy to be borne with gravity and boldness. By the late 18th century, the soldier has become something that can be made, out of a formless clay, an inapt body. The machine required can be constructed, posture is gradually corrected, a calculated constraint runs slowly through each part of the body, mastering it, making it pliable, ready at all times, turning silently into the automatism of habit. In short, one has got rid of the peasant and given him the air of a soldier. Recruits become accustomed to holding their heads high and erect, to standing upright, without bending the back, to sticking out the belly, throwing out the chest and throwing back the shoulders, and, to help them acquire the habit, they are given this position while standing against a wall in such a way that the heels, the thighs, the waist and the shoulders touch it, as also do the backs of the hands, as one turns the arms outwards, without moving them away from the body. Likewise, they will be taught never to fix their eyes on the ground, but to look straight at those they pass, to remain motionless until the order is given, without moving the head, the hands, or the feet, lastly to march with a bold step, with knee and ham taut, on the points of the feet, which should face outwards. The classical age discovered the body as object and target of power. It is easy enough to find signs of the attention then paid to the body that is manipulated, shaped, trained, which obeys, responds, becomes skillful and increases its forces. The great book of Man the Machine was written simultaneously on two registers, the anatomico-metaphysical register, of which Descartes wrote the first pages and which the physicians and philosophers continued, and the technico-political register, which was constituted by a whole set of regulations and by empirical and calculated methods relating to the army, the school, and the hospital, for controlling or correcting the operations of the body. These two registers are quite distinct, since it was a question, on the one hand, of submission and use and, on the other, of functioning and explanation. There was a useful body and an intelligible body. And yet there are points of overlap from one to the other. La maîtrise de la machine is both a materialist reduction of the soul and a general theory of dressage, at the center of which reigns the notion of docility, which joins the analyzable body to the manipulable body. A body is docile that may be subjected, used, transformed, and improved. The celebrated automata, on the other hand, were not only a way of illustrating an organism, they were also political puppets, small-scale models of power. Frederick II, the meticulous king of small machines, well-trained regiments, and long exercises, was obsessed with them. What was so new in these projects of docility that interested the 18th century so much? It was certainly not the first time that the body had become the object of such imperious and pressing investments. In every society, the body was in the grip of very strict powers, which imposed on it constraints, prohibitions, or obligations. However, there were several new things in these techniques. To begin with, there was the scale of the control. It was a question not of treating the body, en masse, wholesale, as if it were an indissociable unity, but of working it retail, individually, of exercising upon it a subtle coercion, of obtaining holds upon it at the level of the mechanism itself, movements, gestures, attitudes, rapidity, an infinitesimal power over the active body. Then there was the object of the control. It was not or was no longer the signifying elements of behavior or the language of the body, but the economy, the efficiency of movements, their internal organization. Constraint bears upon the forces rather than upon the signs. The only truly important ceremony is that of exercise. Lastly, there is the modality. It implies an uninterrupted, constant coercion, supervising the processes of the activity rather than its result, and it is exercised according to a codification that partitions as closely as possible time, space, movement. These methods, which made possible the meticulous control of the operations of the body, which assured the constant subjection of its forces and imposed upon them a relation of docility-utility, might be called disciplines. Many disciplinary methods had long been in existence, in monasteries, armies, workshops. But in the course of the 17th and 18th centuries the disciplines became general formulas of domination. They were different from slavery because they were not based on a relation of appropriation of bodies. Indeed, the elegance of the discipline lay in the fact that it could dispense with this costly and violent relation by obtaining effects of utility at least as great. They were different, too, from service, which was a constant, total, massive, non-analytical, unlimited relation of domination, established in the form of the individual will of the master, his caprice. They were different from vassalage, which was a highly coded, but distant relation of submission, which bore less on the operations of the body than on the products of labor and the ritual marks of allegiance. Again, they were different from asceticism and from disciplines of a monastic type, whose function was to obtain renunciations rather than increases of utility, and which, although they involved obedience to others, had as their principal aim an increase of the mastery of each individual over his own body. The historical moment of the disciplines was the moment when an art of the human body was born, which was directed not only at the growth of its skills, nor at the intensification of its subjection, but at the formation of a relation that in the mechanism itself makes it more obedient as it becomes more useful, and conversely. What was then being formed was a policy of coercions that act upon the body, a calculated manipulation of its elements, its gestures, its behavior. The human body was entering a machinery of power that explores it, breaks it down and rearranges it. A political anatomy, which was also a mechanics of power, was being born. It defined how one may have a hold over others' bodies, not only so that they may do what one wishes, but so that they may operate as one wishes, with the techniques, the speed, and the efficiency that one determines. Thus discipline produces subjected and practiced bodies, docile bodies. Discipline increases the forces of the body and diminishes these same forces. In short, it dissociates power from the body. On the one hand, it turns it into an aptitude, a capacity, which it seeks to increase. On the other hand, it reverses the course of the energy, the power that might result from it, and turns it into a relation of strict subjection. If economic exploitation separates the force and the product of labor, let us say that disciplinary coercion establishes in the body the constricting link between an increased aptitude and an increased domination. The invention of this new political anatomy must not be seen as a sudden discovery. It is rather a multiplicity of often minor processes, of different origin and scattered location, which overlap, repeat, or imitate one another, support one another, distinguish themselves from one another according to their domain of application, converge and gradually produce the blueprint of a general method. They were at work in secondary education at a very early date. Later in primary schools, they slowly invested the space of the hospital, and, in a few decades, they restructured the military organization. They sometimes circulated very rapidly from one point to another, sometimes slowly and discreetly. On almost every occasion, they were adopted in response to particular needs, an industrial innovation, a renewed outbreak of certain epidemic diseases, the invention of the rifle or the victories of Prussia. This did not prevent them being totally inscribed in general and essential transformations, which we must now try to delineate. There can be no question here of writing the history of the different disciplinary institutions, with all their individual differences. I simply intend to map on a series of examples some of the essential techniques that most easily spread from one to another. These were always meticulous, often minute, techniques, but they had their importance, because they defined a certain mode of detailed political investment of the body, a new microphysics of power, and because, since the 17th century, they had constantly reached out to ever broader domains, as if they tended to cover the entire social body. Small acts of cunning endowed with a great power of diffusion, subtle arrangements, apparently innocent, but profoundly suspicious, mechanisms that obeyed economies too shameful to be acknowledged, or pursued petty forms of coercion, it was nevertheless they that brought about the mutation of the punitive system, at the threshold of the contemporary period. Describing them will require great attention to detail. Beneath every set of figures, we must seek not a meaning, but a precaution. We must situate them not only in the inextricability of a functioning, but in the coherence of a tactic. They are the acts of cunning, not so much of the greater reason that works even in its sleep and gives meaning to the insignificant, as of the attentive malevolence that turns everything to account. Discipline is a political anatomy of detail. Before we lose patience, we would do well to recall the words of Marshal de Saxe: although those who concern themselves with details are regarded as folk of limited intelligence, it seems to me that this part is essential, because it is the foundation, and it is impossible to erect any building or establish any method without understanding its principles. It is not enough to have a liking for architecture. One must also know stone cutting. There is a whole history to be written about such stone cutting, a history of the utilitarian rationalization of detail in moral accountability and political control. The classical age did not initiate it, rather it accelerated it, changed its scale, gave it precise instruments, and perhaps found some echoes for it in the calculation of the infinitely small or in the description of the most detailed characteristics of natural beings. In any case, detail had long been a category of theology and asceticism. Every detail is important since, in the sight of God, no immensity is greater than a detail, nor is anything so small that it was not willed by one of his individual wishes. In this great tradition of the eminence of detail, all the minutiae of Christian education, of scholastic or military pedagogy, all forms of training found their place easily enough. For the disciplined man, as for the true believer, no detail is unimportant, but not so much for the meaning that it conceals within it as for the hold it provides for the power that wishes to seize it. Characteristic is the great hymn to the little things and to their eternal importance, sung by Jean-Baptiste de La Salle, in his Traité sur les obligations des frères d'écoles chrétiennes. The mystique of the everyday is joined here with the discipline of the minute. How dangerous it is to neglect little things. It is a very consoling reflection for a soul like mine, little disposed to great actions, to think that fidelity to little things may, by an imperceptible progress, raise us to the most eminent sanctity, because little things lead to greater. Little things, it will be said, alas, my God, what can we do that is great for you, weak and mortal creatures that we are? Little things, if great things presented themselves, would we perform them? Would we not think them beyond our strength? Little things, and if God accepts them and wishes to receive them as great things? Little things, has one ever felt this? Does one judge according to experience? Little things, one is certainly guilty, therefore, if seeing them as such, one refuses them. Little things, yet it is they that in the end have made great saints. Yes, little things, but great motives, great feelings, great fervour, great ardour, and consequently great merits, great treasures, great rewards. The meticulousness of the regulations, the fussiness of the inspections, the supervision of the smallest fragment of life and of the body will soon provide, in the context of the school, the barracks, the hospital, or the workshop, a laicized content, an economic or technical rationality for this mystical calculus of the infinitesimal and the infinite. And a history of detail in the 18th century, presided over by Jean-Baptiste de La Salle, touching on Leibniz and Buffon, via Frederick II, covering pedagogy, medicine, military tactics and economics, should bring us, at the end of the century, to the man who dreamt of being another Newton, not the Newton of the immensities of the heavens and the planetary masses, but a Newton of small bodies, small movements, small actions, to the man who replied to Monge's remark, there was only one world to discover, what do I hear? But the world of details, who has never dreamt of that other world, what of that world? I have believed in it ever since I was 15. I was concerned with it then, and this memory lives within me, as an obsession never to be abandoned. That other world is the most important of all that I flatter myself I have discovered. When I think of it, my heart aches. Napoleon did not discover this world, but we know that he set out to organize it, and he wished to arrange around him a mechanism of power that would enable him to see the smallest event that occurred in the state he governed. He intended, by means of the rigorous discipline that he imposed, to embrace the whole of this vast machine without the slightest detail escaping his attention. A meticulous observation of detail, and at the same time a political awareness of these small things, for the control and use of men, emerged through the classical age, bearing with them a whole set of techniques, a whole corpus of methods and knowledge, descriptions, plans and data. And from such trifles, no doubt, the man of modern humanism was born. 1. The art of distributions. In the first instance, discipline proceeds from the distribution of individuals in space. To achieve this end, it employs several techniques. One discipline sometimes requires enclosure, the specification of a place heterogeneous to all others and closed in upon itself. It is the protected place of disciplinary monotony. There was the great confinement of vagabonds and paupers, there were other more discreet, but insidious and effective ones. There were the colleges, or secondary schools. The monastic model was gradually imposed. Boarding appeared as the most perfect, if not the most frequent, educational regime. It became obligatory at Louis Le Grand when, after the departure of the Jesuits, it was turned into a model school. There were the military barracks. The army, that vagabond mass, has to be held in place. Looting and violence must be prevented. The fears of local inhabitants, who do not care for troops passing through their towns, must be calmed. Conflicts with the civil authorities must be avoided. Desertion must be stopped, expenditure controlled. The Ordinance of 1719 envisaged the construction of several hundred barracks, on the model of those already set up in the south of the country. There would be strict confinements. The whole will be enclosed by an outer wall 10 feet high, which will surround the said houses, at a distance of 30 feet from all the sides. This will have the effect of maintaining the troops in order and discipline, so that an officer will be in a position to answer for them. In 1745, there were barracks in about 320 towns, and it was estimated that the total capacity of the barracks in 1775 was approximately 200,000 men. Side by side with the spread of workshops, there also developed great manufacturing spaces, both homogeneous and well-defined. First, the combined manufactories, then, in the second half of the 18th century, the works or factories proper. It was a change of scale, but it was also a new type of control. The factory was explicitly compared with the monastery, the fortress, a walled town. The guardian will open the gates only on the return of the workers, and after the bell that announces the resumption of work has been rung. A quarter of an hour later no one will be admitted. At the end of the day, the workshop's heads will hand back the keys to the Swiss guard of the factory, who will then open the gates. The aim is to derive the maximum advantages and to neutralize the inconveniences, as the forces of production become more concentrated, to protect materials and tools and to master the labor force. The order and inspection that must be maintained require that all workers be assembled under the same roof, so that the partner who is entrusted with the management of the manufactory may prevent and remedy abuses that may arise among the workers and arrest their progress at the outset. 2. But the principle of enclosure is neither constant, nor indispensable, nor sufficient in disciplinary machinery. This machinery works space in a much more flexible and detailed way. It does this first of all on the principle of elementary location or partitioning. Each individual has his own place, and each place its individual. Avoid distributions in groups, break up collective dispositions, analyze confused, massive or transient pluralities. Disciplinary space tends to be divided into as many sections as there are bodies or elements to be distributed. One must eliminate the effects of imprecise distributions, the uncontrolled disappearance of individuals, their diffuse circulation, their unusable and dangerous coagulation. It was a tactic of anti-desertion, anti-vagabondage, anti-concentration. Its aim was to establish presences and absences, to know where and how to locate individuals, to set up useful communications, to interrupt others, to be able at each moment to supervise the conduct of each individual, to assess it, to judge it, to calculate its qualities or merits. It was a procedure, therefore, aimed at knowing, mastering, and using. Discipline organizes an analytical space. And there, too, it encountered an old architectural and religious method, the monastic cell. Even if the compartments it assigns become purely ideal, the disciplinary space is always, basically, cellular. Solitude was necessary to both body and soul. According to a certain asceticism, they must, at certain moments at least, confront temptation and perhaps the severity of God alone. Sleep is the image of death, the dormitory is the image of the sepulchre. Although the dormitories are shared, the beds are nevertheless arranged in such a way and closed so exactly by means of curtains that the girls may rise and retire without being seen. But this is still a very crude form. 3. The rule of functional sites would gradually, in the disciplinary institutions, code a space that architecture generally left at the disposal of several different uses. Particular places were defined to correspond not only to the need to supervise, to break dangerous communications, but also to create a useful space. The process appeared clearly in the hospitals, especially in the military and naval hospitals. In France, it seems that Rochefort served both as experiment and model. A port, and a military port is, with its circulation of goods, men signed up willingly or by force, sailors embarking and disembarking, diseases and epidemics, a place of desertion, smuggling, contagion. It is a crossroads for dangerous mixtures, a meeting place for forbidden circulations. The naval hospital must therefore treat, but in order to do this it must be a filter, a mechanism that pins down and partitions. It must provide a hold over this whole mobile, swarming mass, by dissipating the confusion of illegality and evil. The medical supervision of diseases and contagions is inseparable from a whole series of other controls: the military control over deserters, fiscal control over commodities, administrative control over remedies, rations, disappearances, cures, deaths, simulations. Hence the need to distribute and partition off space in a rigorous manner. The first steps taken at Rochefort concerned things rather than men, precious commodities, rather than patients. The arrangements of fiscal and economic supervision preceded the techniques of medical observation, placing of medicines under lock and key, recording their use. A little later, a system was worked out to verify the real number of patients, their identity, the units to which they belonged. Then one began to regulate their comings and goings. They were forced to remain in their wards. To each bed was attached the name of its occupant. Each individual treated was entered in a register that the doctor had to consult during the visit. Later came the isolation of contagious patients and separate beds. Gradually, an administrative and political space was articulated upon a therapeutic space. It tended to individualize bodies, diseases, symptoms, lives, and deaths. It constituted a real table of juxtaposed and carefully distinct singularities. Out of discipline, a medically useful space was born. In the factories that appeared at the end of the 18th century, the principle of individualizing partitioning became more complicated. It was a question of distributing individuals in a space in which one might isolate them and map them, but also of articulating this distribution on a production machinery that had its own requirements. The distribution of bodies, the spatial arrangement of production machinery and the different forms of activity in the distribution of posts had to be linked together. The Oberkampfmann factory at Jouy obeyed this principle. It was made up of a series of workshops specified according to each broad type of operation: for the printers, the handlers, the colorists, the women who touched up the design, the engravers, the dyers. The largest of the buildings, built in 1791, by Toussaint Bar, was 110 meters long and had 3 stories. The ground floor was devoted mainly to block printing. It contained 132 tables arranged in 2 rows, the length of the workshop, which had 88 windows. Each printer worked at a table with his puller, who prepared and spread the colors. There were 264 persons in all. At the end of each table was a sort of rack on which the material that had just been printed was left to dry. By walking up and down the central aisle of the workshop, it was possible to carry out a supervision that was both general and individual, to observe the worker's presence and application, and the quality of his work, to compare workers with one another, to classify them according to skill and speed, to follow the successive stages of the production process. All these serializations formed a permanent grid. Confusion was eliminated too, that is to say, production was divided up and the labor process was articulated, on the one hand, according to its stages or elementary operations, and, on the other hand, according to the individuals, the particular bodies, that carried it out. Each variable of this force, strength, promptness, skill, constancy, would be observed, and therefore characterized, assessed, computed, and related to the individual who was its particular agent. Thus, spread out in a perfectly legible way over the whole series of individual bodies, the workforce may be analyzed in individual units. At the emergence of large-scale industry, one finds, beneath the division of the production process, the individualizing fragmentation of labor power, the distributions of the disciplinary space often assured both. For in discipline, the elements are interchangeable, since each is defined by the place it occupies in a series, and by the gap that separates it from the others. The unit is, therefore, neither the territory, nor the place, but the rank, the place one occupies in a classification, the point at which a line and a column intersect, the interval in a series of intervals that one may traverse one after the other. Discipline is an art of rank, a technique for the transformation of arrangements. It individualizes bodies by a location that does not give them a fixed position, but distributes them and circulates them in a network of relations. Take the example of the class. In the Jesuit colleges, one still found an organization that was at once binary and unified. The classes, which might comprise up to 200 or 300 pupils, were subdivided into groups of 10, each of these groups, with its decurion, was placed in a camp, Roman or Carthaginian. Each decury had its counterpart in the opposing camp. The general form was that of war and rivalry. Work, apprenticeship, and classification were carried out in the form of the joust. Through the confrontation of two armies, the contribution of each pupil was inscribed in this general duel. It contributed to the victory or the defeat of a whole camp, and the pupils were assigned a place that corresponded to the function of each individual and to his value as a combatant in the unitary group of his decury. It should be observed moreover that this Roman comedy made it possible to link, to the binary exercises of rivalry, a spatial disposition inspired by the legion, with rank, hierarchy, pyramidal supervision. One should not forget that, generally speaking, the Roman model, at the Enlightenment, played a dual role. In its republican aspect, it was the very embodiment of liberty; in its military aspect, it was the ideal schema of discipline. The Rome of the 18th century and of the Revolution was the Rome of the Senate, but it was also that of the legion; it was the Rome of the Forum, but it was also that of the camps. Up to the Empire, the Roman reference transmitted, somewhat ambiguously, the juridical ideal of citizenship and the technique of disciplinary methods. In any case, the strictly disciplinary element in the ancient fable used by the Jesuit colleges came to dominate the element of joust and mock warfare. Gradually, but especially after 1762, the educational space unfolds, the class becomes homogeneous. It is no longer made up of individual elements arranged side by side under the master's eye. In the 18th century, rank begins to define the great form of distribution of individuals in the educational order, rows or ranks of pupils in the class, corridors, courtyards, rank attributed to each pupil at the end of each task and each examination, the rank he obtains from week to week, month to month, year to year, an alignment of age groups, one after another, a succession of subjects taught and questions treated, according to an order of increasing difficulty. And, in this ensemble of compulsory alignments, each pupil, according to his age, his performance, his behavior, occupies sometimes one rank, sometimes another. He moves constantly over a series of compartments. Some of these are ideal compartments, marking a hierarchy of knowledge or ability; others express the distribution of values or merits in material terms in the space of the college or classroom. It is a perpetual movement in which individuals replace one another in a space marked off by aligned intervals. The organization of a serial space was one of the great technical mutations of elementary education. It made it possible to supersede the traditional system. By assigning individual places, it made possible the supervision of each individual and the simultaneous work of all. It organized a new economy of the time of apprenticeship. It made the educational space function like a learning machine, but also as a machine for supervising, hierarchizing, rewarding. Jean-Baptiste de La Salle dreamt of a classroom in which the spatial distribution might provide a whole series of distinctions at once, according to the pupil's progress, worth, character, application, cleanliness and parents' fortune. Thus, the classroom would form a single great table, with many different entries, under the scrupulously classificatory eye of the master. In every class there will be places assigned for all the pupils of all the lessons, so that all those attending the same lesson will always occupy the same place. Pupils attending the highest lessons will be placed in the benches closest to the wall, followed by the others according to the order of the lessons moving towards the middle of the classroom. Each of the pupils will have his place assigned to him, and none of them will leave it or change it except on the order or with the consent of the school inspector. Things must be so arranged that those whose parents are neglectful and verminous must be separated from those who are careful and clean, that an unruly and frivolous pupil should be placed between two who are well behaved and serious, a libertine either alone or between two pious pupils. 3. In organizing cells, places, and ranks, the disciplines create complex spaces that are at once architectural, functional, and hierarchical. It is spaces that provide fixed positions and permit circulation, they carve out individual segments and establish operational links, they mark places and indicate values, they guarantee the obedience of individuals, but also a better economy of time and gesture. They are mixed spaces, real because they govern the disposition of buildings, rooms, furniture, but also ideal, because they are projected over this arrangement of characterizations, assessments, hierarchies. The first of the great operations of discipline is, therefore, the constitution of tableaux vivants, which transform the confused, useless or dangerous multitudes into ordered multiplicities. The drawing up of tables was one of the great problems of the scientific, political, and economic technology of the 18th century, how one was to arrange botanical and zoological gardens, and construct at the same time rational classifications of living beings, how one was to observe, supervise, regularize the circulation of commodities and money, and thus build up an economic table that might serve as the principle of the increase of wealth, how one was to inspect men, observe their presence and absence, and constitute a general and permanent register of the armed forces, how one was to distribute patients, separate them from one another, divide up the hospital space and make a systematic classification of diseases. These were all twin operations in which the two elements, distribution and analysis, supervision and intelligibility, are inextricably bound up. In the 18th century, the table was both a technique of power and a procedure of knowledge. It was a question of organizing the multiple, of providing oneself with an instrument to cover it and to master it. It was a question of imposing upon it an order. Like the army general of whom Guibert spoke, the naturalist, the physician, the economist was blinded by the immensity, dazed by the multitude, the innumerable combinations that result from the multiplicity of objects. So many concerns together form a burden above his strength. In perfecting itself, in approaching true principles, the science of modern warfare might become simpler and less difficult. Armies with simple, similar tactics, capable of being adapted to every movement, would be easier to move and lead. Tactics, the spatial ordering of men; taxonomy, the disciplinary space of natural beings; the economic table, the regulated movement of wealth. But the table does not have the same function in these different registers. In the order of the economy, it makes possible the measurement of quantities and the analysis of movements. In the form of taxonomy, it has the function of characterizing and constituting classes. But in the form of the disciplinary distribution, on the other hand, the table has the function of treating multiplicity itself, distributing it, and deriving from it as many effects as possible. Whereas natural taxonomy is situated on the axis that links character and category, disciplinary tactics is situated on the axis that links the singular and the multiple. It allows both the characterization of the individual as individual and the ordering of a given multiplicity. It is the first condition for the control and use of an ensemble of distinct elements, the base for a microphysics of what might be called a cellular power. The control of activity. 1. The timetable is an old inheritance. The strict model was no doubt suggested by the monastic communities. It soon spread. Its three great methods: establish rhythms, impose particular occupations, regulate the cycles of repetition, were soon to be found in schools, workshops, and hospitals. The new disciplines had no difficulty in taking up their place in the old forms. The schools and poorhouses extended the life and the regularity of the monastic communities to which they were often attached. The rigors of the industrial period long retained a religious air. In the 17th century, the regulations of the great manufactories laid down the exercises that would divide up the working day. On arrival in the morning, before beginning their work, all persons shall wash their hands, offer up their work to God and make the sign of the cross. But even in the 19th century, when the rural populations were needed in industry, they were sometimes formed into congregations. In an attempt to inure them to work in the workshops, the framework of the factory monastery was imposed upon the workers. In the Protestant armies of Maurice of Orange and Gustavus Adolphus, military discipline was achieved through arithmetics of time punctuated by pious exercises. Army life, Busanelli was later to say, should have some of the perfections of the cloister itself. For centuries, the religious orders had been masters of discipline. They were the specialists of time, the great technicians of rhythm and regular activities. But the disciplines altered these methods of temporal regulation from which they derived. They altered them first by refining them. One began to count in quarter hours, in minutes, in seconds. This happened in the army. Of course, Guibert systematically implemented the chronometric measurement of shooting that had been suggested earlier by Vauban. In the elementary schools, the division of time became increasingly minute. Activities were governed in detail by orders that had to be obeyed immediately. At the last stroke of the hour, a pupil will ring the bell, and at the first sound of the bell all the pupils will kneel, with their arms crossed and their eyes lowered. When the prayer has been said, the teacher will strike the signal once to indicate that the pupils should get up, a second time as a sign that they should salute Christ, and a third that they should sit down. In the early 19th century, the following timetable was suggested for the écoles mutuelles, or mutual improvement schools: 8.45 entrance of the monitor, 8.52 the monitor's summons, 8.56 entrance of the children and prayer, 9.00 the children go to their benches, 9.04 first slate, 9.08 end of dictation, 9.12 second slate, etc. The gradual extension of the wage-earning class brought with it a more detailed partitioning of time. If workers arrive later than a quarter of an hour after the ringing of the bell, if any one of the companions is asked for during work and loses more than 5 minutes, anyone who is not at his work at the correct time. But an attempt is also made to assure the quality of the time used: constant supervision, the pressure of supervisors, the elimination of anything that might disturb or distract. It is a question of constituting a totally useful time. It is expressly forbidden during work to amuse one's companions by gestures or in any other way, to play at any game whatsoever, to eat, to sleep, to tell stories and comedies, and even during the meal break, there will be no telling of stories, adventures or other such talk that distracts the workers from their work. It is expressly forbidden for any worker, under any pretext, to bring wine into the manufactory and to drink in the workshops. Time measured and paid must also be a time without impurities or defects, a time of good quality, throughout which the body is constantly applied to its exercise. Precision and application are, with regularity, the fundamental virtues of disciplinary time. But this is not the newest thing about it. Other methods are more characteristic of the disciplines. 2. The temporal elaboration of the act. There are, for example, 2 ways of controlling marching troops. In the early 17th century, we have accustomed soldiers marching in file or in battalion to march to the rhythm of the drum. And to do this, one must begin with the right foot so that the whole troop raises the same foot at the same time. In the mid-18th century, there are 4 sorts of steps. The length of the short step will be a foot, that of the ordinary step, the double step and the marching step will be 2 feet, the whole measured from one heel to the next. As for the duration, that of the small step and the ordinary step will last 1 second, during which 2 double steps would be performed. The duration of the marching step will be a little longer than 1 second. The oblique step will take 1 second, it will be at most 18 inches from one heel to the next. The ordinary step will be executed forwards, holding the head up high and the body erect, holding oneself in balance successively on a single leg, and bringing the other forwards, the ham taut, the point of the foot a little turned outwards and low, so that one may without affectation brush the ground on which one must walk and place one's foot, in such a way that each part may come to rest there at the same time without striking the ground. Between these two instructions, a new set of restraints had been brought into play, another degree of precision in the breakdown of gestures and movements, another way of adjusting the body to temporal imperatives. What the Ordinance of 1766 defines is not a timetable, the general framework for an activity, it is rather a collective and obligatory rhythm, imposed from the outside, it is a program, it assures the elaboration of the act itself, it controls its development and its stages from the inside. We have passed from a form of injunction that measured or punctuated gestures to a web that constrains them or sustains them throughout their entire succession. A sort of anatomo-chronological schema of behavior is defined. The act is broken down into its elements, the position of the body, limbs, articulations is defined, to each movement are assigned a direction, an aptitude, a duration, their order of succession is prescribed. Time penetrates the body and with it all the meticulous controls of power. 3. Hence the correlation of the body and the gesture. Disciplinary control does not consist simply in teaching or imposing a series of particular gestures, it imposes the best relation between a gesture and the overall position of the body, which is its condition of efficiency and speed. In the correct use of the body, which makes possible a correct use of time, nothing must remain idle or useless, everything must be called upon to form the support of the act required. A well-disciplined body forms the operational context of the slightest gesture. Good handwriting, for example, presupposes a gymnastics, a whole routine whose rigorous code invests the body in its entirety, from the points of the feet to the tip of the index finger. The pupils must always hold their bodies erect, somewhat turned and free on the left side, slightly inclined, so that, with the elbow placed on the table, the chin can be rested upon the hand. Unless this were to interfere with the view, the left leg must be somewhat more forward under the table than the right. A distance of 2 fingers must be left between the body and the table, for not only does one write with more alertness, but nothing is more harmful to the health than to acquire the habit of pressing one's stomach against the table. The part of the left arm from the elbow to the hand must be placed on the table. The right arm must be at a distance from the body of about 3 fingers and be about 5 fingers from the table, on which it must rest lightly. The teacher will place the pupils in the posture that they should maintain when writing, and will correct it either by sign or otherwise, when they change this position. A disciplined body is the prerequisite of an efficient gesture. For the body, object articulation. Discipline defines each of the relations that the body must have with the object that it manipulates. Between them, it outlines a meticulous meshing. Bring the weapon forward. In 3 stages. Raise the rifle with the right hand, bringing it close to the body so as to hold it perpendicular with the right knee, the end of the barrel at eye level, grasping it by striking it with the right hand, the arm held close to the body at waist height. At the second stage, bring the rifle in front of you with the left hand, the barrel in the middle between the 2 eyes, vertical, the right hand grasping it at the small of the butt, the arm outstretched, the trigger guard resting on the first finger, the left hand at the height of the notch, the thumb lying along the barrel against the molding. At the third stage, let go of the rifle with the left hand, which falls along the thigh, raising the rifle with the right hand, the lock outwards and opposite the chest, the right arm half flexed, the elbow close to the body, the thumb lying against the lock, resting against the first screw, the hammer resting on the first finger, the barrel perpendicular. This is an example of what might be called the instrumental coding of the body. It consists of a breakdown of the total gesture into 2 parallel series, that of the parts of the body to be used and that of the parts of the object manipulated. Then the 2 sets of parts are correlated together according to a number of simple gestures. Lastly, it fixes the canonical succession in which each of these correlations occupies a particular place. This obligatory syntax is what the military theoreticians of the 18th century called manœuvre. The traditional recipe gives place to explicit and obligatory prescriptions. Over the whole surface of contact between the body and the object it handles, power is introduced, fastening them to one another. It constitutes a body weapon, body tool, body machine complex. One is as far as possible from those forms of subjection that demanded of the body only signs or products, forms of expression or the result of labor. The regulation imposed by power is at the same time the law of construction of the operation. Thus disciplinary power appears to have the function not so much of deduction as of synthesis, not so much of exploitation of the product as of coercive link with the apparatus of production. 5. Exhaustive use. The principle that underlay the timetable in its traditional form was essentially negative. It was the principle of non-idleness. It was forbidden to waste time, which was counted by God and paid for by men. The timetable was to eliminate the danger of wasting it, a moral offense and economic dishonesty. Discipline, on the other hand, arranges a positive economy. It poses the principle of a theoretically ever-growing use of time, exhaustion rather than use. It is a question of extracting, from time, ever more available moments and, from each moment, ever more useful forces. This means that one must seek to intensify the use of the slightest moment, as if time, in its very fragmentation, were inexhaustible, or as if, at least by an ever more detailed internal arrangement, one could tend towards an ideal point at which one maintained maximum speed and maximum efficiency. It was precisely this that was implemented in the celebrated regulations of the Prussian infantry that the whole of Europe imitated after the victories of Frederick II:4. The more time is broken down, the more its subdivisions multiply, the better one disarticulates it by deploying its internal elements under a gaze that supervises them, the more one can accelerate an operation, or at least regulate it according to an optimum speed. Hence this regulation of the time of an action that was so important in the army and which was to be so throughout the entire technology of human activity. The Prussian regulations of 1743 laid down 6 stages to bring the weapon to one's foot, 4 to extend it, 13 to raise it to the shoulder, etc. By other means, the Mutual Improvement School was also arranged as a machine to intensify the use of time. Its organization made it possible to obviate the linear, successive character of the master's teaching. It regulated the counterpoint of operations performed, at the same moment, by different groups of pupils under the direction of monitors and assistants, so that each passing moment was filled with many different, but ordered activities, and, on the other hand, the rhythm imposed by signals, whistles, orders imposed on everyone, temporal norms that were intended both to accelerate the process of learning and to teach speed as a virtue. 5. The sole aim of these commands is to accustom the children to executing well and quickly the same operations, to diminish as far as possible by speed the loss of time caused by moving from one operation to another. Through this technique of subjection a new object was being formed. Slowly, it superseded the mechanical body, the body composed of solids and assigned movements, the image of which had for so long haunted those who dreamt of disciplinary perfection. This new object is the natural body, the bearer of forces and the seat of duration. It is the body susceptible to specified operations, which have their order, their stages, their internal conditions, their constituent elements. In becoming the target for new mechanisms of power, the body is offered up to new forms of knowledge. It is the body of exercise, rather than of speculative physics, a body manipulated by authority, rather than imbued with animal spirits, a body of useful training and not of rational mechanics, but one in which, by virtue of that very fact, a number of natural requirements and functional constraints are beginning to emerge. This is the body that Guibert discovered in his critique of excessively artificial movements. In the exercise that is imposed upon it and which it resists, the body brings out its essential correlations and spontaneously rejects the incompatible. On entering most of our training schools, one sees all those unfortunate soldiers in constricting and forced attitudes, One sees all their muscles contracted, the circulation of their blood interrupted. If we studied the intention of nature and the construction of the human body, we would find the position and the bearing that nature clearly prescribes for the soldier. The head must be erect, standing out from the shoulders, sitting perpendicularly between them. It must be turned neither to left nor to right, because, in view of the correspondence between the vertebrae of the neck and the shoulder blade to which they are attached, none of them may move in a circular manner without slightly bringing with it from the same side that it moves one of the shoulders, and because, the body no longer being placed squarely, the soldier can no longer walk straight in front of him or serve as a point of alignment. Since the hip bone, which the ordnance indicates as the point against which the butt end should rest, is not situated the same in all men, the rifle must be placed more to the right for some, and more to the left for others. For the same reason of inequality of structure, the trigger guard is more or less pressed against the body, depending on whether the outer parts of a man's shoulder is more or less fleshy. We have seen how the procedures of disciplinary distribution had their place among the contemporary techniques of classification and tabulation, but also how they introduced into them the specific problem of individuals and multiplicity. Similarly, the disciplinary controls of activity belong to a whole series of researches, theoretical or practical, into the natural machinery of bodies, but they began to discover in them specific processes. Behavior and its organized requirements gradually replaced the simple physics of movement. The body, required to be docile in its minutest operations, opposes and shows the conditions of functioning proper to an organism. Disciplinary power has as its correlative an individuality that is not only analytical and cellular, but also natural and organic. The organization of genes is. In 1667, the edict that set up the manufactory of the Gobelins envisaged the organization of a school. 60 scholarship children were to be chosen by the superintendent of royal buildings, entrusted for a time to a master whose task it would be to provide them with upbringing and instruction, then apprenticed to the various master tapestry makers of the manufactory. After 6 years' apprenticeship, 4 years of service and a qualifying examination, they were given the right to set up and run a shop in any town of the kingdom. We find here the characteristics of guild apprenticeship, the relation of dependence on the master that is both individual and total, the statutory duration of the training, which is concluded by a qualifying examination, but which is not broken down according to a precise program, an overall exchange between the master who must give his knowledge and the apprentice who must offer his services, his assistance, and often some payment. The form of domestic service is mixed with the transference of knowledge. 6 In 1737, an edict organized a school of drawing for the apprentices of the Gobelins. It was not intended to replace the training given by the master workers, but to complement it. It involved a quite different arrangement of time. 2 hours a day, except on Sundays and feast days, the pupils met in the school. A roll call was taken, from a list on the wall. The absentees were noted down in a register. The school was divided into 3 classes. The first for those who had no notion of drawing, they were made to copy models, which were more or less difficult according to the abilities of each pupil. The second for those who already have some principles, or who had passed through the first class, they had to reproduce pictures at sight, without tracing, but considering only the drawing. In the third class, they learned coloring and pastel drawing, and were introduced to the theory and practice of dyeing. The pupils performed individual tasks at regular intervals. Each of these exercises, signed with the name of its author and date of execution, was handed in to the teacher. The best were rewarded, assembled together at the end of the year and compared. They made it possible to establish the progress, the present ability and the relative place of each pupil. It was then decided which of them could pass into the next class. A general book, kept by the teachers and their assistants, recorded from day to day the behavior of the pupils and everything that happened in the school. It was periodically shown to an inspector. The Gobelin school is only one example of an important phenomenon, the development, in the classical period, of a new technique for taking charge of the time of individual existences, for regulating the relations of time, bodies, and forces, for assuring an accumulation of duration, and for turning to ever-increased profit or use the movement of passing time. How can one capitalize the time of individuals, accumulate it in each of them, in their bodies, in their forces or in their abilities, in a way that is susceptible of use and control? How can one organize profitable durations? The disciplines, which analyze space, break up and rearrange activities, must also be understood as machinery for adding up and capitalizing time. This was done in 4 ways, which emerge most clearly in military organization. 1. Divide duration into successive or parallel segments, each of which must end at a specific time. For example, isolate the period of training and the period of practice, do not mix the instruction of recruits and the exercise of veterans, open separate military schools for the armed service, recruit professional soldiers at the youngest possible age, take children, have them adopted by the nation, and brought up in special schools, teach in turn posture, marching, the handling of weapons, shooting, and do not pass to another activity until the first has been completely mastered. One of the principal mistakes is to show a soldier every exercise at once, in short, break down time into separate and adjusted threads. 2. Organize these threads according to an analytical plan, successions of elements as simple as possible, combining according to increasing complexity. This presupposes that instruction should abandon the principle of analogical repetition. In the 16th century, military exercise consisted above all in copying all or part of the action, and of generally increasing the soldier's skill or strength. 7. In the 18th century, the instruction of the manual followed the principle of the elementary and not of the exemplary. Simple gestures, the position of the fingers, the bend of the leg, the movement of the arms, basic elements for useful actions that also provide a general training in strength, skill, docility. 3. Finalize these temporal segments, decide on how long each will last and conclude it with an examination, which will have the triple function of showing whether the subject has reached the level required, of guaranteeing that each subject undergoes the same apprenticeship and of differentiating the abilities of each individual. When the sergeants, corporals, etc., entrusted with the task of instructing the others, are of the opinion that a particular soldier is ready to pass into the first class, they will present him first to the officers of their company, who will carefully examine him. If they do not find him sufficiently practiced, they will refuse to admit him. If, on the other hand, the man presented seems to them to be ready, the said officers will themselves propose him to the commanding officer of the regiment, who will see him if he thinks it necessary, and will have him examined by the senior officers. The slightest mistakes will be enough to have him rejected, and no one will be able to pass from the second class to the first until he has undergone this first examination. 4. Draw up series, lay down for each individual, according to his level, his seniority, his rank, the exercises that are suited to him. Common exercises have a differing role and each difference involves specific exercises. At the end of each series, others begin, branch off and subdivide in turn. Thus each individual is caught up in a temporal series which specifically defines his level or his rank. It is a disciplinary polyphony of exercises. Soldiers of the second class will be exercised every morning by sergeants, corporals, and spessades, lance corporals. The lance corporals will be exercised every Sunday by the head of the section. The corporals and spessades will be exercised every Tuesday afternoon by the sergeants and their company, and these in turn on the afternoons of every 2nd, 12th, and 22nd day of each month by senior officers. It is this disciplinary time that was gradually imposed on pedagogical practice, specializing the time of training and detaching it from the adult time, from the time of mastery, arranging different stages, separated from one another by graded examinations, drawing up programs, each of which must take place during a particular stage and which involves exercises of increasing difficulty, qualifying individuals according to the way in which they progress through these series. For the initiatory time of traditional training, disciplinary time had substituted its multiple and progressive series. A whole analytical pedagogy was being formed, meticulous in its detail and also very precocious in its history. At the beginning of the 18th century, Demia suggested a division of the process of learning to read into 7 levels, the first for those who are beginning to learn the letters, the second for those who are learning to spell, the third for those who are learning to join syllables together to make words, the fourth for those who are reading Latin in sentences or from punctuation to punctuation, the fifth for those who are beginning to read French, the sixth for the best readers, the seventh for those who can read manuscripts. But, where there are a great many pupils, further subdivisions would have to be introduced. The first class would comprise 4 streams, one for those who are learning the simple letters, a second for those who are learning the mixed letters, a third for those who are learning the abbreviated letters, a fourth for those who are learning the double letters. The second class would be divided into 3 streams, for those who count each letter aloud before spelling the syllable, do, for those who spell the most difficult syllables, such as band, brand, sphinx, etc. Each stage in the combinatory of elements must be inscribed within a great temporal series, which is both a natural progress of the mind and a code for educative procedures. The seriation of successive activities makes possible a whole investment of duration by power, the possibility of a detailed control and a regular intervention in each moment of time, the possibility of characterizing, and therefore of using individuals according to the level in the series that they are moving through, the possibility of accumulating time and activity, of rediscovering them, totalized and usable in a final result, which is the ultimate capacity of an individual. Temporal dispersal is brought together to produce a profit, thus mastering a duration that would otherwise elude one's grasp. Power is articulated directly onto time, it assures its control and guarantees its use. The disciplinary methods reveal a linear time whose moments are integrated, one upon another, and which is orientated towards a terminal, stable point, in short, an evolutive time. But it must be recalled that, at the same moment, the administrative and economic techniques of control reveal a social time of a serial, orientated, cumulative type, the discovery of an evolution in terms of progress. The disciplinary techniques reveal individual series, the discovery of an evolution in terms of genesis. These 2 great discoveries of the 18th century, the progress of societies and the genesis of individuals, were perhaps correlative with the new techniques of power, and more specifically, with a new way of administering time and making it useful, by segmentation, seriation, synthesis and totalization. A macro and a microphysics of power made possible, not the invention of history, but the integration of a temporal, unitary, continuous, cumulative dimension in the exercise of controls and the practice of dominations. Evolutive historicity, as it was then constituted, and so profoundly that it is still self-evident for many today, is bound up with a mode of functioning of power. No doubt it is as if the history remembering of the chronicles, genealogies, exploits, reigns and deeds had long been linked to a modality of power. With the new techniques of subjection, the dynamics of continuous evolutions tends to replace the dynasties of solemn events. In any case, the small temporal continuum of individuality genesis certainly seems to be, like the individuality cell or the individuality organism, an effect and an object of discipline. And, at the center of the seriation of time, one finds a procedure that is, for it, what the drawing up of tables was for the distribution of individuals and cellular segmentation, or, again, what Minerva was for the economy of activities and organic control. This procedure is exercise. Exercise is that technique by which one imposes on the body tasks that are both repetitive and different, but always graduated. By bending behavior towards a terminal state, exercise makes possible a perpetual characterization of the individual either in relation to this term, in relation to other individuals, or in relation to a type of itinerary. It thus assures, in the form of continuity and constraint, a growth, an observation, a qualification. Before adopting this strictly disciplinary form, exercise had a long history. It is to be found in military, religious and university practices either as initiation ritual, preparatory ceremony, theatrical rehearsal, or examination. Its linear, continuously progressive organization, its genetic development in time were, at least in the army and the school, introduced at a later date, and were no doubt of religious origin. In any case, the idea of an educational program that would follow the child to the end of his schooling and which would involve from year to year, month to month, exercises of increasing complexity, first appeared, it seems, in a religious group, the Brothers of the Common Life. Strongly inspired by Ruysbroek and Rhenish mysticism, they transposed certain of the spiritual techniques to education, and to the education not only of clerks, but also of magistrates and merchants. The theme of a perfection towards which the exemplary master guides the pupil became with them that of an authoritarian perfection of the pupils by the teacher. The ever-increasing rigorous exercises that the ascetic life proposed became tasks of increasing complexity that marked the gradual acquisition of knowledge and good behavior. The striving of the whole community towards salvation became the collective, permanent competition of individuals being classified in relation to one another. Perhaps it was these procedures of community life and salvation that were the first nucleus of methods intended to produce individually characterized, but collectively useful aptitudes. 8 In its mystical or ascetic form, exercise was a way of ordering earthly time for the conquest of salvation. It was gradually, in the history of the West, to change direction while preserving certain of its characteristics. It served to economize the time of life, to accumulate it in a useful form and to exercise power over men through the mediation of time arranged in this way. Exercise, having become an element in the political technology of the body and of duration, does not culminate in a beyond, but tends towards a subjection that has never reached its limit. The composition of forces. Let us begin by destroying the old prejudice, according to which one believed one was increasing the strength of a troop by increasing its depth. All the physical laws of movement become chimeras when one wishes to adapt them to tactics. 9 From the end of the 17th century, the technical problem of infantry had been freed from the physical model of mass. In an army of pikes and muskets, slow, imprecise, practically incapable of selecting a target and taking aim, troops were used as a projectile, a wall or a fortress. The formidable infantry of the army of Spain. The distribution of soldiers in this mass was carried out above all according to their seniority and their bravery. At the center, with the task of providing weight and volume, of giving density to the body, were the least experienced. In front, at the angles and on the flanks, were the bravest or reputedly most skillful soldiers. In the course of the classical period, one passed over to a whole set of delicate articulations. The unit, regiment, battalion, section and, later, division 10, became a sort of machine with many parts, moving in relation to one another, in order to arrive at a configuration and to obtain a specific result. What were the reasons for this mutation? Some were economic, to make each individual useful and the training, maintenance and arming of troops profitable, to give to each soldier, a precious unit, maximum efficiency. But these economic reasons could become determinant only with a technical transformation, the invention of the rifle. 11 More accurate, more rapid than the musket, it gave greater value to the soldier's skill, more capable of reaching a particular target, it made it possible to exploit firepower at an individual level, and, conversely, it turned every soldier into a possible target, requiring by the same token greater mobility. It involved therefore the disappearance of a technique of masses in favor of an art that distributed units and men along extended, relatively flexible, mobile lines. Hence the need to find a whole calculated practice of individual and collective dispositions, movements of groups or isolated elements, changes of position, of movement from one disposition to another, in short, the need to invent a machinery whose principle would no longer be the mobile or immobile mass, but a geometry of divisible segments whose basic unity was the mobile soldier with his rifle. 12 And, no doubt, below the soldier himself, the minimal gestures, the elementary stages of actions, the fragments of spaces occupied or traversed. The same problems arose when it was a question of constituting a productive force whose effect had to be superior to the sum of elementary forces that composed it. The combined working day produces, relatively to an equal sum of working days, a greater quantity of use values, and, consequently, diminishes the labor time necessary for the production of a given useful effect. Whether the combined working day, in a given case, acquires this increased productive power, because it heightens the mechanical force of labor, or extends its sphere of action over a greater space, or contracts the field of production relatively to the scale of production, or at the critical moment sets large masses of labor to work, the special productive power of the combined working day is, under all circumstances, the social productive power of labor, or the productive power of social labor. This power is due to cooperation itself. On several occasions, Marx stresses the analogy between the problems of the division of labor and those of military tactics. For example, just as the offensive power of a squadron of cavalry, or the defensive power of a regiment of infantry, is essentially different from the sum of the offensive or defensive powers of the individual cavalry or infantry soldiers taken separately, so the sum total of the mechanical forces exerted by isolated workmen differs from the social force that is developed, when many hands take part simultaneously in one and the same undivided operation. Thus a new demand appears to which discipline must respond, to construct a machine whose effect will be maximized by the concerted articulation of the elementary parts of which it is composed. Discipline is no longer simply an art of distributing bodies, of extracting time from them and accumulating it, but of composing forces in order to obtain an efficient machine. This demand is expressed in several ways. 1. The individual body becomes an element that may be placed, moved, articulated on others. Its bravery or its strength are no longer the principal variables that define it, but the place it occupies, the interval it covers, the regularity, the good order according to which it operates its movements. The soldier is above all a fragment of mobile space, before he is courage or honor. Guibert describes the soldier in the following way: when he is under arms, he occupies 2 feet along his greatest diameter, that is to say, taking him from one end to the other, and about 1 foot in his greatest thickness taken from the chest to the shoulders, to which one must add an interval of a foot between him and the next man. This gives 2 feet in all directions per soldier and indicates that a troop of infantry in battle occupies, either in its front or in its depth, as many steps as it has ranks. This is a functional reduction of the body. But it is also an insertion of this body segment in a whole ensemble over which it is articulated. The soldier whose body has been trained to function part by part for particular operations must in turn form an element in a mechanism at another level. The soldiers will be instructed first 1 by 1, then 2 by 2, then in greater numbers. For the handling of weapons, one will ascertain that, when the soldiers have been separately instructed, they will carry it out 2 by 2, and then change places alternately, so that the one on the left may learn to adapt himself to the one on the right. The body is constituted as a part of a multi-segmentary machine. 2. The various chronological series that discipline must combine to form a composite time are also pieces of machinery. The time of each must be adjusted to the time of the others in such a way that the maximum quantity of forces may be extracted from each and combined with the optimum result. Thus Servan dreamt of a military machine that would cover the whole territory of the nation and in which each individual would be occupied without interruption but in a different way according to the evolutive segment, the genetic sequence in which he finds himself. Military life would begin in childhood, when young children would be taught the profession of arms in military manners. It would end in these same manners when the veterans, right up to their last day, would teach the children, exercise the recruits, preside over the soldiers' exercises, supervise them when they were carrying out works in the public interest, and finally make order reign in the country, when the troops were fighting at the frontiers. There is not a single moment of life from which one cannot extract forces, providing one knows how to differentiate it and combine it with others. Similarly, one uses the labor of children and of old people in the great workshops, This is because they have certain elementary capacities for which it is not necessary to use workers who have many other aptitudes. Furthermore, they constitute a cheap labor force. Lastly, if they work, they are no longer at anyone's charge, laboring mankind, said a tax collector of an enterprise at Angers, may find in this manufactory, from the age of 10 to old age, resources against idleness and the penury that follows from it. But it was probably in primary education that this adjustment of different chronologies was to be carried out with most subtlety. From the 17th century to the introduction, at the beginning of the 19th, of the Lancaster method, the complex clockwork of the Mutual Improvement School was built up cog by cog. First the oldest pupils were entrusted with tasks involving simple supervision, then of checking work, then of teaching. In the end, all the time of all the pupils was occupied either with teaching or with being taught. The school became a machine for learning, in which each pupil, each level, and each moment, if correctly combined, were permanently utilized in the general process of teaching. One of the great advocates of the mutual improvement schools gives us some idea of this progress. In a school of 360 children, the master who would like to instruct each pupil in turn for a session of 3 hours would not be able to give half a minute to each. By the new method, each of the 360 pupils writes, reads, or counts for 2.5 hours. 3. This carefully measured combination of forces requires a precise system of command. All the activity of the disciplined individual must be punctuated and sustained by injunctions whose efficacy rests on brevity and clarity. The order does not need to be explained or formulated, it must trigger off the required behavior, and that is enough. From the master of discipline to him who is subjected to it, the relation is one of signalization. It is a question not of understanding the injunction but of perceiving the signal and reacting to it immediately, according to a more or less artificial, prearranged code. Place the bodies in a little world of signals to each of which is attached a single, obligatory response. It is a technique of training, of dressage, that despotically excludes in everything the least representation, and the smallest murmur. The disciplined soldier begins to obey whatever he is ordered to do. His obedience is prompt and blind. An appearance of indocility, the least delay would be a crime. The training of school children was to be carried out in the same way. Few words, no explanation, a total silence interrupted only by signals, bells, clapping of hands, gestures, a mere glance from the teacher, or that little wooden apparatus used by the brothers of the Christian schools. It was called par excellence, the signal, and it contained in its mechanical brevity both the technique of command and the morality of obedience. The first and principal use of the signal is to attract at once the attention of all the pupils to the teacher and to make them attentive to what he wishes to impart to them. Thus, whenever he wishes to attract the attention of the children, and to bring the exercise to an end, he will strike the signal once. Whenever a good pupil hears the noise of the signal, he will imagine that he is hearing the voice of the teacher, or rather the voice of God himself calling him by his name. He will then partake of the feelings of the young Samuel, saying with him in the depths of his soul, "Lord, I am here." The pupil will have to have learned the code of the signals and respond automatically to them. When prayer has been said, the teacher will strike the signal at once and, turning to the child whom he wishes to read, he will make the sign to begin. To make a sign to stop to a pupil who is reading, he will strike the signal once. To make a sign to a pupil to repeat when he has read badly or mispronounced a letter, a syllable or a word, he will strike the signal twice in rapid succession. If, after the sign had been made 2 or 3 times, the pupil who is reading does not find and repeat the word that he has badly read or mispronounced, because he has read several words beyond it before being called to order, the teacher will strike 3 times in rapid succession, as a sign to him to begin to read farther back, and he will continue to make the sign till the pupil finds the word which he has said incorrectly. The Mutual Improvement School was to exploit still further this control of behavior by the system of signals to which one had to react immediately. Even verbal orders were to function as elements of signalization. Enter your benches. At the word enter, the children bring their right hands down on the table with a resounding thud and at the same time put one leg into the bench, At the words your benches they put the other leg in and sit down opposite their slates. Take your slates. At the word take, the children, with their right hands, take hold of the string by which the slate is suspended from the nail before them, and, with their left hands, they grasp the slate in the middle. At the word slates, they unhook it and place it on the table. Point 13. To sum up, it might be said that discipline creates out of the bodies it controls 4 types of individuality, or rather an individuality that is endowed with 4 characteristics. It is cellular, it is organic, it is genetic, it is combinatory. And, in doing so, it operates 4 great techniques: it draws up tables, it prescribes movements, it imposes exercises. Lastly, in order to obtain the combination of forces, it arranges tactics. Tactics, the art of constructing, with located bodies, coded activities, and trained aptitudes, mechanisms in which the product of the various forces is increased by their calculated combination, are no doubt the highest form of disciplinary practice. In this knowledge, the 18th century theoreticians saw the general foundation of all military practice, from the control and exercise of individual bodies to the use of forces specific to the most complex multiplicities. The architecture, anatomy, mechanics, economy of the disciplinary body. In the eyes of most soldiers, tactics are only a branch of the vast science of war. For me, they are the base of the science, they are the science itself, because they teach how to constitute troops, order them, move them, get them to fight, because tactics alone may make up for numbers, and handle the multitude. Lastly, it will include knowledge of men, weapons, tensions, circumstances, because it is all these kinds of knowledge brought together that must determine those movements. Or again, the term tactics gives some idea of the respective position of the men who make up a particular troop in relation to that of the different troops that make up an army, their movements and their actions, their relations with one another. It may be that war as strategy is a continuation of politics. But it must not be forgotten that politics has been conceived as a continuation, if not exactly and directly of war, at least of the military model as a fundamental means of preventing civil disorder. Politics, as a technique of internal peace and order, sought to implement the mechanism of the perfect army, of the disciplined mass, of the docile, useful troop, of the regiment in camp and in the field, on maneuvers and on exercises. In the great 18th century states, the army guaranteed civil peace no doubt because it was a real force, an ever-threatening sword, but also because it was a technique and a body of knowledge that could project their schema over the social body. If there is a politics war series that passes through strategy, there is an army politics series that passes through tactics. It is strategy that makes it possible to understand warfare as a way of conducting politics between states. It is tactics that makes it possible to understand the army as a principle for maintaining the absence of warfare in civil society. The classical age saw the birth of the great political and military strategy by which nations confronted each other's economic and demographic forces, but it also saw the birth of meticulous military and political tactics by which the control of bodies and individual forces was exercised within states. The military institution, military science, the militaire himself, so different from what was formerly characterized by the term homme de guerre, was specified, during this period, at the point of junction between war and the noise of battle on the one hand, and order and silence, subservient to peace, on the other. Historians of ideas usually attribute the dream of a perfect society to the philosophers and jurists of the 18th century, but there was also a military dream of society. Its fundamental reference was not to the state of nature, but to the meticulously subordinated cogs of a machine, not to the primal social contract, but to permanent coercions, not to fundamental rights, but to indefinitely progressive forms of training, not to the general will but to automatic docility. Discipline must be made national, said Guibert. The state that I depict will have a simple, reliable, easily controlled administration. It will resemble those huge machines, which by quite uncomplicated means produce great effects. The strength of this state will spring from its own strength, its prosperity from its own prosperity. Time, which destroys all, will increase its power. It will disprove that vulgar prejudice by which we are made to imagine that empires are subjected to an imperious law of decline and ruin. The Napoleonic regime was not far off, and with it the form of state that was to survive it, and, we must not forget, the foundations of which were laid not only by jurists, but also by soldiers, not only councillors of state, but also junior officers, not only the men of the courts, but also the men of the camps. The Roman reference that accompanied this formation certainly bears with it this double index: citizens and legionaries, law and maneuvers. While jurists or philosophers were seeking in the pact a primal model for the construction or reconstruction of the social body, the soldiers, and with them the technicians of discipline, were elaborating procedures for the individual and collective coercion of bodies. One medal commemorating Louis XIV's first military review in 1668. Cf. this page. 2 Handwriting model. Cf. this page. 3 J. Bentham. Plan of the Panopticon. Cf. this page. 4 N. Haro-Romain. Plan for a penitentiary, 1840. A prisoner, in his cell, kneeling at prayer before the central inspection tower. Cf. this page. 5 The Maison Centrale at Rennes in 1877. Cf. this page. 6 Interior of the Penitentiary at Stateville, United States, 20th century. Cf. this page. 7 Bedtime at the Reformatory of Mettray. Cf. this page. 8 Lecture on the Evils of Alcoholism in the Auditorium of Fresnes Prison. 9 Steam Machine for the Celeriferous Correction of Young Boys and Girls' Fathers and Mothers, Uncles and Aunts, Guardian Masters and Mistresses of Boarding Schools, and all those who have lazy, greedy, disobedient, rebellious, insolent, quarrelsome, tale-bearing, chattering, irreligious children, or children having any other defect, are hereby informed that Mr. Bogeyman and Mrs. Bric-a-Brac have just set up in every mame of the city of Paris a machine similar to the one represented in this engraving, and are ready to accept all naughty children in need of correction in their establishments. Each day, from midday to 2 o'clock, Mr. Werewolf, Coleman Scarecrow, eat without hunger, and Mrs. Wildcat, spiteful slag and drink without thirst. Friends and relations of Mr. Bogeyman and Mrs. Bric-a-Brac will, for a small sum, set up similar machines to be sent into provincial towns, and will themselves supervise their operation. The cheapness of correction given by the steam machine and the surprising effects that it produces will persuade parents to avail themselves of it as often as the bad behavior of their children will require it. We also take incorrigible children as boarders. They are fed on bread and water. Engraving of the late 18th century. 10 N. André, L'orthopédie ou l'art de prévenir et de corriger dans les enfants les déformités du corps. 1749. 2 The means of correct training. At the beginning of the 17th century, Wellhausen spoke of strict discipline as an art of correct training. The chief function of the disciplinary power is to train, rather than to select and to levy, or, no doubt, to train in order to levy and select all the more. It does not link forces together in order to reduce them, it seeks to bind them together in such a way as to multiply and use them. Instead of bending all its subjects into a single uniform mass, it separates, analyses, differentiates, carries its procedures of decomposition to the point of necessary and sufficient single units. It trains the moving, confused, useless multitudes of bodies and forces into a multiplicity of individual elements, small, separate cells, organic autonomies, genetic identities and continuities, combinatory segments. Discipline makes individuals. It is the specific technique of a power that regards individuals both as objects and as instruments of its exercise. It is not a triumphant power, which because of its own excess can pride itself on its omnipotence. It is a modest, suspicious power, which functions as a calculated, but permanent economy. These are humble modalities, minor procedures, as compared with the majestic rituals of sovereignty or the great apparatuses of the state. And it is precisely they that were gradually to invade the major forms, altering their mechanisms and imposing their procedures. The legal apparatus was not to escape this scarcely secret invasion. The success of disciplinary power derives no doubt from the use of simple instruments, hierarchical observation, normalizing judgment and their combination in a procedure that is specific to it, the examination. Hierarchical observation. The exercise of discipline presupposes a mechanism that coerces by means of observation, an apparatus in which the techniques that make it possible to see induce effects of power, and in which, conversely, the means of coercion make those on whom they are applied clearly visible. Slowly, in the course of the classical age, we see the construction of those observatories of human multiplicity for which the history of the sciences has so little good to say. Side by side with the major technology of the telescope, the lens, and the light beam, which were an integral part of the new physics and cosmology, there were the minor techniques of multiple and intersecting observations, of eyes that must see without being seen, using techniques of subjection and methods of exploitation. An obscure art of light and the visible was secretly preparing a new knowledge of man. These observatories had an almost ideal model, the military camp, the short-lived, artificial city, built and reshaped almost at will, the seat of a power that must be all the stronger, but also all the more discreet, all the more effective and on the alert in that it is exercised over armed men. In the perfect camp, all power would be exercised solely through exact observation, each gaze would form a part of the overall functioning of power. The old, traditional square plan was considerably refined in innumerable new projects. The geometry of the paths, the number and distribution of the tents, the orientation of their entrances, the disposition of files and ranks were exactly defined, the network of gazes that supervised one another was laid down. In the parade ground, 5 lines are drawn up, the first is 16 feet from the second, the others are 8 feet from one another, and the last is 8 feet from the arms depots. The arms depots are 10 feet from the tents of the junior officers, immediately opposite the first tent pole. A company street is 51 feet wide. All tents are 2 feet from one another. The tents of the subalterns are opposite the alleys of their companies. The rear tent pole is 8 feet from the last soldier's tent and the gate is opposite the captain's tent. The captain's tents are erected opposite the streets of their companies. The entrance is opposite the companies themselves. The camp is the diagram of a power that acts by means of general visibility. For a long time this model of the camp, or at least its underlying principle, was found in urban development, in the construction of working-class housing estates, hospitals, asylums, prisons, schools, the spatial nesting of hierarchized surveillance. The principle was one of embedding. The camp was to the rather shameful art of surveillance what the dark room was to the great science of optics. A whole problematic then develops, that of an architecture that is no longer built simply to be seen, or to observe the external space, but to permit an internal, articulated and detailed control, to render visible those who are inside it. In more general terms, an architecture that would operate to transform individuals, to act on those it shelters, to provide a hold on their conduct, to carry the effects of power right to them, to make it possible to know them, to alter them. Stones can make people docile and knowable. The old simple schema of confinement and enclosure, thick walls, a heavy gate that prevents entering or leaving, began to be replaced by the calculation of openings, of filled and empty spaces, passages, and transparencies. In this way the hospital building was gradually organized as an instrument of medical action. It was to allow a better observation of patients, and therefore a better calibration of their treatment. The form of the buildings, by the careful separation of the patients, was to prevent contagions. Lastly, the ventilation and the air that circulated around each bed was to prevent the deleterious vapors from stagnating around the patient, breaking down his humors and spreading the disease by their immediate effects. The hospital, which was to be built in the second half of the century and for which so many plans were drawn up after the Hôtel Dieu was burnt down for the second time, was no longer simply the roof under which penury and imminent death took shelter. It was, in its very materiality, a therapeutic operator. Similarly, the school building was to be a mechanism for training. It was as a pedagogical machine that Paris Duvernay conceived the École Militaire, right down to the minute details that he had imposed on the architect, Gabriel. Train vigorous bodies, the imperative of health; obtain competent officers, the imperative of qualification; create obedient soldiers, the imperative of politics; prevent debauchery and homosexuality, the imperative of morality. A fourfold reason for establishing sealed compartments between individuals, but also apertures for continuous surveillance. The very building of the école was to be an apparatus for observation. The rooms were distributed along a corridor like a series of small cells, at regular intervals, and officers' quarters were situated, so that every 10 pupils had an officer on each side. The pupils were confined to their cells throughout the night, and Paris had insisted that a window be placed on the corridor wall of each room from chest level to within 1 or 2 feet of the ceiling. Not only is it pleasant to have such windows, but one would venture to say that it is useful, in several respects, not to mention the disciplinary reasons that may determine this arrangement. In the dining rooms was a slightly raised platform for the tables of the inspectors of studies, so that they may see all the tables of the pupils of their divisions during meals. Latrines had been installed with half doors, so that the supervisor on duty could see the head and legs of the pupils, and also with side walls sufficiently high that those inside cannot see one another. This infinitely scrupulous concern with surveillance is expressed in the architecture by innumerable petty mechanisms. These mechanisms can only be seen as unimportant if one forgets the role of this instrumentation, minor but flawless, in the progressive objectification and the ever more subtle partitioning of individual behavior. The disciplinary institutions secreted a machinery of control that functioned like a microscope of conduct. The fine, analytical divisions that they created formed around men an apparatus of observation, recording, and training. How was one to subdivide the gaze in these observation machines? How was one to establish a network of communications between them? How was one so to arrange things that a homogeneous, continuous power would result from their calculated multiplicity? The perfect disciplinary apparatus would make it possible for a single gaze to see everything constantly. A central point would be both the source of light illuminating everything, and a locus of convergence for everything that must be known, a perfect eye that nothing would escape and a center towards which all gazes would be turned. This is what Ledoux had imagined when he built Arc-et-Senans. All the buildings were to be arranged in a circle, opening on the inside, at the center of which a high construction was to house the administrative functions of management, the policing functions of surveillance, the economic functions of control and checking, the religious functions of encouraging obedience and work. From here all orders would come, all activities would be recorded, all offenses perceived and judged, and this would be done immediately with no other aid than an exact geometry. Among all the reasons for the prestige that was accorded in the second half of the 18th century, to circular architecture, one must no doubt include the fact that it expressed a certain political utopia. But, the disciplinary gaze did, in fact, need relays. The pyramid was able to fulfill, more efficiently than the circle, 2 requirements: to be complete enough to form an uninterrupted network, consequently the possibility of multiplying its levels, and of distributing them over the entire surface to be supervised, and yet to be discrete enough not to weigh down with an inert mass on the activity to be disciplined, and not to act as a brake or an obstacle to it, to be integrated into the disciplinary mechanism as a function that increases its possible effects. It had to be broken down into smaller elements, but in order to increase its productive function, specify the surveillance and make it functional. This was the problem of the great workshops and factories, in which a new type of surveillance was organized. It was different from the one practiced in the regimes of the manufactories, which had been carried out from the outside by inspectors, entrusted with the task of applying the regulations. What was now needed was an intense, continuous supervision. It ran right through the labor process. It did not bear, or not only, on production, it also took into account the activity of the men, their skill, the way they set about their tasks, their promptness, their zeal, their behavior. but it was also different from the domestic supervision of the master present beside his workers and apprentices, for it was carried out by clerks, supervisors and foremen. As the machinery of production became larger and more complex, as the number of workers and the division of labor increased, supervision became ever more necessary and more difficult. It became a special function, which had nevertheless to form an integral part of the production process, to run parallel to it throughout its entire length. A specialized personnel became indispensable, constantly present and distinct from the workers. In the large factory, everything is regulated by the clock. The workers are treated strictly and harshly. The clerks, who are used to treating them with an air of superiority and command, which is really necessary with the multitude, treat them with severity or contempt. Hence these workers either cost more or leave the factory soon after arrival. But, although the workers preferred a framework of a guild type to this new regime of surveillance, the employers saw that it was indissociable from the system of industrial production, private property and profit. At the scale of a factory, a great ironworks or a mine, the objects of expenditure are so multiplied, that the slightest dishonesty on each object would add up to an immense fraud, which would not only absorb the profits, but would lead to a loss of capital. The slightest incompetence, if left unnoticed and therefore repeated each day, may prove fatal to the enterprise to the extent of destroying it in a very short time. Hence the fact that only agents, directly dependent on the owner, and entrusted with this task alone would be able to see that not a sou is spent uselessly, that not a moment of the day is lost. Their role would be to supervise the workers, to inspect all the places of work, to inform the directors of everything that takes place. Surveillance thus becomes a decisive economic operator both as an internal part of the production machinery and as a specific mechanism in the disciplinary power. The work of directing, superintending and adjusting becomes one of the functions of capital, from the moment that the labor under the control of capital becomes cooperative. Once a function of capital, it requires special characteristics. The same movement was to be found in the reorganization of elementary teaching. The details of surveillance were specified and it was integrated into the teaching relationship. The development of the parish schools, the increase in the number of their pupils, the absence of methods for regulating simultaneously the activity of a whole class, and the disorder and confusion that followed from this made it necessary to work out a system of supervision. In order to help the teacher, Bettencourt selected from among the best pupils a whole series of officers, intendants, observers, monitors, tutors, reciters of prayers, writing officers, receivers of ink, almoners and visitors. The roles thus defined were of two kinds. The first involved material tasks, the second involved surveillance. The observers must record who left his bench, who was talking, who did not have his rosary, or book of hours, who did not comport himself properly at Mass, who committed an impure act, who indulged in idle talk or was unruly in the street. The admonitors were placed in charge of those who talk or hum when studying their lessons and those who will not write and who waste their time. In play, the visitors called on the families of pupils who had been absent or who had committed serious offenses. The intendants supervised all the other officers. Only the tutors had a pedagogical role. Their task was to teach the pupils reading, 2 by 2, in low tones. A few decades later, Demia favored a hierarchy of the same type, but almost all the functions of surveillance were duplicated by a pedagogical role. An assistant teacher taught the holding of the pen, guided the pupil's hand, corrected mistakes, and at the same time marked down troublemakers. Another assistant teacher had the same tasks in the reading class. The intendant who supervised the other officers and was in charge of behavior in general also had the task of initiating newcomers into the customs of the school. The decurions got the pupils to recite their lessons and marked down those who did not know them. Point 3. We have here a sketch of an institution of the mutual type in which three procedures are integrated into a single mechanism: teaching proper, the acquisition of knowledge by the very practice of the pedagogical activity, and a reciprocal, hierarchized observation. A relation of surveillance, defined and regulated, is inscribed at the heart of the practice of teaching. not as an additional or adjacent part, but as a mechanism that is inherent to it and which increases its efficiency. Hierarchized, continuous and functional surveillance may not be one of the great technical inventions of the 18th century, but its insidious extension owed its importance to the mechanisms of power that it brought with it. By means of such surveillance, disciplinary power became an integrated system, linked from the inside to the economy and to the aims of the mechanism in which it was practiced. It was also organized as a multiple, automatic, and anonymous power, for although surveillance rests on individuals, its functioning is that of a network of relations from top to bottom, but also to a certain extent from bottom to top and laterally. This network holds the whole together and traverses it in its entirety with effects of power that derive from one another, supervisors, perpetually supervised. The power in the hierarchized surveillance of the disciplines is not possessed as a thing, or transferred as a property, it functions like a piece of machinery. And, although it is true that its pyramidal organization gives it a head, it is the apparatus as a whole that produces power and distributes individuals in this permanent and continuous field. This enables the disciplinary power to be both absolutely indiscrete, since it is everywhere and always alert, since by its very principle it leaves no zone of shade and constantly supervises the very individuals who are entrusted with the task of supervising, and absolutely discrete, for it functions permanently and largely in silence. Discipline makes possible the operation of a relational power that sustains itself by its own mechanism and which, for the spectacle of public events, substitutes the uninterrupted play of calculated gazes. Thanks to the techniques of surveillance, the physics of power, the hold over the body, operate according to the laws of optics and mechanics, according to a whole play of spaces, lines, screens, beams, degrees, and without recourse, in principle at least, to excess, force or violence. It is a power that seems all the less corporal in that it is more subtly physical. Normalizing judgment. 1. At the orphanage of the Chevalier Paulette, the sessions of the tribunal that met each morning gave rise to a whole ceremonial. We found all the pupils drawn up as if for battle, in perfect alignment, immobility, and silence. The major, a young gentleman of 16 years, stood outside the ranks, sword in hand. At his command, the troop broke ranks at the double and formed a circle. The council met in the center. Each officer made a report of his troop for the preceding 24 hours. The accused were allowed to defend themselves, witnesses were heard, the council deliberated and, when agreement was reached, the major announced the number of guilty, the nature of the offenses and the punishments ordered. The troop then marched off in the greatest order. At the heart of all disciplinary systems functions a small penal mechanism. It enjoys a kind of judicial privilege with its own laws, its specific offenses, its particular forms of judgment. The disciplines established an infrapenally, they partitioned an area that the laws had left empty, they defined and repressed a mass of behavior that the relative indifference of the great systems of punishment had allowed to escape. On entering, the companions will greet one another. On leaving, they must lock up the materials and tools that they have been using and also make sure that their lamps are extinguished. It is expressly forbidden to amuse companions by gestures or in any other way. They must comport themselves honestly and decently. Anyone who is absent for more than 5 minutes without warning M. Oppenheim will be marked down for a half-day, and in order to be sure that nothing is forgotten in this meticulous criminal justice, it is forbidden to do anything that may harm M. Oppenheim and his companions. The workshop, the school, the army were subject to a whole micropenally of time, of activity, of behavior, of speech, of the body, of sexuality. At the same time, by way of punishment, a whole series of subtle procedures was used, from light physical punishment to minor deprivations and petty humiliations. It was a question both of making the slightest departures from correct behavior subject to punishment, and of giving a punitive function to the apparently indifferent elements of the disciplinary apparatus, so that, if necessary, everything might serve to punish the slightest thing, each subject find himself caught in a punishing universality. By the word punishment, one must understand everything that is capable of making children feel the offense they have committed, everything that is capable of humiliating them, of confusing them, a certain coldness, a certain indifference, a question, a humiliation, a removal from office. 2. But discipline brought with it a specific way of punishing that was not only a small-scale model of the court. What is specific to the disciplinary penalty is non-observance, that which does not measure up to the rule, that departs from it. The whole indefinite domain of the non-conforming is punishable. The soldier commits an offense whenever he does not reach the level required. A pupil's offense is not only a minor infraction, but also an inability to carry out his tasks. The regulations for the Prussian infantry ordered that a soldier who had not correctly learned to handle his rifle should be treated with the greatest severity. Similarly, when a pupil has not retained the catechism from the previous day, he must be forced to learn it, without making any mistake, and repeat it the following day. Either he will be forced to hear it standing or kneeling, his hands joined, or he will be given some other penance. The order that the disciplinary punishments must enforce is of a mixed nature. It is an artificial order, explicitly laid down by a law, a program, a set of regulations. But it is also an order defined by natural and observable processes, the duration of an apprenticeship, the time taken to perform an exercise, the level of aptitude refer to a regularity that is also a rule. The children of the Christian schools must never be placed in a lesson of which they are not yet capable, for this would expose them to the danger of being unable to learn anything. Yet the duration of each stage is fixed by regulation, and a pupil who at the end of 3 examinations has been unable to pass into the higher order must be placed, well in evidence, on the bench of the ignorant. In a disciplinary regime, punishment involves a double juridico-natural reference. 3. Disciplinary punishment has the function of reducing gaps. It must therefore be essentially corrective. In addition to punishments borrowed directly from the judicial model, the disciplinary systems favor punishments that are exercise, intensified, multiplied forms of training, several times repeated. The regulations of 1766 for the infantry laid down that lance corporals who show some negligence or lack of willingness will be reduced to the rank of private, and they will be able to rise to their former rank only after new exercises and a new examination. As Jean-Baptiste de La Salle put it, of all penances, impositions are the most honest for a teacher, the most advantageous for the parents. They make it possible to derive, from the very offenses of the children, means of advancing their progress by correcting their defects. To those, for example, who have not written all that they were supposed to write, or who have not applied themselves to doing it well, one can give some impositions to write out or to learn by heart. Disciplinary punishment is, in the main, isomorphic with obligation itself. It is not so much the vengeance of an outraged law as its repetition, its reduplicated insistence. So much so that the corrective effect expected of it involves only incidentally expiation and repentance. It is obtained directly through the mechanics of a training. To punish is to exercise. For in discipline, punishment is only one element of a double system, gratification-punishment. And it is this system that operates in the process of training and correction. The teacher must avoid, as far as possible, the use of punishment. On the contrary, he must endeavor to make rewards more frequent than penalties, the lazy being more encouraged by the desire to be rewarded in the same way as the diligent than by the fear of punishment. That is why it will be very beneficial, when the teacher is obliged to use punishment, to win the heart of the child if he can before doing so. This mechanism with 2 elements makes possible a number of operations characteristic of disciplinary penalty. First, the definition of behavior and performance on the basis of the 2 opposed values of good and evil, instead of the simple division of the prohibition, as practiced in penal justice. We have a distribution between a positive pole and a negative pole. All behavior falls in the field between good and bad marks, good and bad points. Moreover, it is possible to quantify this field and work out an arithmetical economy based on it. A penal accountancy, constantly brought up to date, makes it possible to obtain the punitive balance sheet of each individual. School justice, rudiments of which are to be found in the army and the workshops, carried this system very far. The Brothers of the Christian Schools organized a whole microeconomy of privileges and impositions. Privileges may be used by pupils to gain exemption from penances which have been imposed on them. For example, a pupil may have been given 4 or 6 catechism questions to copy out as an imposition. He will be able to gain exemption from this penance by accumulating a certain number of privilege points. The teacher will assign the number for each question. Since privileges are worth a certain number of points, the teacher also has others of less value, which serve as small change for the first. For example, a child has an imposition from which he can redeem himself with 6 points, he earns a privilege of 10, he presents it to the teacher who gives him back 4 points, and so on. What we have here is a transposition of the system of indulgences. And by the play of this quantification, this circulation of awards and debits, thanks to the continuous calculation of plus and minus points, the disciplinary apparatuses hierarchized the good and the bad subjects in relation to one another. Through this microeconomy of a perpetual penally operates a differentiation that is not one of acts, but of individuals themselves, of their nature, their potentialities, their level, or their value. By assessing acts with precision, discipline judges individuals in truth. The penally that it implements is integrated into the cycle of knowledge of individuals. 5. The distribution according to ranks or grade has a double role. It marks the gaps, hierarchizes qualities, skills, and aptitudes, but it also punishes and rewards. It is the penal functioning of setting in order and the ordinal character of judging. Discipline rewards simply by the play of awards, thus making it possible to attain higher ranks and places. It punishes by reversing this process. Rank in itself serves as a reward or punishment. At the École Militaire, a complex system of honorary classification was developed. This classification was visible to all in the form of slight variations in uniform, and more or less noble or ignoble punishments were associated, as a mark of privilege or infamy, with the ranks thus distributed. This classificatory, penal distribution was carried out at short intervals by the reports that the officers, teachers, and their assistants made, without consideration of age or grade, on the moral qualities of the pupils and on their universally recognized behavior. The first class, known as the very good, were distinguished by a silver epaulet. They enjoyed the honor of being treated as purely military troops, they therefore had a right to military punishment. The second class, the good, wore an epaulet of red silk and silver. They could be arrested and condemned to prison, but also to the cage and to kneeling. The class of mediocres had the right to an epaulet of red wool. To the preceding penalties was added, if necessary, the wearing of sackcloth. The last class, that of the bad, was marked by an epaulet of brown wool. The pupils of this class will be subjected to all the punishments used in the hotel or all those that are thought necessary, even solitary confinement in a dark dungeon. To this was added, for a time, the shameful class, for which special regulations were drawn up so that those who belonged to it would always be separated from the others and would be dressed in sackcloth. Since merit and behavior alone must decide the place of the pupil, those of the last two classes would be able to flatter themselves that they would be able to rise to the first two and bear its marks, when, by universal agreement, they will be recognized as having made themselves worthy of it by the change in their conduct and by their progress, and those of the top classes will similarly descend into the others if they become slack and if the various reports taken together are to their disadvantage and show that they no longer deserve the rewards and prerogatives of the higher classes. The penal classification should tend to disappear. The shameful class existed only to disappear. In order to judge the kind of conversion undergone by pupils of the shameful class who behave well, they were reintroduced into the other classes, and given back their uniforms, but they would remain with their comrades in infamy during meals and recreation. They would remain there if they did not continue to behave well. They would leave it absolutely, if their conduct was considered satisfactory both in this class and in this division. This hierarchizing penally had, therefore, a double effect. It distributed pupils according to their aptitudes and their conduct, that is, according to the use that could be made of them when they left the school. It exercised over them a constant pressure to conform to the same model, so that they might all be subjected to subordination, docility, attention in studies and exercises, and to the correct practice of duties and all the parts of discipline, so that they might all be like one another. In short, the art of punishing, in the regime of disciplinary power, is aimed neither at expiation, nor even precisely at repression. It brings 5 quite distinct operations into play. It refers individual actions to a whole that is at once a field of comparison, a space of differentiation and the principle of a rule to be followed. It differentiates individuals from one another, in terms of the following overall rule, that the rule be made to function as a minimal threshold, as an average to be respected or as an optimum towards which one must move. It measures in quantitative terms and hierarchizes in terms of value the abilities, the level, the nature of individuals. It introduces, through this value-giving measure, the constraint of a conformity that must be achieved. Lastly, it traces the limit that will define difference in relation to all other differences, the external frontier of the abnormal. The perpetual penalty that traverses all points and supervises every instant in the disciplinary institutions compares, differentiates, hierarchizes, homogenizes, excludes. In short, it normalizes. It is opposed, therefore, term by term, to a judicial penalty whose essential function is to refer, not to a set of observable phenomena, but to a corpus of laws and texts that must be remembered, that operates not by differentiating individuals, but by specifying acts according to a number of general categories, not by hierarchizing, but quite simply by bringing into play the binary opposition of the permitted and the forbidden, not by homogenizing, but by operating the division, acquired once and for all, of condemnation. The disciplinary mechanism secreted a penalty of the norm, which is irreducible in its principles and functioning to the traditional penalty of the law. The minor court that seems to sit permanently in the buildings of discipline, and which sometimes assumes the theatrical form of the great legal apparatus, must not mislead us. It does not bring, except for a few formal remnants, the mechanisms of criminal justice to the web of everyday existence, or at least that is not its essential role. The disciplines created, drawing on a whole series of very ancient procedures, a new functioning of punishment, and it was this that gradually invested the great external apparatus that it seemed to reproduce in either a modest or an ironic way. The juridico-anthropological functioning revealed in the whole history of modern penalty did not originate in the superimposition of the human sciences on criminal justice and in the requirements proper to this new rationality or to the humanism that it appeared to bring with it. It originated in the disciplinary technique that operated these new mechanisms of normalizing judgment. The power of the norm appears through the disciplines. Is this the new law of modern society? Let us say rather that, since the 18th century, it has joined other powers, the law, the word, and the text, tradition, imposing new delimitations upon them. The normal is established as a principle of coercion in teaching with the introduction of a standardized education and the establishment of the écoles normales. It is established in the effort to organize a national medical profession and a hospital system capable of operating general norms of health. It is established in the standardization of industrial processes and products. Like surveillance and with it, normalization becomes one of the great instruments of power at the end of the classical age. For the marks that once indicated status, privilege, and affiliation were increasingly replaced, or at least supplemented, by a whole range of degrees of normality indicating membership of a homogeneous social body but also playing a part in classification, hierarchization, and the distribution of rank. In a sense, the power of normalization imposes homogeneity, but it individualizes by making it possible to measure gaps, to determine levels, to fix specialties and to render the differences useful by fitting them one to another. It is easy to understand how the power of the norm functions within a system of formal equality, since within a homogeneity that is the rule, the norm introduces, as a useful imperative and as a result of measurement, all the shading of individual differences. The examination. The examination combines the techniques of an observing hierarchy and those of a normalizing judgment. It is a normalizing gaze, a surveillance that makes it possible to qualify, to classify, and to punish. It establishes over individuals a visibility through which one differentiates them and judges them. That is why, in all the mechanisms of discipline, the examination is highly ritualized. In it are combined the ceremony of power and the form of the experiment, the deployment of force and the establishment of truth. At the heart of the procedures of discipline, it manifests the subjection of those who are perceived as objects and the objectification of those who are subjected. The superimposition of the power relations and knowledge relations assumes in the examination all its visible brilliance. It is yet another innovation of the classical age that the historians of science have left unexplored. People write the history of experiments on those born blind, on wolf children, or under hypnosis. But who will write the more general, more fluid, but also more determinant history of the examination, its rituals, its methods, its characters and their roles, its play of questions and answers, its systems of marking and classification? For in this slender technique are to be found a whole domain of knowledge, a whole type of power. One often speaks of the ideology that the human sciences bring with them, in either discrete or prolix manner. But does their very technology, this tiny operational schema that has become so widespread, this familiar method of the examination, implement, within a single mechanism, power relations that make it possible to extract and constitute knowledge? It is not simply at the level of consciousness, of representations, and in what one thinks one knows, but at the level of what makes possible the knowledge that is transformed into political investment. One of the essential conditions for the epistemological thought of medicine at the end of the 18th century was the organization of the hospital as an examining apparatus. The ritual of the visit was its most obvious form. In the 17th century, the physician, coming from the outside, added his inspection to many other controls, religious, administrative, etc. He hardly participated in the everyday administration of the hospital. Gradually, the visit became more regular, more rigorous, above all more extended. It became an ever more important part of the functioning of the hospital. In 1661, the physician of the Hôtel Dieu of Paris was called upon to make a daily visit. In 1687, an expectant physician was to examine, in the afternoon, certain seriously sick patients. The 18th century regulations laid down the hours of the visit and its duration. They insisted on a rotation of physicians, which would guarantee visits every day even on Easter Sunday. At last, in 1771, a resident physician was appointed, charged with providing all the services of his state, at night as well as in the day in the intervals between visits by an outside physician. The old form of inspection, irregular and rapid, was transformed into a regular observation that placed the patient in a situation of almost perpetual examination. This had two consequences. In the internal hierarchy, the physician, hitherto an external element, begins to gain over the religious staff and to relegate them to a clearly specified, but subordinate role in the technique of the examination. The category of the nurse then appears, while the hospital itself, which was once little more than a poorhouse, was to become a place of training and of the correlation of knowledge. It represented a reversal therefore of the power relations and the constitution of a corpus of knowledge. The well-disciplined hospital became the physical counterpart of the medical discipline. This discipline could now abandon its textual character and take its references not so much from the tradition of authorities as from a domain of objects perpetually offered for examination. Similarly, the school became a sort of apparatus of uninterrupted examination that duplicated along its entire length the operation of teaching. It became less and less a question of justs in which pupils pitched their forces against one another and increasingly a perpetual comparison of each and all that made it possible both to measure and to judge. The brothers of the Christian schools wanted their pupils to be examined every day of the week, on the first for spelling, on the second for arithmetic, on the third for catechism in the morning and for handwriting in the afternoon, etc. Moreover, there was to be an examination each month in order to pick out those who deserved to be submitted for examination by the inspector. From 1775, there existed at the École de Ponce et Chaussées 16 examinations a year, 3 in mathematics, 3 in architecture, 3 in drawing, 2 in writing, 1 in stone cutting, 1 in style, 1 in surveying, 1 in levelling, 1 in quantity surveying. The examination did not simply mark the end of an apprenticeship, it was one of its permanent factors, it was woven into it through a constantly repeated ritual of power. The examination enabled the teacher, while transmitting his knowledge, to transform his pupils into a whole field of knowledge. Whereas the examination with which an apprenticeship ended in the guild tradition validated an acquired aptitude, the masterwork authenticated a transmission of knowledge that had already been accomplished. The examination in the school was a constant exchanger of knowledge, it guaranteed the movement of knowledge from the teacher to the pupil, but it extracted from the pupil a knowledge destined and reserved for the teacher. The school became the place of elaboration for pedagogy. And just as the procedure of the hospital examination made possible the epistemological thought of medicine, the age of the examining school marked the beginnings of a pedagogy that functions as a science. The age of inspections and endlessly repeated movements in the army also marked the development of an immense tactical knowledge that had its effect in the period of the Napoleonic Wars. The examination introduced a whole mechanism that linked to a certain type of the formation of knowledge a certain form of the exercise of power. 1. The examination transformed the economy of visibility into the exercise of power. Traditionally, power was what was seen, what was shown and what was manifested and, paradoxically, found the principle of its force in the movement by which it deployed that force. Those on whom it was exercised could remain in the shade, they received light only from that portion of power that was conceded to them, or from the reflection of it that for a moment they carried. Disciplinary power, on the other hand, is exercised through its invisibility, at the same time it imposes on those whom it subjects a principle of compulsory visibility. In discipline, it is the subjects who have to be seen. Their visibility assures the hold of the power that is exercised over them. It is the fact of being constantly seen, of being able always to be seen, that maintains the disciplined individual in his subjection. And the examination is the technique by which power, instead of emitting the signs of its potency, instead of imposing its mark on its subjects, holds them in a mechanism of objectification. In this space of domination, disciplinary power manifests its potency, essentially, by arranging objects. The examination is, as it were, the ceremony of this objectification. Hitherto the role of the political ceremony had been to give rise to the excessive, yet regulated manifestation of power, it was a spectacular expression of potency, an expenditure, exaggerated and coded, in which power renewed its vigor. It was always more or less related to the triumph. The solemn appearance of the sovereign brought with it something of the consecration, the coronation, the return from victory, even the funeral ceremony took place with all the spectacle of power deployed. Discipline, however, had its own type of ceremony. It was not the triumph, but the review, the parade, an ostentatious form of the examination. In it the subjects were presented as objects to the observation of a power that was manifested only by its gaze. They did not receive directly the image of the sovereign power, they only felt its effects, in replica, as it were, on their bodies, which had become precisely legible and docile. On March 15, 1666, Louis XIV took his first military review, 18,000 men, one of the most spectacular actions of the reign, which was supposed to have kept all Europe in disquiet. Several years later, a medal was struck to commemorate the event. It bears the exurg, Disciplina Militaris Restitua and the legend Prolotio ad Victorias. On the right, the king, right foot forward, commands the exercise itself with a stick. On the left, several ranks of soldiers are shown full face and aligned in depth, they have raised their right arms to shoulder height and are holding their rifles exactly vertical, their right legs are slightly forward and their left feet turned outwards. On the ground, lines intersect at right angles, to form, beneath the soldiers' feet, broad rectangles that serve as references for different phases and positions of the exercise. In the background is a piece of classical architecture. The columns of the palace extend those formed by the ranks of men and the erect rifles, just as the paving no doubt extends the lines of the exercise. But above the balustrade that crowns the building are statues representing dancing figures, sinuous lines, rounded gestures, draperies. The marble is covered with movements whose principle of unity is harmonic. The men, on the other hand, are frozen into a uniformly repeated attitude of ranks and lines, a tactical unity. The order of the architecture, which frees at its summit the figures of the dance, imposes its rules and its geometry on the disciplined men on the ground. The columns of power. Very good, Grand Duke Michel once remarked of a regiment, after having kept it for 1 hour presenting arms, only they breathe. Let us take this medal as evidence of the moment when, paradoxically but significantly, the most brilliant figure of sovereign power is joined to the emergence of the rituals proper to disciplinary power. The scarcely sustainable visibility of the monarch is turned into the unavoidable visibility of the subjects. And it is this inversion of visibility in the functioning of the disciplines that was to assure the exercise of power even in its lowest manifestations. We are entering the age of the infinite examination and of compulsory objectification. 2. The examination also introduces individuality into the field of documentation. The examination leaves behind it a whole meticulous archive constituted in terms of bodies and days. The examination that places individuals in a field of surveillance also situates them in a network of writing, it engages them in a whole mass of documents that capture and fix them. The procedures of examination were accompanied at the same time by a system of intense registration and of documentary accumulation. A power of writing was constituted as an essential part in the mechanisms of discipline. On many points, it was modeled on the traditional methods of administrative documentation, though with particular techniques and important innovations. Some concerned methods of identification, signaling or description. This was the problem in the army, where it was necessary to track down deserters, avoid repeating enrollments, correct fictitious information presented by officers, know the services and value of each individual, establish with certainty the balance sheet of those who had disappeared or died. It was the problem of the hospitals, where it was necessary to recognize the patients, expel shammers, follow the evolution of diseases, study the effectiveness of treatments, map similar cases and the beginnings of epidemics. It was the problem of the teaching establishments, where one had to define the aptitude of each individual, situate his level and his abilities, indicate the possible use that might be made of them. The register enables one, by being available in time and place, to know the habits of the children, their progress in piety, in catechism, in the letters, during the time they have been at the school. Hence the formation of a whole series of codes of disciplinary individuality that made it possible to transcribe, by means of homogenization, the individual features established by the examination, the physical code of signaling, the medical code of symptoms, the educational or military code of conduct or performance. These codes were still very crude, both in quality and quantity, but they marked a first stage in the formalization of the individual within power relations. The other innovations of disciplinary writing concern the correlation of these elements, the accumulation of documents, their seriation, the organization of comparative fields, making it possible to classify, to form categories, to determine averages, to fix norms. The hospitals of the 18th century, in particular, were great laboratories for scriptuary and documentary methods. The keeping of registers, their specification, the modes of transcription from one to the other, their circulation during visits, their comparison during regular meetings of doctors and administrators, the transmission of their data to centralizing bodies, the accountancy of diseases, cures, deaths, at the level of a hospital, a town, and even of the nation as a whole formed an integral part of the process by which hospitals were subjected to the disciplinary regime. Among the fundamental conditions of a good medical discipline, in both senses of the word, one must include the procedures of writing that made it possible to integrate individual data into cumulative systems in such a way that they were not lost, so to arrange things that an individual could be located in the general register and that, conversely, each datum of the individual examination might affect overall calculations. Thanks to the whole apparatus of writing that accompanied it, the examination opened up two correlative possibilities. Firstly, the constitution of the individual as a describable, analyzable object, not in order to reduce him to specific features, as did the naturalists in relation to living beings, but in order to maintain him in his individual features, in his particular evolution, in his own aptitudes or abilities, under the gaze of a permanent corpus of knowledge, and, secondly, the constitution of a comparative system that made possible the measurement of overall phenomena, the description of groups, the characterization of collective facts, the calculation of the gaps between individuals, their distribution in a given population. These small techniques of notation, of registration, of constituting files, of arranging facts in columns and tables that are so familiar to us now, were of decisive importance in the epistemological thought of the sciences of the individual. One is no doubt right to pose the Aristotelian problem: is a science of the individual possible and legitimate? A great problem needs great solutions perhaps. But there is the small historical problem of the emergence, towards the end of the 18th century, of what might generally be termed the clinical sciences, the problem of the entry of the individual into the field of knowledge, the problem of the entry of the individual description, of the cross-examination, of anamneses, of the file into the general functioning of scientific discourse. To this simple question of fact, one must no doubt give an answer lacking in nobility. One should look into these procedures of writing and registration, one should look into the mechanisms of examination, into the formation of the mechanisms of discipline, and of a new type of power over bodies. Is this the birth of the sciences of man? It is probably to be found in these ignoble archives, where the modern play of coercion over bodies, gestures, and behavior has its beginnings. 3. The examination, surrounded by all its documentary techniques, makes each individual a case which at one and the same time constitutes an object for a branch of knowledge and a hold for a branch of power. The case is no longer, as in casuistry or jurisprudence, a set of circumstances defining an act and capable of modifying the application of a rule. It is the individual as he may be described, judged, measured, compared with others, in his very individuality, and it is also the individual who has to be trained or corrected, classified, normalized, excluded, etc. For a long time ordinary individuality, the everyday individuality of everybody, remained below the threshold of description. To be looked at, observed, described in detail, followed from day to day by an uninterrupted writing was a privilege. The chronicle of a man, the account of his life, his historiography, written as he lived out his life, formed part of the rituals of his power. The disciplinary methods reversed this relation, lowered the threshold of describable individuality and made of this description a means of control and a method of domination. It is no longer a monument for future memory, but a document for possible use. And this new describability is all the more marked in that the disciplinary framework is a strict one. The child, the patient, the madman, the prisoner, were to become, with increasing ease from the 18th century and according to a curve which is that of the mechanisms of discipline, the object of individual descriptions and biographical accounts. This turning of real lives into writing is no longer a procedure of heroization, it functions as a procedure of objectification and subjection. The carefully collated life of mental patients or delinquents belongs, as did the Chronicle of Kings or the adventures of the great popular bandits, to a certain political function of writing, but in a quite different technique of power. The examination as the fixing, at once ritual and scientific, of individual differences, as the pinning down of each individual in his own particularity, clearly indicates the appearance of a new modality of power in which each individual receives as his status his own individuality, and in which he is linked by his status to the features, the measurements, the gaps, the marks that characterize him and make him a case. Finally, the examination is at the center of the procedures that constitute the individual as effect and object of power, as effect and object of knowledge. It is the examination which, by combining hierarchical surveillance and normalizing judgment, assures the great disciplinary functions of distribution and classification, maximum extraction of forces and time, continuous genetic accumulation, optimum combination of aptitudes and, thereby, the fabrication of cellular, organic, genetic, and combinatory individuality. With it are ritualized those disciplines that may be characterized in a word by saying that they are a modality of power for which individual difference is relevant. The disciplines mark the moment when the reversal of the political axis of individualization, as one might call it, takes place. In certain societies, of which the feudal regime is only one example, it may be said that individualization is greatest where sovereignty is exercised and in the higher echelons of power. The more one possesses power or privilege, the more one is marked as an individual, by rituals, written accounts or visual reproductions. The name and the genealogy that situate one within a kinship group, the performance of deeds that demonstrate superior strength and which are immortalized in literary accounts, the ceremonies that mark the power relations in their very ordering, the monuments or donations that bring survival after death, the ostentation and excess of expenditure, the multiple, intersecting links of allegiance and suzerainty, all these are procedures of an ascending individualization. In a disciplinary regime, on the other hand, individualization is descending, as power becomes more anonymous and more functional, those on whom it is exercised tend to be more strongly individualized, it is exercised by surveillance rather than ceremonies, by observation rather than commemorative accounts, by comparative measures that have the norm as reference rather than genealogies giving ancestors as points of reference, by gaps rather than by deeds. In a system of discipline, the child is more individualized than the adult, the patient more than the healthy man, the madman, and the delinquent more than the normal and the non-delinquent. In each case, it is towards the first of these pairs that all the individualizing mechanisms are turned in our civilization, and when one wishes to individualize the healthy, normal, and law-abiding adult, it is always by asking him how much of the child he has in him, what secret madness lies within him, what fundamental crime he has dreamt of committing. All the sciences, analyses, or practices employing the root psycho have their origin in this historical reversal of the procedures of individualization. The moment that saw the transition from historico-ritual mechanisms for the formation of individuality to the scientifico-disciplinary mechanisms, when the normal took over from the ancestral, and measurement from status, thus substituting for the individuality of the memorable man that of the calculable man, that moment when the sciences of man became possible is the moment when a new technology of power and a new political anatomy of the body were implemented. And if from the early Middle Ages to the present day the adventure is an account of individuality, the passage from the epic to the novel, from the noble deed to the secret singularity, from long exiles to the internal search for childhood, from combats to fantasies, it is also inscribed in the formation of a disciplinary society. The adventure of our childhood no longer finds expression in Le Bon Petit Henri, but in the misfortunes of little Hans. The Romance of the Rose is written today by Mary Barnes, in the place of Lancelot, we have Judge Schreiber. It is often said that the model of a society that has individuals as its constituent elements is borrowed from the abstract juridical forms of contract and exchange. Mercantile society, according to this view, is represented as a contractual association of isolated juridical subjects. Perhaps. Indeed, the political theory of the 17th and 18th centuries often seems to follow this schema. But it should not be forgotten that there existed at the same period a technique for constituting individuals as correlative elements of power and knowledge. The individual is no doubt the fictitious atom of an ideological representation of society, but he is also a reality fabricated by this specific technology of power that I have called discipline. We must cease once and for all to describe the effects of power in negative terms. It excludes, it represses, it censors, it abstracts, it masks, it conceals. In fact, power produces, it produces reality, It produces domains of objects and rituals of truth. The individual and the knowledge that may be gained of him belong to this production. Is it not somewhat excessive to derive such power from the petty machinations of discipline? How could they achieve effects of such scope? 3. Panopticism. The following, according to an order published at the end of the 17th century, were the measures to be taken when the plague appeared in a town. 1. First, a strict spatial partitioning, the closing of the town and its outlying districts, a prohibition to leave the town on pain of death, the killing of all stray animals, the division of the town into distinct quarters, each governed by an intendant. Each street is placed under the authority of a syndic, who keeps it under surveillance. If he leaves the street, he will be condemned to death. On the appointed day, everyone is ordered to stay indoors. It is forbidden to leave on pain of death. The syndic himself comes to lock the door of each house from the outside. He takes the key with him and hands it over to the intendant of the quarter. The intendant keeps it until the end of the quarantine. Each family will have made its own provisions, but, for bread and wine, small wooden canals are set up between the street and the interior of the houses, thus allowing each person to receive his ration without communicating with the suppliers and other residents. Meat, fish, and herbs will be hoisted up into the houses with pulleys and baskets. If it is absolutely necessary to leave the house, it will be done in turn, avoiding any meeting. Only the intendants, syndics, and guards will move about the streets, and also, between the infected houses, from one corpse to another, the crows, who can be left to die. These are people of little substance who carry the sick, bury the dead, clean, and do many vile and abject offices. It is a segmented, immobile, frozen space. Each individual is fixed in his place. And, if he moves, he does so at the risk of his life, contagion, or punishment. Inspection functions ceaselessly. The gaze is alert everywhere. A considerable body of militia, commanded by good officers and men of substance, guards at the gates, at the town hall, and in every quarter to ensure the prompt obedience of the people and the most absolute authority of the magistrates, as also to observe all disorder, theft, and extortion. At each of the town gates there will be an observation post, at the end of each street sentinels. Every day, the intendant visits the quarter in his charge, inquires whether the syndics have carried out their tasks, whether the inhabitants have anything to complain of. They observe their actions. Every day, too, the syndic goes into the street for which he is responsible, stops before each house, gets all the inhabitants to appear at the windows. He calls each of them by name, informs himself as to the state of each and every one of them, in which respect the inhabitants will be compelled to speak the truth under pain of death. If someone does not appear at the window, the syndic must ask why. In this way he will find out easily enough whether dead or sick are being concealed. Everyone locked up in his cage, everyone at his window, answering to his name and showing himself when asked. It is the great review of the living and the dead. This surveillance is based on a system of permanent registration, reports from the syndics to the intendants, from the intendants to the magistrates or mayor. At the beginning of the lockup, the roll of each of the inhabitants present in the town is laid down, one by one. This document bears the name, age, sex of everyone. Notwithstanding his condition, a copy is sent to the intendant of the quarter, another to the office of the town hall, another to enable the syndic to make his daily roll call. Everything that may be observed during the course of the visits, deaths, illnesses, complaints, irregularities, is noted down and transmitted to the intendants and magistrates. The magistrates have complete control over medical treatment. They have appointed a physician in charge. No other practitioner may treat, no apothecary prepare medicine, no confessor visit a sick person without having received from him a written note to prevent anyone from concealing and dealing with those sick of the contagion, unknown to the magistrates. The registration of the pathological must be constantly centralized. The relation of each individual to his disease and to his death passes through the representatives of power, the registration they make of it, the decisions they take on it. 5 or 6 days after the beginning of the quarantine, the process of purifying the houses one by one is begun. All the inhabitants are made to leave. In each room the furniture and goods are raised from the ground or suspended from the air. Perfume is poured around the room. After carefully sealing the windows, doors, and even the keyholes with wax, the perfume is set alight. Finally, the entire house is closed while the perfume is consumed. Those who have carried out the work are searched, as they were on entry, in the presence of the residents of the house, to see that they did not have something on their persons as they left that they did not have on entering. 4 hours later, the residents are allowed to re-enter their homes. This enclosed, segmented space, observed at every point, in which the individuals are inserted in a fixed place, in which the slightest movements are supervised, in which all events are recorded, in which an uninterrupted work of writing links the center and periphery, in which power is exercised without division, according to a continuous hierarchical figure, in which each individual is constantly located, examined, and distributed among the living beings, the sick and the dead. All this constitutes a compact model of the disciplinary mechanism. The plague is met by order. Its function is to sort out every possible confusion, that of the disease, which is transmitted when bodies are mixed together, that of the evil, which is increased when fear and death overcome prohibitions. It lays down for each individual his place, his body, his disease, and his death, his well-being, by means of an omnipresent and omniscient power that subdivides itself in a regular, uninterrupted way even to the ultimate determination of the individual, of what characterizes him, of what belongs to him, of what happens to him. Against the plague, which is a mixture, discipline brings into play its power, which is one of analysis. A whole literary fiction of the festival grew up around the plague, suspended laws, lifted prohibitions, the frenzy of passing time, bodies mingling together without respect, individuals unmasked, abandoning their statutory identity and the figure under which they had been recognized, allowing a quite different truth to appear. But there was also a political dream of the plague, which was exactly its reverse, not the collective festival, but strict divisions, not laws transgressed, but the penetration of regulation into even the smallest details of everyday life through the mediation of the complete hierarchy that assured the capillary functioning of power, not masks that were put on and taken off, but the assignment to each individual of his true name, his true place, his true body, his true disease. The plague as a form, at once real and imaginary, of disorder had as its medical and political correlative discipline. Behind the disciplinary mechanisms can be read the haunting memory of contagions, of the plague, of rebellions, crimes, vagabondage, desertions, people who appear and disappear, live and die in disorder. If it is true that the leper gave rise to rituals of exclusion, which to a certain extent provided the model for and general form of the Great Confinement, then the plague gave rise to disciplinary projects. Rather than the massive, binary division between one set of people and another, it called for multiple separations, individualizing distributions, an organization in depth of surveillance and control, an intensification and a ramification of power. The leper was caught up in a practice of rejection, of exile enclosure. He was left to his doom in a mass among which it was useless to differentiate. Those sick of the plague were caught up in a meticulous tactical partitioning in which individual differentiations were the constricting effects of a power that multiplied, articulated, and subdivided itself, the Great Confinement on the one hand, the correct training on the other. The leper and his separation, the plague and its segmentations. The first is marked, the second analyzed and distributed. The exile of the leper and the arrest of the plague do not bring with them the same political dream. The first is that of a pure community, the second that of a disciplined society. Two ways of exercising power over men, of controlling their relations, of separating out their dangerous mixtures. The plague-stricken town, traversed throughout with hierarchy, surveillance, observation, writing, the town immobilized by the functioning of an extensive power that bears in a distinct way over all individual bodies, this is the utopia of the perfectly governed city. The plague is the trial in the course of which one may define ideally the exercise of disciplinary power. In order to make rights and laws function according to pure theory, the jurists place themselves in imagination in the state of nature, in order to see perfect disciplines functioning. Rulers dreamt of the state of plague. Underlying disciplinary projects, the image of the plague stands for all forms of confusion and disorder, just as the image of the leper, cut off from all human contact, underlies projects of exclusion. They are different projects, then, but not incompatible ones. We see them coming slowly together, and it is the peculiarity of the 19th century that it applied to the space of exclusion of which the leper was the symbolic inhabitant, the technique of power proper to disciplinary partitioning. Treat lepers as plague victims, project the subtle segmentations of discipline onto the confused space of internment, combine it with the methods of analytical distribution proper to power, individualize the excluded, but use procedures of individualization to mark exclusion. This is what was operated regularly by disciplinary power from the beginning of the 19th century in the psychiatric asylum, the penitentiary, the reformatory, the approved school and, to some extent, the hospital. Generally speaking, all the authorities exercising individual control function according to a double mode, that of binary division and branding, and that of coercive assignment, of differential distribution. On the one hand, the lepers are treated as plague victims, the tactics of individualizing disciplines are imposed on the excluded, and, on the other hand, the universality of disciplinary controls makes it possible to brand the leper and to bring into play against him the dualistic mechanisms of exclusion. The constant division between the normal and the abnormal, to which every individual is subjected, brings us back to our own time, by applying the binary branding and exile of the leper to quite different objects. The existence of a whole set of techniques and institutions for measuring, supervising, and correcting the abnormal brings into play the disciplinary mechanisms to which the fear of the plague gave rise. All the mechanisms of power which, even today, are disposed around the abnormal individual, to brand him and to alter him, are composed of those two forms from which they distantly derive. Bentham's panopticon is the architectural figure of this composition. We know the principle on which it was based: at the periphery, an annular building; at the center, a tower. This tower is pierced with wide windows that open onto the inner side of the ring. The peripheric building is divided into cells, each of which extends the whole width of the building. They have two windows, one on the inside, corresponding to the windows of the tower; the other, on the outside, allows the light to cross the cell from one end to the other. All that is needed, then, is to place a supervisor in a central tower and to shut up in each cell a madman, a patient, a condemned man, a worker, or a schoolboy. By the effect of backlighting, one can observe from the tower, standing out precisely against the light, the small captive shadows in the cells of the periphery. They are like so many cages, so many small theaters, in which each actor is alone, perfectly individualized and constantly visible. The panoptic mechanism arranges spatial unities that make it possible to see constantly and to recognize immediately. In short, it reverses the principle of the dungeon, or rather of its three functions: to enclose, to deprive of light and to hide. It preserves only the first and eliminates the other two. Full lighting and the eye of a supervisor capture better than darkness, which ultimately protected. Visibility is a trap. To begin with, this made it possible, as a negative effect, to avoid those compact, swarming, howling masses that were to be found in places of confinement, those painted by Goya or described by Howard. Each individual, in his place, is securely confined to a cell from which he is seen from the front by the supervisor, but the side walls prevent him from coming into contact with his companions. He is seen, but he does not see; he is the object of information, never a subject in communication. The arrangement of his room, opposite the central tower, imposes on him an axial visibility, but the divisions of the ring, those separated cells, imply a lateral invisibility. And this invisibility is a guarantee of order. If the inmates are convicts, there is no danger of a plot, an attempt at collective escape, the planning of new crimes for the future, bad reciprocal influences. If they are patients, there is no danger of contagion, if they are madmen there is no risk of their committing violence upon one another, if they are school children, there is no copying, no noise, no chatter, no waste of time, if they are workers, there are no disorders, no theft, no coalitions, none of those distractions that slow down the rate of work, make it less perfect or cause accidents. The crowd, a compact mass, a locus of multiple exchanges, individualities merging together, a collective effect, is abolished and replaced by a collection of separated individualities. From the point of view of the guardian, it is replaced by a multiplicity that can be numbered and supervised, from the point of view of the inmates, by a sequestered and observed solitude. Hence the major effect of the panopticon, to induce in the inmate a state of conscious and permanent visibility that assures the automatic functioning of power. So to arrange things that the surveillance is permanent in its effects, even if it is discontinuous in its action, that the perfection of power should tend to render its actual exercise unnecessary, that this architectural apparatus should be a machine for creating and sustaining a power relation independent of the person who exercises it, in short, that the inmates should be caught up in a power situation of which they are themselves the bearers. To achieve this, it is at once too much and too little that the prisoner should be constantly observed by an inspector, too little, for what matters is that he knows himself to be observed, too much, because he has no need in fact of being so. In view of this, Bentham laid down the principle that power should be visible and unverifiable. Visible, the inmate will constantly have before his eyes the tall outline of the central tower from which he is spied upon. Unverifiable, the inmate must never know whether he is being looked at any one moment, but he must be sure that he may always be so. In order to make the presence or absence of the inspector unverifiable, so that the prisoners, in their cells, cannot even see a shadow, Bentham envisaged not only Venetian blinds on the windows of the central observation hall, but, on the inside, partitions that intersected the hall at right angles and, in order to pass from one quarter to the other, not doors but zigzag openings, for the slightest noise, a gleam of light, a brightness in a half-opened door would betray the presence of the guardian. Point 2 The panopticon is a machine for dissociating the see/being seen dyad. In the peripheric ring, one is totally seen, without ever seeing. In the central tower, one sees everything without ever being seen. Point 3. It is an important mechanism, for it automatizes and disindividualizes power. Power has its principle not so much in a person as in a certain concerted distribution of bodies, surfaces, lights, gazes, in an arrangement whose internal mechanisms produce the relation in which individuals are caught up. The ceremonies, the rituals, the marks by which the sovereign's surplus power was manifested are useless. There is a machinery that assures dissymmetry, disequilibrium, difference. Consequently, it does not matter who exercises power. Any individual, taken almost at random, can operate the machine, in the absence of the director, his family, his friends, his visitors, even his servants. Similarly, it does not matter what motive animates him, the curiosity of the indiscreet, the malice of a child, the thirst for knowledge of a philosopher who wishes to visit this museum of human nature, or the perversity of those who take pleasure in spying and punishing. The more numerous those anonymous and temporary observers are, the greater the risk for the inmate of being surprised and the greater his anxious awareness of being observed. The panopticon is a marvelous machine which, whatever use one may wish to put it to, produces homogeneous effects of power. A real subjection is born mechanically from a fictitious relation. So it is not necessary to use force to constrain the convict to good behavior, the madman to calm, the worker to work, the schoolboy to application, the patient to the observation of the regulations. Bentham was surprised that panoptic institutions could be so light. There were no more bars, no more chains, no more heavy locks. All that was needed was that the separations should be clear and the openings well arranged. The heaviness of the old houses of security, with their fortress-like architecture, could be replaced by the simple, economic geometry of a house of certainty. The efficiency of power, its constraining force have, in a sense, passed over to the other side, to the side of its surface of application. He who is subjected to a field of visibility, and who knows it, assumes responsibility for the constraints of power, he makes them play spontaneously upon himself, he inscribes in himself the power relation in which he simultaneously plays both roles, he becomes the principle of his own subjection. By this very fact, the external power may throw off its physical weight, it tends to the non-corporal, and, the more it approaches this limit, the more constant, profound, and permanent are its effects. It is a perpetual victory that avoids any physical confrontation and which is always decided in advance. Bentham does not say whether he was inspired, in his project, by L. E. Vaux's menagerie at Versailles, the first menagerie in which the different elements are not, as they traditionally were, distributed in a park. At the center was an octagonal pavilion which, on the first floor, consisted of only a single room, the king's salon. On every side large windows looked out onto 7 cages, containing different species of animals. By Bentham's time, this menagerie had disappeared. But one finds in the program of the Panopticon a similar concern with individualizing observation, with characterization and classification, with the analytical arrangement of space. The Panopticon is a royal menagerie, the animal is replaced by man, individual distribution by specific grouping, and the king by the machinery of a furtive power. With this exception, the Panopticon also does the work of a naturalist. It makes it possible to draw up differences, among patients, to observe the symptoms of each individual, without the proximity of beds, the circulation of miasmas, the effects of contagion confusing the clinical tables. Among school children, it makes it possible to observe performances, to map aptitudes, to assess characters, to draw up rigorous classifications and, in relation to normal development, to distinguish laziness and stubbornness from incurable imbecility. Among workers, it makes it possible to note the aptitudes of each worker, compare the time he takes to perform a task, and if they are paid by the day, to calculate their wages. So much for the question of observation. But the Panopticon was also a laboratory, it could be used as a machine to carry out experiments, to alter behavior, to train or correct individuals. To experiment with medicines and monitor their effects. To try out different punishments on prisoners, according to their crimes and character, and to seek the most effective ones. To teach different techniques simultaneously to the workers, to decide which is the best. To try out pedagogical experiments, and in particular to take up once again the well-debated problem of secluded education, by using orphans. One would see what would happen when, in their 16th or 18th year, they were presented with other boys or girls. One could verify whether, as Helvetius thought, anyone could learn anything. One would follow the genealogy of every observable idea. One could bring up different children according to different systems of thought, making certain children believe that 2 and 2 do not make 4 or that the moon is a cheese, then put them together when they are 20 or 25 years old. One would then have discussions that would be worth a great deal more than the sermons or lectures on which so much money is spent. One would have at least an opportunity of making discoveries in the domain of metaphysics. The Panopticon is a privileged place for experiments on men, and for analyzing with complete certainty the transformations that may be obtained from them. The Panopticon may even provide an apparatus for supervising its own mechanisms. In this central tower, the director may spy on all the employees that he has under his orders, nurses, doctors, foremen, teachers, warders. He will be able to judge them continuously, alter their behavior, impose upon them the methods he thinks best, and it will even be possible to observe the director himself. An inspector arriving unexpectedly at the center of the Panopticon will be able to judge at a glance, without anything being concealed from him, how the entire establishment is functioning. And, in any case, enclosed as he is in the middle of this architectural mechanism, is not the director's own fate entirely bound up with it? The incompetent physician who has allowed contagion to spread, the incompetent prison governor or workshop manager will be the first victims of an epidemic or a revolt. By every tie I could devise, said the master of the panopticon, my own fate had been bound up by me with theirs. The panopticon functions as a kind of laboratory of power. Thanks to its mechanisms of observation, it gains in efficiency and in the ability to penetrate into men's behavior. Knowledge follows the advances of power, discovering new objects of knowledge over all the surfaces on which power is exercised. The plague-stricken town, the panoptic establishment, the differences are important. They mark, at a distance of a century and a half, the transformations of the disciplinary program. In the first case, there is an exceptional situation, against an extraordinary evil, power is mobilized, it makes itself everywhere present and visible, it invents new mechanisms, it separates, it immobilizes, it partitions, it constructs for a time what is both a counter-city and the perfect society, it imposes an ideal functioning, but one that is reduced, in the final analysis, like the evil that it combats, to a simple dualism of life and death. That which moves brings death, and one kills that which moves. The panopticon, on the other hand, must be understood as a generalizable model of functioning, a way of defining power relations in terms of the everyday life of men. No doubt Bentham presents it as a particular institution, closed in upon itself. Utopias, perfectly closed in upon themselves, are common enough. As opposed to the ruined prisons, littered with mechanisms of torture, to be seen in Pyrainst's engravings, the panopticon presents a cruel, ingenious cage. The fact that it should have given rise, even in our own time, to so many variations, projected or realized, is evidence of the imaginary intensity that it has possessed for almost 200 years. But the panopticon must not be understood as a dream building, it is the diagram of a mechanism of power reduced to its ideal form. Its functioning, abstracted from any obstacle, resistance, or friction, must be represented as a pure architectural and optical system. It is in fact a figure of political technology that may and must be detached from any specific use. It is polyvalent in its applications, it serves to reform prisoners, but also to treat patients, to instruct school children, to confine the insane, to supervise workers, to put beggars and idlers to work. It is a type of location of bodies in space, of distribution of individuals in relation to one another, of hierarchical organization, of disposition of centers and channels of power, of definition of the instruments and modes of intervention of power, which can be implemented in hospitals, workshops, schools, prisons. Whenever one is dealing with a multiplicity of individuals on whom a task or a particular form of behavior must be imposed, the panoptic schema may be used. It is, necessary modifications apart, applicable to all establishments whatsoever, in which, within a space not too large to be covered or commanded by buildings, a number of persons are meant to be kept under inspection. In each of its applications, it makes it possible to perfect the exercise of power. It does this in several ways, because it can reduce the number of those who exercise it, while increasing the number of those on whom it is exercised. Because it is possible to intervene at any moment, and because the constant pressure acts even before the offenses, mistakes, or crimes have been committed. Because, in these conditions, its strength is that it never intervenes, it is exercised spontaneously and without noise, it constitutes a mechanism whose effects follow from one another. Because, without any physical instrument other than architecture and geometry, it acts directly on individuals, it gives power of mind over mind. The panoptic schema makes any apparatus of power more intense, it assures its economy, it assures its efficacy by its preventative character, its continuous functioning and its automatic mechanisms. It is a way of obtaining from power in hitherto unexampled quantity, a great and new instrument of government. Its great excellence consists in the great strength it is capable of giving to any institution it may be thought proper to apply it to. It's a case of it's easy once you've thought of it in the political sphere. It can in fact be integrated into any function, it can increase the effect of this function, by being linked closely with it, it can constitute a mixed mechanism in which relations of power may be precisely adjusted, in the smallest detail, to the processes that are to be supervised, it can establish a direct proportion between surplus power and surplus production. In short, it arranges things in such a way that the exercise of power is not added on from the outside, like a rigid, heavy constraint, to the functions it invests, but is so subtly present in them as to increase their efficiency by itself increasing its own points of contact. The panoptic mechanism is not simply a hinge, a point of exchange between a mechanism of power and a function, it is a way of making power relations function in a function, and of making a function function through these power relations. Bentham's preface to Panopticon opens with a list of the benefits to be obtained from his inspection house: morals reformed, health preserved, industry invigorated, instruction diffused, public burdens lightened, economy seated, as it were, upon a rock, the Gordian knot of the poor laws not cut, but untied, all by a simple idea in architecture. Furthermore, the arrangement of this machine is such that its enclosed nature does not preclude a permanent presence from the outside. We have seen that anyone may come and exercise in the central tower the functions of surveillance, and that, this being the case, he can gain a clear idea of the way in which the surveillance is practiced. In fact, any panoptic institution, even if it is as rigorously closed as a penitentiary, may without difficulty be subjected to such irregular and constant inspections, and not only by the appointed inspectors, but also by the public. Any member of society will have the right to come and see with his own eyes how the schools, hospitals, factories, prisons function. There is no risk, therefore, that the increase of power created by the panoptic machine may degenerate into tyranny. The disciplinary mechanism will be democratically controlled, since it will be constantly accessible to the great tribunal committee of the world. Point 4. This panopticon, subtly arranged so that an observer may observe, at a glance, so many different individuals, also enables everyone to come and observe any of the observers. The seeing machine was once a sort of dark room into which individuals spied. It has become a transparent building in which the exercise of power may be supervised by society as a whole.